uno dei nostri partner, collaboratori in questo progetto, che è 𝘓𝘶n, vicepresidente Songshan Lake Art Boxes Museum in Cina, che ci presenta in pochi minuti il museo in cui si terrà tra l'altro il secondo di questi tavoli di oggi. Quindi prego 𝘓𝘶n e grazie di essere connesso con noi.
尊敬的各位专家学者、朋友们，大家好，我是𝘓𝘓，是中国中央美术学院博士，松山湖核子美术馆学术副馆长。很高兴代表我们核子美术馆参与本次论坛，与全世界各地的专家学者们进行交流。那么，核子美术馆呢，它的发展可以用一句话来概括，就是从临时介入到体系构建。它的发展并非一张预设好的蓝图，而是源于一系列社会的实践不断的生成。那么我们的馆最初源于一个在广州城中村的一个6平米的一个小空间。那么在这样一个空间里面呢，我们强调艺术机构与社区与社会的紧密的关联，与这个社区实实在在的不断发生着一些新鲜的故事，它更具有现场感。那么再到了深圳。 我们在深圳一个超大的商业综合体里面建立了20个不同的盒子，在这些盒子里面不断的推出一些青年的艺术家，有国内的，也有国际的。那么在这些艺术的实践当中，我们试图平衡艺术与资本商业逻辑之间的关系。那么再到了中国佛山的顺德盒子美术馆，它是位于南中国最大的生态湿地公园里面，我们在这里强调这样一种生态的在地性。 那么，再到去年年末所建立的东莞松山湖核子美术馆，我们试图把上述所有的这些碎片式的经验进行系统化、高度的综合性的整理。那么，我们把它形成一个具有体系化的学术平台。 持续不断的进行输出和整合。那么在这样一个情况下呢，我们所认为的一个艺术机构，它所具有的持续的这样一种生命力，它源于不断的介入社会宣传。更重要的是呢，它具有自我反思、自我纠偏的能力。它仿佛是一个形成了一个具有自反能力的社会器官。它在这样一种不断的社会现场当中，对话、融合，跟社区进行交流。 把我们和他们融为一体。那么最后呢，非常感谢本次论坛提供了这样一个宝贵的全球的交流机会。那么这个交流平台，它是跨民族、跨国家、跨越地理的这样一个平台。那么我仅代表松山湖核子美术馆，祝愿本次论坛取得丰硕的成果。 祝愿本次论坛圆满成功。那么也期待接下来跟各位全世界的专家学者进行更加深入的交流。谢谢大家。
Grazie mille 𝘓𝘶n, grazie per le tue parole e siamo davvero contenti che voi abbiate accettato di fare parte appunto di questo grande progetto. Allora, prima di introdurre il primo panel abbiamo un ultimo dei nostri partner che ci teniamo a riservare uno spazio, ovvero Fabio Fabbri, che è il direttore di Jest Holding, ditta di trasporti, che ha puntato tutto sulla sostenibilità. Pertanto ci ha inviato un piccolo video in cui fa una riflessione strutturata proprio per il nostro incontro, che ora manderemo in onda e poi possiamo introdurre il primo tavolo.
Di Jest Holding, mi sono subito concentrato nella... Benvenuti a tutti. Mi presento, mi chiamo Fabio Fabbri, sono il direttore tecnico, operativo e commerciale di CEST Holding, una realtà che si occupa di trasporti e di logistica e che opera nel settore da oltre 10 anni. La mia esperienza è di oltre un trentennio in questo tipo di attività e da quando ho preso in carico la direzione dell'attività, quindi dell'attività di CEST Holding, mi sono subito concentrato nell'immediatezza, quindi pochi anni dopo dall'inizio delle attività, al concetto di circolarità e di sostenibilità. Quindi tutti i miei sforzi, tutti gli investimenti che la società è andata a fare si sono concentrati prima ancora che sulla redditività e sul margine fine a se stesso, alla sostenibilità ambientale. Che cos'è la sostenibilità ambientale? Tutti se ne riempiono la bocca, però veramente in pochi la attuano e non tutti sanno di che cosa si tratta. La sintetizzo in brevissime parole, in un concetto molto semplice. La sostenibilità significa fare quello che abbiamo sempre fatto senza impattare sull'ambiente, ovvero fare vivere la nostra quotidianità, la nostra giornata, portare i nostri bambini a scuola, fare le nostre attività, il nostro lavoro, vivere la nostra casa, ma lasciare fuori un ambiente più pulito. Questa è la sostenibilità. Io ho fatto di questo concetto all'interno di CEST Holding un modus vivendi. In CEST Holding si opera se c'è sostenibilità ambientale, se no non si opera, se no si dice di no al cliente, il camion sta fermo. Oggi sono tutti bravissimi a riempirsi la bocca della parola sostenibilità, ma noi in CEST Holding parliamo di fatti. C'è un ente terzo che certifica le nostre attività, Tecno che realizza lo studio e un ente terzo quindi che lo bollina, che lo certifica. Quindi le mie parole sono sostenute da dei fatti, da della carta, non da delle chiacchiere come fanno in molti. Ma non voglio polemizzare. La CEST Holding in questi ultimi mesi si sta concentrando ancor più su un livello estremo di sostenibilità. Noi, ed io personalmente, mi occupo del well to wheel. Che cosa significa il well to wheel? Il well to wheel è diviso in due parti, il well to tank, quindi l'elemento produttivo da dove realizziamo il carburante al serbatoio, e dal tank to wheel, quindi dal serbatoio alla ruota. La faccio breve, i nostri mezzi, i nostri camion, i nostri auto articolati sono in questa fase, nel well to wheel, quindi nelle due fasi produttive, hanno un'incidenza negativa. Noi togliamo dall'ambiente del letame, ok, che produce CO2 che si disperde nell'ambiente e quindi inquina, lo trattiamo, lo criogenizziamo, creiamo bio-LNG che mettiamo all'interno dei nostri camion che attraverso questo carburante funzionano come un camion normale ma non hanno emissioni negative, non hanno polveri sottili e non emettono CO2 nell'ambiente. Questo è fare sostenibilità. Tutto quanto sto dicendo non sono chiacchiere, lo ribadisco, è certificato dalla ISO 14064, quindi dalla Tecno. Noi annualmente siamo partiti, pensate, nel 2023 a fare questo studio dove avevamo delle emissioni ridotte fino al 74%, ok? E tra il 2024 e il 2025 ci stiamo adoperando per abbattere ulteriormente. Presto sarà pronto lo studio 2024. Comunque garantisco e posso scommettere quello che volete, che noi arriveremo in anticipo rispetto a quelli che sono i dati posti dalla Comunità Europea fissati al 2035. Qui devo aprire una piccola critica alla Comunità Europea e al Parlamento Europeo. Si sta facendo una battaglia all'ultimo sangue all'endotermico. L'endotermico non è il nemico della sostenibilità, ok? L'elettrico a tutti i costi, se non parte da un concetto dove il well to tank non è positivo, traduco, se noi vogliamo a tutti i costi un veicolo elettrico, ma produciamo energia continua con la quale alimentare le batterie del veicolo elettrico col carbone o con energia fossile, noi non siamo a bassa emissione, ma creiamo altissime emissioni nel tentativo di creare un'energia che ha emissioni zero. Quindi non siamo virtuosi come potrebbe essere un motore endotermico come quello che ho studiato io. Non ho studiato io, non l'ho creato io non sono un ingegnere. Io ho studiato e ho fatto in modo di dotarmi di queste strutture. Quindi il futuro per i prossimi 5-10 anni è un endotermico pulito, non è l'elettrico, per tante ragioni sulle quali non mi voglio dilungare. Ne ho detta una, l'altra può essere la rete infrastrutturale, lo smaltimento delle batterie, eccetera, eccetera, eccetera. Quindi lo scenario dei prossimi 10-15 anni è un endotermico pulito. Vorrei esprimere un concetto molto importante. Vi sono due carburanti che sono l'asse portante di questo concetto. Sono il 𝐕𝐢𝐬𝐢𝐴, al quale ho fatto menzione poc'anzi, e l'HVO, che è un surrogato del diesel, per capirci, ma prodotto da scarti della produzione agricola, della produzione avicola animale, che inquina tra il 70 e l'85% in meno. Che dire, noi di CEST Holding ci impegniamo ad emettere, ad realizzare entro i prossimi 24-36 mesi emissioni negative nel well to wheel per tutto il nostro parco circolante. Permettetemi di fare una digressione dal punto di vista artistico. L'arte è sempre stata una capacissima lettrice della realtà. Ha sostituito la fotografia quando il daguerrotipo ancora non esisteva, e quindi realizzava attraverso gli artisti del 500, del 600, del 700 dei ritratti che erano perfetti, erano come una fotografia. Con la nascita della fotografia è risultato inutile essere perfetti ed è nato l'impressionismo. Quindi la pittura ha fatto di sé una poesia. E poi che dire? L'informale, vogliamo parlare dell'action painting, di Jackson Pollock, della pop art, dei grandi maestri della pop art, che hanno sempre o anticipato o interpretato perfettamente quello che la società stava facendo. Credo ancora una volta che l'arte contemporanea riuscirà a farsi portatrice di un messaggio positivo in termini di sostenibilità, e sarà in grado di spiegare a tutti coloro i quali riceveranno questo messaggio che cosa significa essere sostenibili, che cosa significa interpretare un mondo diverso, un mondo vivibile, un mondo che lasceremo ai nostri figli fatto di pulizia, di igiene, di sostenibilità, di acqua pulita che si possa bere, di fiumi nei quali ci si possa bagnare, e di tutto quello che di bello abbiamo vissuto noi boomer, ok? Questo è quello che io spero e che auspico che questa bellissima iniziativa diretta dal professor Cavallucci possa avere il risultato che merita. Io sono molto fiducioso e sono onorato di poter dare un contributo a questa grandissima manifestazione. Grazie a tutti.
Grazie, ringraziamo ancora Fabio Fabbri per questo contributo e soprattutto per aver sentito così tanto il nostro progetto, averlo fatto suo e averlo sostenuto, insomma, come meglio poteva. Dunque parliamo di concretezza e il primo panel sicuramente ci porterà più possibile delle risposte concrete, dei casi studio interessanti sul tema della circolarità. Questo è il titolo del panel che si svolgerà ora, condotto e quindi moderato, ma anche messo assieme da Nicola Bianchi, che oggi è qui con noi a Santa Sofia, che è un profilo eccezionale in questa nostra compagine di varie diciamo, discipline che moderano i tavoli. Infatti Nicola viene da un profilo che è meno attinente all'ambito artistico, ma molto più attinente invece a quello dell'innovazione e del rapporto con le aziende. Quindi ci è sembrato molto interessante, come dicevamo anche ieri, diversificare le figure e i punti di vista dei moderatori in modo da poter prendere un ancora più ampio spettro, insomma, di ragionamenti. Dunque Nicola è oggi vice direttore di 𝐕𝐢𝐻𝐶ommercio, quindi nel Dipartimento degli ecosistemi digitali e innovativi. È stato anche consulente del MIUR per la ricerca e l'innovazione. Io lascio la parola a Nicola, ringrazio anch'io personalmente e a nome anche di Institution tutti gli speaker che sono i nostri ospiti che sono al tavolo, è davvero un panel d'eccezione e quindi siamo davvero grati a tutti e non vediamo l'ora di sentire la discussione.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Lucilla, for the nice introduction, and thanks for the invitation. I'm very excited because with the amazing speaker we have here today, we have the chance to explore something that is both urgent and inspiring at global level. The title of the roundtable is Ecosystemic Circularity, the Challenge for Cultural Organizations, and we will explore what circularity means and the role of ecosystem can play in cultural organization today. Let me briefly introduce our speakers. We have 𝐒𝐴𝐸𝐿 Giovannini, economist, former Italian minister, co-founder and scientific director of the Italian Alliance for Sustainable Development. We have Michele Lanzinger, which is president of the Italian International Council of Museums in Italy. We have �katarzyna Wojtak, which is a visual artist and activist from Poland. Kim Craxon, conservator and sustainability specialist, advisor at the gallery Climate Coalition and 𝐒𝐞𝐻𝐿. Massimiliano Villa, who is replacing 𝐷avide_Crippa, unable to be here today, is a PhD and at University of Venice and an expert in eco-design. Paola Dubini, professor of management at Bocconi University and also vice president of the Museum of Science in Milan. Nicola Ludolova, curator and expert in inclusion and social practice from Czech Republic, and Claudia Collina, art historian and cultural heritage specialist of the Department of the Emilia-Romagna region. Before we start with the amazing panel, let me briefly define the perimeter of our discussion in this roundtable. Because we are talking to a general audience, maybe not all of you are familiar with the words circularity and ecosystem together in this context of cultural organization. They sound like biology terms, but they are increasingly central to how organizations generate value, remain competitive, and create social impact. Think about it in this way. In a linear economy, we extract materials, make products, use them for a period, and throw them away, generating waste. In a circular economy, by contrast, resources are optimized from the very start through a smarter design, alternative business models, such as reuse and recycling, so that the resources are kept in the loop and the waste is minimized. The idea is simple: create the most possible value out of the resources we have. And then comes the second word of the title, ecosystem. What do we mean by that? Think of nature. If you plant a seed in a forest, it will likely have a better chance to grow and bear the fruit than in a desert. The same is true for organization. The idea is that an organization operating inside an ecosystem generates more value, which means collaborating with local community, public administration, universities, NGOs, research centers, and even companies from different industries. In this way, value is not created just by how we use resources, but also about who we connect with. So together with our speakers, we will try to better understand this concept, what is already working in cultural organization today, identify the challenge, and imagine how we should proceed. So let's start with Professor Giovannini. Professor Enrico, what does circularity mean in the cultural sector today? What are the main challenges and trends you see at an international level?
Thank you very much. Thank you for this invitation and congratulations for the organization of this great event. Circularity is not a concept that is normally learned during our education processes. Is a relatively new concept for human beings, but very key concept for planetary systems. And the distance between the current model of economic paradigm, needs, extract, produce, waste. The distance from a circular economy that we need to stay within the planetary boundaries, respecting ecosystems and biodiversity to satisfy human needs, the distance is huge, and is continuously demonstrated by the fact that people use these arguments, use these words, but misses the fundamental point that human beings are part of nature. It's not something, we are not something different. This is a cultural revolution. It's not what normally young people listen from their teachers and professors. It's not what normally they listen from the media and opinion leaders and entrepreneurs and even some religious representatives. In the Catholic world, for centuries, for millennia, we were under the impression that we have the power to do whatever we wanted with nature. Fortunately, the most recent encyclicas from the popes, and especially Laudato Si encyclica, clearly change this approach. But this is just a reference to the fact that moving from a linear economy to a circular economy is a huge transformation of our current thinking. And by the way, it is exactly the argument that is part of the fight going on between some economic powers, political powers, and the United Nations. Because after the subscription of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the world has tried with horrible, I would say, slowness to implement a different model. But now we know that this vision is under attack. And so it's not, cannot be taken for granted that the vision embedded in the 2030 Agenda is going to be followed by all countries. The second point I would like to make, and I would like to thank Paola Dubini, who led one of the working groups that the Italian Alliance established to implement the 2030 Agenda in Italy, is that during the discussion of the 2030 Agenda, there was a quite heated discussion on the need to include an 18th goal devoted to culture. The conclusion was not to do that. I am not entering into this debate, but we felt necessary to establish in our alliance, which brings together more than 300 organizations of the civil society in Italy, business associations, trade unions, third sector representatives, to establish another working group led by Paola, exactly on how culture could be a fundamental tool to change our world, and how the 2030 Agenda could drive the activities of the cultural institutions. And I'm sure that she will briefly talk about this. But let me now turn to what's going on at international level. It's clear, and I'm sure that the interventions today will make it extremely concrete, that museums and other cultural institutions are trying to reduce as much as they can their footprint on environmental systems. This implies not only using natural, I would say, as natural as possible instruments when the exhibitions, for example, are established, or reduce as much as possible the consumption of water, the emissions, and so on and so forth. But also trying to rethink the concept of what to show, but especially according to the UNESCO definition of museum, see the museum as a place at service, in a sense, of the 2030 agenda and sustainability, including circularity, in order to make a museum a place, a square, where it's possible to experiment the concepts of circularity and sustainability, but also to engage schools and local communities and national communities to discuss about these issues. Let me say that this is a great tendency, a great trend, and maybe it would be possible through ICOM at the international level to exchange the best practices on how to do that and make them really a common practice around the world. This is why meetings like this are so important. Let me conclude with the most recent initiative that we launched as Italian Alliance for Sustainable Development, ASVIS, which is called Ecosistema Futuro, Ecosystem Future. In this concept, and I think that Michele Lanziger will say something about this because he's leading this part of the project, we want to bring futures at the center of cultural, political, economic debate in our country, implementing what the Pact of the Future that was agreed at UN in September 2024 foresees. How to use our different tools, future literacy in schools and universities, the creation of national assemblies for future, and introducing in the legislation different tools to make the anticipatory governance able to avoid mistakes, address future risks, and also benefit from opportunities. In this context, we have just moved the first steps towards the establishment of the network of museum for futures, plural, in waiting for the possibility of building a physical museum of future, like in Dubai, in Rio de Janeiro, in Berlin. I think that this linkage between sustainability and future is absolutely crucial, because according to several polls, most of our populations, especially in developed countries, have a very negative view of the future. And I understand them, because if we look at what's going on around the world, optimism is not really the most popular feeling this time. So I stop here just saying that this initiative that we are undertaking within Ecosystem Future could be of interest of other people, of other countries, and I hope that that linking futures, sustainability, culture, will help us to change the world. Recently, SOIF has published a report on the implementation of the first year of the Pact of the Future. And you can see, reading this report, how far we are from implementing what the leaders have agreed. But this is vital for us. This is vital for our societies and therefore economies, in order to build an equitable and sustainable world, to link these different elements and take, not only take note, but learning from great experiences that are being implemented around the world. And we hope that our ecosystem future example could be followed by other institutions around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Giovannini. Thank you very much. Now let's talk about with Michele Lanzinger, President of ICOM in Italy. So what this huge transformation of circularity means for this new concept of museum institution, which Enrico just talked about. Michele. We don't hear your audio.
It's okay now? Now it's better, I think.
Yes.
Do you hear me? Okay. Thank you to have invited me, and thank you, Enrico, for this clear presentation and the reference to the project that we are going on to develop together. I would like to answer the question of the relationship between circularity and sustainability, in this case by presenting the recent Museum of the Futures project that ICOM Italia, together with 𝐕𝐢𝐬𝐢𝐴𝐶, Alliance for Sustainable Development, are launching really these recent weeks. The project is the Museum of the Futures as part of the larger project of 𝐕𝐢𝐬𝐢𝐴𝐶's future ecosystem future. What about the project? The concept, the base, the reason why museums are dealing with, we will listen to Paola Dubini that with her specific work on sustainability and culture will help us to understand better than what I can do. But in increasing complex, accelerated, and certain society, communities need tools to anticipate changes, imagine alternatives, develop ideas of preferable futures, and act consciously on the present. Future literacy is the ability to imagine, understand, and use different future scenarios to make more informed decisions in the present. And this expertise allows us to deal with uncertainty in a creative way, overcoming rigid visions of tomorrow and developing ways of thinking about change. This is just a presentation about what we mean when we are speaking about future literacy, future studies. The future literacy is the basis of 𝐕𝐢𝐴𝐶's future ecosystem future, a project that aims to help create a real ecosystem that puts the future, or rather, as I said in Enrico, the futures, and long-term thinking at the center of the cultural, political, economic, and social reflection in Italy. The ecosystem future that was launched into 2025 at the instigation of the Italian Alliance for Sustainable Development. And Enrico already spoke on the project, on this important association. is important as such. But I would like to underline that ICOM's definition of museum, on the other hand, supports among its principles sustainability, which necessarily addresses the things and function about the future, and the criterion of participation, which calls for collective action. Both finalities are well represented in the 17 goals. Therefore, thinking of the future as an exercise of participation that looks at new and emerging trends and analyzing the signs of change that surround us is therefore a task fully consistent with the mission of the contemporary museums. We are going on to develop this project, promoting a network of museums interested in adopting introducing future reasoning as part of their cultural mission and programs. The tools will be meetings, temporary exhibition, participatory and co-creation workshop. If you like, we can develop it more later, but the museum participating in this Museum of the Future network will develop places and situations where citizens are invited in context of knowledge, discussion, comparison, to learn, discuss, and confront each other. We think that will be really a new laboratories where the society, the economy, the environment, the institution of tomorrow are reasoned and created in places like museums that are well placed to become really agora, where our society can discuss about our foresight of future.
So thanks, Michele, for your intervention. Let's move to Professor Dubini. Paola, an important point is how to measure the impact of these circular initiatives. So how can that value be measured? Is there a unit of measurement for this? We are working on the audio.
Here he goes. Sorry. Before I answer you, I would like to stress one point that both Enrico and Michele just said. This idea of linking the terms sustainability, culture, and future today is quite obvious, because we all know very well that cultural institutions are there preserving the past with the idea of doing it for the future generation. So that there is both an intentionality and a trajectory that are very helpful and very consistent with what we are talking about. And this has been forever, since always, no? However, so this has always been clear to museums and cultural institutions, not necessarily to their stakeholders. And so I think that the experience working with ASVIS on the one hand and working with ICOM on the other has been very important and very instrumental to start creating visibility around this idea that the role of cultural institutions, and namely museums, in a different way to look at the world was crucial. Then getting to your point, so, okay, there is this idea that sustainability, culture, and future go hand in hand. Very well. Next step. Next step is to make sure to add this ecosystem term in the picture. In order to be ecosystemic, this view needs to be shared among stakeholders. Stakeholders that are very necessary for cultural organizations, as much as cultural organizations are necessary for societies. So in doing this, this idea of measuring impact and not just performance is another little jigsaw piece of a jigsaw puzzle that is very important to focus. Because when we measure performance, we put input and output together and we look at a balance. However, we do not take into consideration externalities, spillovers. And these spillovers can be positive or negative. And if we have problems of circularity and sustainability, it's because we have really taken the negative spillovers and put them under the carpet for a long time. This is also something that museums know, because very often cultural organizations are very important, not as much for the performance they generate, for the result they generate, but of these spillovers of social and economic nature. So the idea of adding the measurement of impact in the picture, in the discourse, raises the bar, because on the one hand, it forces any organizations, namely museums, to start declaring what they want and expect to be measured upon when looking at the externalities. And so again, there is an important dimension of trajectory and intentionality. But on the other hand, it's very important to create awareness on their stakeholders that in fact cultural organizations do produce these externalities. Honestly, if we were all really convinced that we live in a circular world and we are producing ecosystemic impact, the system would control itself. And so we would not need to pay so much energy and so much time in finding indicators. So this whole exercise of measuring impact is in fact an exercise towards forgetting about it, because if everybody knows that this is important, then we don't need to determine the exact measures, to quantify things that are difficult to quantify. Cultural participations. Right now, for instance, we are measuring how many people, in fact, go to museums, how many people vote, how many people. So it's a quantitative, we are using quantitative indicators, when what really matters is the qualitative side. Yet, focusing on the quantitative dimension and triggering ways to address qualitative difficulties in measuring, we are really contributing to a general awareness and therefore to create the ecosystem.
Thanks, Paola. And move to Massimiliano Villa. What are sustainable business models? You have an experience in the exhibition sector. Can you tell us about some of the main business models that can be sustainable on this?
Sure. Thank you. And hello, everyone. Just like the last speaker, I would like to make a point first before starting to talk about the business models in themselves. And the point is that past the business models existing, what's really important and the challenges connected to those business models are also connected to the ecosystemic dimension of the business model. So the stakeholders that they entail and that they involve. But from the perspective of design and exhibition design, we could say that talking about circularity, we can identify two main directions in which circularity can be applied to design. The first is trying to use materials and products in a way that produce value and transforms waste in value. And the second one, and this means trying to close the loop, so creating end of waste. And then there's the second way of doing that, which is trying to reuse material instead of turning them into waste, so avoiding to turn them into waste at all. So talking about closing the loop, which means to, again, turn waste into raw materials that can be used again in production. An example of a business model is the startup Design Differente, which was born as a independent startup and later became a UAV spin-off, so a spin-off within University of Venice. And this, the business model that this startup is based upon is to take recycled materials and to essentially undergo independent research to produce new materials and experiment on ways to recycle said types of waste. This produces design items and or in some cases neo materials, which can then be placed on the market. And here comes the challenge of this first model. As usually in the field of design, the demand for research comes from the companies themselves, after which they tend to refer to a certain company which does the research for them, a fab lab, a studio. The business model that Design Differente is based upon kind of inverts this procedure where research happens before the need for a demand on the market. It tries to solve a different problem, which is the problem of how to recycle that specific material, and specifically materials which are problematic to recycle. And this means that there isn't initially a demand for that type of material. So the challenge within that startup is to then again drive research with intentionality to try and identify possible areas where the recycling of a certain material and the existence of a certain new material can create a new demand and solve a problem that a company wouldn't initially think that was even there. And in this case, the role of the university is fundamental, as research is born inside university and then goes towards the market. But the market is also, well, the role of companies is also very, very relevant, because after all of the process that is required in order to actually produce a certain type of end of waste, this type of startup isn't able to transform it into a full-on production chain. So it needs the investment from the bigger company for which the research is brought on to actually invest in that experimental process and transform it into a production chain. And talking about the second model, which is centered around reuse instead, I can bring up the example of Non si butta via niente, which is a platform for the sharing and reuse of exhibition design pieces, which essentially provides a way for both fairs and museums for essentially putting their exhibitions, which would go to waste, which is a big problem in the field of exhibition design, in a shared ecosystem where those items can then be reused and they can be used to build new exhibitions. Of course, this model also entails challenges, as the platform, even though the platform was born and built and managed to involve a huge number of museums and fairs, there is a problem on the design side in this case, as the availability of a shared group of exhibition pieces doesn't mean that the market will start designing exhibitions with said pieces. And so in that case, the cultural dimension is fundamental. Also the systemic dimension, but we'll talk about it maybe later. But really, the design side is really the criticality in this second business model, as the company that provides shared exhibitions is there, but the group of designers and institutions that design a certain exhibition with those pieces isn't there, because a sort of change in the way that exhibitions are designed requires to be brought up first. So in both of these models, which come from again shared visions of sustainability, there are some challenges which are not linked to sustainability in themselves. And this, I think, highlights the ecosystemic dimension that sustainability needs to entail.
Thanks, Massimiliano. And let's move to Katarzyna. At the center of this transformation, it is central the concept of common good, like spaces. And we heard also from Paola Dubini about social spillover that came out from these initiatives. Following your experience, what does circularity means in practice?
Hi, everyone. My name is Katarzyna Wojtczak. I'm artist and activist. And I would like to speak from a little bit different angle about the circularity, as previous speakers mentioned. For me, it's not really speaking from the term itself, like the formal definition, but more from how cycles and loops and ecosystems appear around. And practices that can return and repeat. So first of all, for me, thinking of circularity in any sense is connection between past, present, and the future that unfolded into the now. Thinking of that and the past, I'm thinking about caring for what has been discarded. Discarded, which has been left aside. So in that sense, if we think about the cities and urban spaces, if we think about building itself, it's the idea of turning ruins into homes, let's say it. But thinking about that is as well for who it is, this idea of circularity, who is it for, and who is left out of the ideas. What labor make it possible, and whose labor make it possible. So thinking about the dispossessions, thinking about the repair, which is the part of the thinking in loops itself. It's as well thinking about the violent cycles of erasures, denial, and the violent repetitions, especially in times of genocides. So I would say as well that circularity, it can be understood as well as a responsibility and political responsibility. And it can be understood as well as complicity if we don't question the same architectures of power and hierarchies that are right now. So I think for me, that's the main thing about thinking about the circularity and any possibilities for the futures. So if we're thinking about the turning homes into ruins, then we have to acknowledge that this home will become a ruin as well, again. Or we can think about the ruin as a value in itself. So not thinking about the going further from there. What I wanted to say, so in that sense, it's for me as well, the circularity, we have to think about the collective practice. So caring about those places, the places of discarded places, and creating a new places of care, of mourning, of rituals, of storytelling, sheltering, of being together. And this is in the understanding of loops that we are coming back to those needs. Those are the idea of community is the most needed thing, I would say, right now. And this is, I think, the thing which we should focus the most. Thinking about any future and any circularity in itself. So to do it, the base for it is to break from the idea of the progress in itself and understand progress as a violent cycle. I am an initiator and co-founder of a art social space in Poland, which calls 𝘓𝐸𝐻𝐸, and we are a space of so-called collective care. And the idea was to take over the ruin in the city center and to create a space for people, for artists, but as well communities like LGBT community or Belarusian or Ukrainian diasporas, which are in Poland since 2020 and 2022, more visible. So taking a ruin in itself, and working with the ruin as a value, it's as well the idea of breaking with the idea of the progress. So instead of having an empty, abandoned building, finding investors for that and creating profit, we are stopping in the moment of the ruin itself and the abandoned place and asking what the actually profit means. So I would like to more acknowledge the idea of the rupture with this idea of hierarchies, capital of hierarchies and extractions, and to realize that we need, as communities, we need places and spaces, and we need to build our own dwellings in some sense, as Sarah Ahmad said. And for that, we need spaces. But the city has a lot of spaces, at least here in Europe, and many of them are empty and abandoned. And in that thinking, can we go beyond the understanding of the capital in the cities and see the common spaces, urban spaces, are open source as the commons? And I think this is the main idea I'm focusing on in my practice, as well as an activist. And at the end, it's the places that when we as a community can gather in some place, which is a safe place, we can strengthen our bonds, we can talk, we can exchange, we can create a knowledge, we can be together. And I don't know, for me, it's the most important thing in the thinking of circularities itself, especially in times like now and the possibilities of future. Thank you.
Thank you, Katarzyna. Thank you very much. So let's move to Nicola. We just talked about Katarzyna, about the importance of common spaces and community. You are an expert in inclusion and social practice. So as a small independent art institution, how do you apply this circular economy principle? And is that more difficult for a small organization like yours? We don't hear you.
I'm sorry. Hello, thank you for the invitation. I'm very glad to join this discussion and to share some reflections on our ongoing efforts to implement inclusion and sustainability in our programming and public activities. Actually, this agenda has become a pillar of our institutional orientation quite recently, and it was following our participation in an international project entitled Islands of Kinship, which brought together 6 mid and small-scale European art institutions. So basically, we started to think through circularity primarily in terms of how we collaborate, like what collaboration can bring us, in terms of sharing our resources, exchanging knowledge, reaching more audiences through online programs and things like this, but also as already others mentioned, through these ecosystems, through the relationships with communities. And this is what we have dedicated quite a lot of time and efforts. And one example, for example, how we applied this idea of repurposing or reusing the same idea or format to generate more value was the guided tour, which we of course we offer throughout our programming related to the 𝐕𝐢𝐬𝐢𝐴𝐻𝐿 Award. We have a 4-month period of the exhibition, and during this period we offer guided tours with curators, also with laureates of the award, but also with the art mediators which come from the general public, because we established a school of participatory art mediation. And actually, of course, this idea is not new, and we gained some insights and skills how to do it based on our previous collaboration within this network. So there is this continuity of expertise that is building across borders and generates new values in different contexts. And actually, it allows us to engage and mobilize these various segments of public and link them to also other institutions than ours, because parallel with educating participants in this school, we also work on the relationship with the other institutions that could be interested in collaborating with these art mediators in their educational activities. Yeah. Yeah, I am.
So thanks, Nicola. Let's move to Kim. What does it mean, circularity, in your experience at the international level?
Yeah, thank you, first of all, for the invitation to be here. It's a pleasure to be a part of this conversation. I have to say, with my background as a conservator in modern materials and contemporary art, I focus very heavily on materials that we use in the cultural heritage sector, so in museums, for exhibition making, for art transport, in conservation practices. So for me, and Massimiliano also touched upon, so we're kind of in the same sort of mindset about this. Just the classic core definition of circularity would be keeping materials in use indefinitely, right? Whether that means through the share economy, right? Like material sharing platforms, or finding ways to design products for art transport and exhibition making that are durable, modular, that if there are broken components or faulty components can be easily replaced. This is how I view it. There are, of course, obstacles to all of this that have also been touched upon already. But one of my main sort of interests, the research that I do, is also minimizing the use of single-use plastics that we use in cultural heritage. And these are all of these foams and Tyveks and plastic wraps that we use in art, that are used for one art transport and thrown away. Exhibition making also, we see a lot of these waste materials to protect surfaces. There's just an immense amount of this plastic waste. And I want to call attention to, first of all, and this was touched upon by Paola, like the dangers in chasing numbers, right? In all of this, insofar as like, if we improve our recycling infrastructure for plastics, perhaps like this would solve our plastic problem. But then there's also this spillover, right? These ramifications socially and like human level ramifications of the processes involved in manufacturing these materials and the extractive processes for the raw materials and fossil fuels in the production of plastics. So it's really important to maintain this like a holistic sort of approach to it. It's not just about like reducing numbers, reducing carbon emissions, reducing, these are all very important, but there's very much this larger picture that we need to also keep in mind. And it's also just not about the natural environment, right? It's about the humans involved at every stage of the life cycle of production of materials that I don't really feel like are explored or acknowledged in a lot of discussions. So essentially the rethinking of materials and products that we use in the cultural heritage sector, some things that I'm championing and like a proponent of are reusable crates, right? There's a few companies that have these wonderful reusable crates that have a lifespan of minimum 20 years. If something breaks, they can be replaced. These parts can be replaced. They're lighter weight. Sorry, is there? No, okay, sorry. I thought someone wanted to make a comment. They're lighter weight than your traditional transport crates, which yields in a lower carbon footprint, which again is not the sole focus, but of course we are aiming to do this as a sector in general. So I feel like the use of these reusable products within the museum ecosystem is very important. The other thing I wanted to touch upon is the share economy, which I feel like I've been tracing this and involved in this for the last 5 years or so, and the difficulty in the share economy is the financial models. And there was some talk about business models and financial models earlier as well. And it's, these questions of like, okay, in theory, these share economies make sense. There's a lot of unused exhibition furniture, a lot of unused lighting. Museums, it would be amazing if within a local regional museum ecosystem, if there was one central storage that everyone sort of pooled from, or a way to facilitate the sharing among the museums. But the question is like, who's paying for this, right? Like who's paying for the storage, who's paying for the time that people are putting into keeping track of the inventory? I mean, can these things be streamlined with digital innovations? Probably, but these are the sort of issues that we run into when we talk about the share economy within the museum ecosystems. Is museums, especially in large cities where real estate is at a minimum, it's difficult to have storage. Museums can't hold on to things for long periods of time. So it's just these logistical issues of having also a built-in, maybe like, who's delivering the materials, who, like there has to be systems in place. It would have to be centralized. And what I'm seeing is, and it's wonderful, so many people are latching onto the concept of a share economy, but it's fragmented. There's so many different ones, and they all need to be, it just needs to be centralized. It needs to be centralized. It needs to be user-friendly. It needs to not cost the museum money, of course it could be a business model where it does, but I think this is what's really kind of holding us back from entering into a share economy in that sense. And something else I wanted to mention about guidelines, and this is like, I feel like also just in the last 6 years, there's so many guidelines produced. We are swimming in guidelines. I don't think we need more guidelines. I think the issue is implementing and behavioral change. And those are the problems that we're dealing with. I mean, guidelines are fine, but we have enough. We really need to figure out a way to, again, like discussing these roadblocks, ways to actually implement these behavioral changes and the business model changes. This is a huge aspect of it as well. So I think that kind of sums up my general feelings about circularity, and also in response to all of these wonderful talks earlier. So thank you.
Thanks, Kim. Thanks a lot. So let's move to Claudia. With your local perspective and institutional profile, what do you think are the main challenges for circularity today?
Grazie Nicola. La mia prospettiva è quella di un land, cioè della regione Emilia-Romagna. Io sono responsabile dell'ufficio valorizzazione del patrimonio culturale Catalogo Pater e sono coordinatrice di ICOM Emilia-Romagna, e saluto qui il mio presidente. Nonché un saluto speciale e un ringraziamento a Fabio Cavallucci e un saluto specialissimo a veramente quella che è stata una mia grande giovanissima maestra, che è stata Paola Rubini a Milano. La valorizzazione integrata, di cui io mi occupo precisamente, del patrimonio culturale è un potente strumento di circolarità per le organizzazioni culturali odierne. Essa si fonda su un approccio strategico e multidisciplinare volto a promuovere, tutelare e rendere fruibile il patrimonio culturale in modo coerente, sostenibile e partecipato, integrando diverse dimensioni, quella culturale, economica, sociale, ambientale e turistica. La valorizzazione integrata delle strutture e infrastrutture culturali si riferisce all'insieme di attività volte a migliorare la fruizione e la conservazione del patrimonio, amalgamando diversi aspetti come la ricerca, la digitalizzazione, la sostenibilità e il coinvolgimento delle comunità. Questo approccio mira a, forse c'è un'interruzione, non so. Questo approccio mira a rendere il patrimonio culturale una risorsa viva, capace di generare valore sociale e conoscenza, implicando che queste azioni non siano scollegate o settoriali, ma coordinate in modo sinergico, spesso a livello territoriale o regionale, con il coinvolgimento di più attori, enti pubblici, privati, quelli del terzo settore, fondazioni e cittadini. Il settore patrimonio culturale, guidato da Cristina Ambrosini, si muove prioritariamente in questo senso, progettando e coprogettando con tutti gli stakeholder, creando reti e servizi per musei, biblioteche e archivi, che si intersecano in infrastrutture culturali anche digitali, complesse e trasformanti, come il catalogo del patrimonio culturale Pater. Il nostro catalogo Pater rappresenta una centrale di diffusione e interpretazione culturale delle informazioni in esso contenute. Esso è lo strumento di conoscenza di ampia diffusione del sapere che si sta sempre più arricchendo anche con la partecipazione allargata, ossia la catalogazione partecipata. Il catalogo consente quindi di relazionare e fruire la complessità del mondo delle strutture culturali e dei beni che a essa afferiscono. Esistono infatti connessioni semantiche con contenitori fisici, con contenitori giuridici, con persone o enti, con entità culturali materiali o immateriali, che offrono sguardi trasversali, rinnovati, sul patrimonio in contesti più integrati, venendo a creare un ecosistema digitale vivente teorizzato da Antonio Lampis per la prima volta relativamente ai musei nel 2020. E il settore patrimonio culturale da tempo lavora intensamente sui temi dell'accessibilità, dell'inclusione, della sostenibilità e del welfare relative ai musei, con Silvia Ferrari, responsabile dell'ufficio del sistema museale regionale. Il settore patrimonio culturale ha fatto una convenzione nel 2023 con ICOM Italia e ICOM Emilia Romagna, da me rappresentata, che ha sviluppato momenti di riflessione cruciali dedicati alla sostenibilità ambientale e alla salvaguardia delle strutture culturali e dei loro beni. Penso al convegno Quanto sei pronto all'emergenza, salvaguardia e sostenibilità del patrimonio culturale, dedicato ai disastrosi eventi alluvionali per sensibilizzare una riflessione sulla prevenzione e gestione dell'emergenza climatica da parte di musei, biblioteche e archivi. Ma penso anche a progetti come REORG e 𝐻𝐸𝐴𝐻 che è il piano di sicurezza ed emergenza, sempre in collaborazione con ICOM, coordinati dalla responsabile dell'ufficio restauro Laura Biagi, e di cui il settore patrimonio culturale si è fatto unitamente a ICOM promotore e catalizzatore per accompagnare i musei in questi progetti pilota strettamente intersecati alle piattaforme del catalogo Pater e Samira. Inoltre, il mio presidente mi perdonerà, però il progetto di ricerca che abbiamo fatto insieme, portato avanti insieme, innovazione organizzativa nei musei dell'Emilia Romagna, è stata un'indagine a distanza di 2 anni dal conio della nuova definizione di museo di ICOM per capire la percezione dei musei a questa nuova definizione di musei e di come essa si rifletta o meno all'interno dell'istituto e della sua mission. Il questionario è stato testato su 7 realtà museali dell'Emilia Romagna e tra gli indicatori di valutazione delle risposte sono stati usati quelli dell'UNESCO, i Thematic Indicators of Culture, strettamente legati agli obiettivi di sviluppo sostenibile dell'Agenda 2030. Inoltre c'è un progetto che sarà lanciato il 2 di ottobre, che è un progetto molto interessante, che si chiama Energia fatta d'arte, che è proprio promosso dalla direzione di cui faccio parte, quindi economia della cultura, conoscenza, lavoro, imprese, dall'area comunicazione dello stesso settore patrimonio culturale in collaborazione con Enea, Arter e la rete regionale del cluster degli innovatori responsabili. Le imprese donano oggetti in uso comune o tecnologia industriale che la rappresentino e i creativi, artisti e designer, c'è una classe per artisti e una classe per designer residenti in regione under 40, selezionati tramite una call pubblica appunto che partirà il 2 ottobre, trasformano questi oggetti in oggetti educanti oppure in opere d'arte, mettendo in discussione l'abitudine di percepire la tecnologia solo come pura funzione, ma cercando l'anima nascosta dell'energia proprio come se dovessero rivelare la sua anima nascosta, ma non posso anticipare troppo perché potrete trovare tutto poi sul comunicato dal 2 ottobre in poi, ed è un progetto veramente innovativo. Quindi per noi lavorare con i nostri stakeholder, con la comunità è estremamente importante, lo facciamo tutti i giorni e penso che questa integrazione sia la vera circolarità. Grazie.
Thanks, Claudia. Thanks a lot. So let's go back to Professor Giovannini. We already talked a lot about the importance of ecosystem. You said that you recently launched the initiative Ecosystem of the Future. Could you try to explain better what role this ecosystem should play and how, following your experience, we can address the challenge to develop this kind of ecosystem, especially at international level, considering this, we can say, good practice in Italy?
Thank you. Yes, as I mentioned before, the Pact of the Future is supposed to be implemented by all countries in the world, which means that in theory, all countries should develop these anticipatory governance, provide people with more information about future challenges, implement the future literacy, and so on and so forth. Of course, this is not trivial, and we know that different countries and different parts of the world have different priorities. As I mentioned, the first report issued by SOIF provides an overview of what's going on. But just to give you an example, the UN Secretary General has not yet nominated the so-called Special Envoy on Future Generations, which is one of the actions that are supposed to be done to implement the Pact of the Future. In Italy, we are very happy with some of the initiatives that we recently launched. For example, this next week, we hope that the Parliament will approve a piece of legislation that ASVIS had proposed over the last few years, which would imply for the government the obligation of making an ex-ante assessment of economic, social, environmental impact of any new pieces of legislation, following what's going on, in a sense, with the youth check or in Wales with the Commission on Future Generations. It's the entire society that has to put or help to put the future and futures at the center of the discussions that are going on, while we know that media and others, also politicians, focus more and more on daily issues that really do not change the long-term perspectives. The ecosystem that we are building with this project is based on several institutional champions, if you wish. First of all, we are discussing with the Ministry of Education to implement in our schools the futures literacy that I mentioned before is one of the recommendations made by UNESCO. The second, so we hope the schools and universities where we brought together with the competent ministry over the years, the learning of sustainable development. By the way, in Italy, this is mandatory in elementary schools and high schools. We would like to continue this work with other public institutions, but also with, as I said before, the different museums that work in our country. And we are following a progressive approach, trying to also influence the plans of museums to think more about how they can contribute to this shift in the common culture and vision. Then we are subscribing agreements with the most important universities, polytechnics, but also other universities to run research and develop future scenarios, papers, and also more comprehensive research, as the European Commission is suggesting, the so-called strategic foresight exercises. Third, we are planning to launch a National Assembly for Future with young students. This is why we are working with some key and the most important associations of young people who operate in Italy, trying to build, as I mentioned before, the squares for the future, opportunities to discuss very openly the challenges and the solutions that adults are not able to find. And as I said, the National Assembly for Future is supposed to be run like the other deliberative assemblies born in other countries. I could continue, but I'm just giving you a sense of the quite wide range of institutions with whom we are working. But as I said, the Museum of the Future, the network of the Museums of the Future is absolutely fundamental to promote this shift. And the very good news is that about 40 museums have already answered positively to our first call. And again, Michele is running this network, and we are very anxious to start working with them. I stop here.
Thanks, Enrico.
If you want to know
talk,
more,
again with Michele. So you are managing this network. What are the challenges do you see as the most urgent to address to create an effective ecosystem for this network of museums?
Yes, in a few words, I told you before something about the network, and I will go on this just later. But allow me to have a brief comment on the challenges about circularity in museum, and then I will go back. Innovative companies, including innovative museums, need really new professional profiles capable of managing these complexities. with knowledges that goes far beyond the classical subject given the cultural heritage university formation. In this case, is this absolutely the case of strategic circularity? The life cycle of the project, from the concept, the choice of materials, the sharing and the reusing, the zero waste and zero emission carbon emission. All this requires advanced knowledge. And it's not a question of contracting out. It's a dimension that must become systemic in the museum's work. And Regione Emilia-Romagna, thanks to Claudia that mentioned many of this subject, is working, for example, on this trend. The profile of expert in sustainability and circularity is a typical example of a new and different training need for museum. And it could be produced through MOOCs or training courses or formative credits. For example, those produced under the PNRR by the National Heritage School. We need this. In doing so, the vertical and defined definition of the museum profession, of which ICON was a forerunner at the beginning of the century with its Charter of Museum Professional, should also evolve, moving towards a more articulated and hybrid idea of the concept of museum professionality. And so maybe one result of this meeting, this reasoning this morning, is to try to put together an idea of something that can be used and proposed to the museum for the formation of people, maybe already work in the museum, but with the special knowledge about all this. And it's not easy. But going back to circularity and sustainability in our context, what matters is, telling the truth, the behavior of the people, their values, their choices, and all of this is a matter of culture. I refer very often as an excellent and inspirational and effective ecological motto to the motto of that Alexander Langer, whose the 50th anniversary of his abandonment of this world is commemorated this year. He said, the ecological transition can take place if it is socially desirable. The ecological transition can take place if it is socially desirable. It is precisely this concept of desirability that must guide our effort to build a future-oriented way of thinking, in which among the many possible, probable, and plausible future, we work here and now to orient our society with foresight towards a future that is desirable because it is sustainable and within the planetary limits. They respect the 5 UN's agenda words proposal: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. Yes, this is the ground of this project of the Musei dei Futuri, Museum of Futures. I think our organization work on that, on the better future, for the co-creation of an idea of a socially desirable features, but starting from now, from today. Museum has to become inspirational places for everybody. The heritage as part of ourselves, part of our community, but has been developed in the perspective of foresight of a sustainable future, common future. So our project thinks museums to become activists for a better future. Futures activists, if you like, inventing a new word. And this is the project. We decided to start only with 40 museums in order to start with a community that try to develop these first moves on this approach, of course, in order to enlarge this approach and the way to consider our mission of museums. It seems that they are very interested. We think museum linked too much only to our past. And I discovered in these few months to try to put together with Enrico and other colleagues, this network, that the museum professionals, our museums, are thinking more and more that museums are not only machines of the past, but beautiful machines for our better future. And if you like to have more information or to participate or something, or to help us to do it better, please write to us. You can find information on the site of ASVIS, on the site of ICON. And we will start with Enrico with our first webinar, preparing and giving the general idea of the project exactly this 2nd of October in the afternoon.
Thanks, Michele. Thanks also for this invitation. Let's move to Paola, and let me ask you, from your perspective, what are the challenges in creating an ecosystem that really works? We don't hear you, Paola, sorry.
Michele just said something important, no? Citing. In order for a change to take place, it has to be socially desirable. Allora, this idea of sustainability and circularity is somewhat becoming socially desirable. I think that a lot of work has been done in this direction. Why don't we see progress as big as we hope, given the effort that has been put? Why do we see still so many stakeholders that are so timid, so shy about it when they are not deliberately against? I think that the biggest problem, both of circularity and of making an ecosystemic approach workable, has to do with the cost of the system. So the point is that the next step is to acknowledge that there are costs associated with managing the ecosystem. Because you need many stakeholders to be aligned, and then this cost is low. But as long as you have differences among people in how people, organizations, institutions, roles, whatever, in looking at this, the cost of maintaining, creating, nurturing, and growing the ecosystems are there. And we need to acknowledge that they are there, and we must set aside a little bit of resources to cover these costs. This, to me, is a tricky thing. So these costs have to do with sometimes empowerment. These costs have to do with control. These costs have to deal with accountability and transparency. I really am currently working a lot with cultural organizations in their effort to produce sustainability reports as an advocacy and a fundraising and a communication tool, and as a way to actually build these ecosystems. Producing such reports requires time and costs. And so unless the people who are supposed to read them are eager then to do something about it, it's a cost that is completely sustained by the cultural organizations. And the problem you have is that cultural organizations may feel that this is yet another administrative report that you have to produce, which it shouldn't, it's not. It should precisely be a tool to be future-driven and strategy-oriented. So this cost that is learning cost, coordination cost, communication cost, time, energy, is difficult to be rewarded. There is very little people. And so it's a process cost. It's a cost that hopefully reduces over time, but it is there. And I think that, to me, this is a big challenge.
Thanks, Paola. Let's move to Katarzyna. You talk about the community. What role do you think community play within this ecosystem that we are talking about, and how the community can make the difference?
Thank you for giving me a space to speak about that. Yeah, I think the community is it's an answer, you know, like natural ecosystems are exactly showing us that how we can regenerate and survive. It's only done in a collective way. We cannot sustain the idea of individualism for the sake of the future. So that's why I keep referring to the community as the most important core of all the conversation right now, I would say. And I would say to create a community, it's something which in the process of all of the violent imperial colonial processes was being taken away from us in the longer processes. So like now we don't often have the communities around us. We have families, we have friends, we have co-workers, colleagues, but the idea of community doesn't exist. At least in the cities, European cities. That's my observation. I think this is where we are losing the most as human beings. So I would say to sustain, to have ecosystem, we need to, I would call it very easily, we have to remain humans. So be back to the very basic ideas of what being humans means. And to acknowledge that, to be able to remain human is to actually see reality around us. So what are the communities around us? What are the groups we are living among? So what are the cities right now where the institutions, museums are, to which communities they want to refer, how they want to invite people. I think this is the main questions I would ask here, and as well, in order not to think about that, is not to think about the results. I would say, because if we think what the result is, what we decide who will come, then we are already positioning ourselves as the ones who knows. And I think it's very important as well to remember that we don't know. And the institutions, cultural institutions, museums, art spaces are not places which are friendly, which are safe, because the institution itself decide it is. But when it's recognized by the community that it's a place which is a future place, which is a safe place, which is a place that community people, different groups of people want to come. So I would say this is very important, our positionality in that, and to be aware and to stay with the awareness that we are not coming from the position of knowing, but we can learn a lot from others around us, around our institutions, the ones who are not being invited or for whom the institutions were not being built. So to think about the ecosystems not as a institution in the center, but perhaps what is on the periphery of these ecosystems, if they're periphery, and how we can invite people from peripheries to the conversation. And I think in that moment, we can actually know what the future needs, because when we are planning it from the position we are now, in some way, we just reproduce and repeat the knowledge we have, but we are not giving open doors for new knowledges, which we are unable to know that we don't know, right? So few thoughts around this is, for me, definitely to stay connected with the streets, with what is happening right now, where our institution is. So to embody the theory, not only to speak from the books of the theories, which are important and I don't know, giving a lot of sense of community itself as well, but to combine the theory with practice, with real practice. So embody theory. This is what I would. This is what I'm trying to practice in my life, and as well to examine the methods and methodology we are using, right? So not only to look on how to do stuff, but how we are doing, what is the methods, and if we can examine that the methods themselves are bringing us back to the same point or violent histories or past, then we are just repeating what has been done till now, and we know that where we went when we arrived as humanity is not the place. I think none of us can recognize this as a safe ecosystem at the end. So I would as well ask to pay attention towards the vocabulary we are using, and how we can discuss certain things with the knowledge we have here and the academic or academia wording. But what happens when we actually want to open conversations? Which language do we use, and why we use this language? Do we use this language in some sense to position ourselves within the broader understanding of academia, and as well to show that we actually are part of the conversations, or we really want to invite others to the conversations because we are aware that we don't know enough. And I would like to end these thoughts with one more idea, that the idea of transactionality, that I think this is very important as well to acknowledge with all the processes of institutions. And I don't know how, but I wish we could see relations not as a transactional exchanges. And I think it can be done through the perspective of the institutions which have more resources than perhaps smaller initiatives, and to think how we can sustain those initiatives which are focusing maybe on creating the smaller ecosystems in their own surrounding, and maybe the responsibility of the actual sustained future within the thinking of culture institutions. It's creating the ecosystems with a smaller ecosystem which are already existing, and inviting those people who are doing a lot of work, let's say in the field, in the ground. So that's my understanding of ecosystems nowadays.
Thank you, Katarzyna. Let's move to Massimiliano. One good practice in Italy of an ecosystem is the Italian cluster of the exhibition sector. Could you share what's your experience, what challenge you face? And just we just heard from Katarzyna, how do you address this challenge of peripheries in some terms and language challenge that Katarzyna just mentioned to have more impact with your actions?
Thank you. So yes, as you were saying, I'm part of a national cluster, which is called the Sustainable Exhibit Cluster, which was born inside the University U of Venice, and has managed to involve a great number of institutions connected to exhibitions within Italy, both in the field of museums, such as ICOM, and also in the field of exhibitions, such as Salone del Mobile. And I would like to thank all the speakers, Kim, Michele, Paola, for mentioning how the systemic nature of sustainability is fundamental at all levels in order for all the practices that already exist to be applicable, which is the intention that the cluster was born within. And in order to, I would like to address some of the things that were said by the speakers to be able to report the challenges and the actions and the challenges that the cluster has been going through. First of all, the theme of behavioral change, which I think Kim was addressing. A behavioral change in the field of design is fundamental in order for all of the good practices that already which already exist to be implemented in the field. All of the modular system, reusable, recycled materials, those are all partially existing and used in some regional cases, but there isn't. What's lacking is a behavioral change in the way that exhibitions are designed. There's a lack from designers and from the figures that are involved in the design of an exhibition, whether it is a museum exhibition or a fair exhibition. And I'm talking not only about designers but also curators and fairs towards the idea of designing a sustainable event. Because one example that I could make is, and the challenge that the cluster had to face is the fact that not only there different figures are involved in the design of an exhibition, such as the ones that I was mentioning before, but different figures which are fundamental for the sustainability of said exhibition are also involved in the production of said event. Those figures are often it's definitely difficult to define them in English. In Italian, we could call them allestitori, so we could call them builders. They're seen as a strictly practical figure, but they're actually a fundamental figure that the building of the exhibition is demanded to, and they're often excluded from the process of building the sustainability of a certain exhibition, and their exclusion means that if the sustainability of said event is not planned from the start, they are not able to implement sustainable solutions on a technical level. So what we're doing as a cluster is we are building courses. We think as a cluster that the role of universities here and education is fundamental. And so as a cluster, we are building courses towards the figure of sustainable exhibition, which cover different fields from there's the curatorial aspect, there's the design aspect, and then there's also the quantitative evaluation aspect that we are building in order to build a future generation of sustainable exhibition designers, which is a fundamental part. But then moving on from the behavioral change, we also have the implementation aspect of such a culture, which is also fundamental when we're looking at the actual implementation of said sustainable practices. And this is the second objective that the cluster was born. The second reason that the cluster was born, to group up the different institutions that make the different stakeholders that make up the field of events in Italy, and to create tables of discussions on how the current process of building an event works, and what isn't working, and what is the current state of implementations of norms, what the current state of norm is in Italy right now. And the first thing that the cluster addressed is being the fact that there is a lack of norms in Italy to regulate this sector. The first thing that the cluster decided to address was the review of the 𝐕𝐢𝐬𝐢𝐻, which 𝐵AM stands for Minimum Ambiental Criteria, which is not yet at the level of a norm, like an ISO norm, but it represents some guidelines towards the building towards the definition of a sustainable exhibition, so towards a sustainable event. And the review of said guidelines brought up several elements which could be enhanced, and some elements which weren't even considered because some of the figures that are involved in that process weren't involved in the writing of those guidelines. So as a cluster, one of the first results that we're going to present is a revised minimum criteria, environmental criteria, which is not the 𝐕𝐢𝐬𝐢𝐻 but the 𝐒𝐴llestimenti, so exhibition minimum environmental criteria. Of course, the challenges in this, I've already touched upon some of the challenges that this process entailed, but I can close my intervention by saying that the different figures, the different stakeholders that are involved in the events and exhibitions field makes the implementation of these norms a very huge challenge, as it is a field that's both very cultural and at the same time extremely practical and technical. So as a cluster, we do believe that one of the greatest challenges is to find a link, a bridge between these two dimensions, to find a link between quantitative aspects and qualitative aspects, as it was said before. And those are some of the objectives that we're going to pursue in the future as a cluster. And I invite everyone who is interested in that in that question to participate in that process by contacting us and trying to participate in that process. Thank you.
Thanks, Massimiliano. We don't have much time left, so I kindly ask the last speakers to answer more briefly. Kim, after everything we have heard, what you can say about the ecosystem approach, and if you have one proposal to put on the table as a priority.
So this is more or less an elevator pitch, no? Well, the one thing I did want to flag in these discussions as well, and the ecosystemic framework, is questioning the scalability of circularity and whether or not it can. I mean, obviously there's a difference between, like, I think scaling circularity and networks. I'm obviously it's all for the breaking down of silos and knowledge sharing, but I feel like in a lot of ways, and this is one of the sort of like sayings in GCC, that our environmental climate crises are global, but the solutions are local, typically, right? And this is what we're seeing in a lot of these cities, like in the wake of these larger sort of organizations kind of focusing inward, and I don't want to get into detail with that. There's been a lot of self-organization in cities. I wasn't aware of the cluster. I'm very much looking forward to reaching out to you and learning more about the work you guys are doing. I know in other cities, the museums are sort of self-organizing and creating their own groups to address these issues. And the question really is like the frameworks, I guess, can be shared, the knowledge can be shared, but like the actual systems need to stay on a local level. And that's also a project, links to a project kind of that I'm working on, which is a reclaimed power plant that has been turned into a contemporary art space. This is outside of Berlin, Germany, on the outskirts. And they converted their generation of electricity from obviously coal that's been defunct since the early 90s. An artist, Pablo Vendel, came in and changed the system to run off of pyrolysis, which is using burning wood at high temperatures with low oxygen. And that binds the carbon that would normally be released into the atmosphere into the charcoal. It's called biochar. So we're thinking about ways of making and innovating products and materials for the museum and cultural arts sector in Berlin with these waste products that are produced on site at this former power plant. So it's not just the biochar, but also like sawdust. But this is not scalable, right? This is like only within a small local circular system. So this is what I've kind of been thinking about this in terms of the ecosystemic, is like what are the boundaries of that? And at what point, like, do we redefine exactly? What point is it no longer circularity and needs a different terminology? So thank you. I'm going to pass it on to someone else.
Thanks, Kim. Nicola, after everything you heard, what's the one proposal you'd put on the table as a priority? Nicola?
Yes. For me, from our limited experience in this practice, my major recommendation is to invest the time in become also reciprocal in those relationships we build with communities and audiences, because as already was said, that the relationships are not merely transactional, and that they are mutually nurturing for both participating sides. And I think this is the major challenge, mostly for bigger institutions, which oftentimes interact with the audiences in a more passive way, and they actually lack even context to underrepresented and marginalized communities. And it is not very common that they would do community outreach and participate even in the community events of those groups. And for us, this is something which was very important when we could rely on continual collaboration and engagement of these groups, even at times when the funding ceased for this particular agenda, because honoring the participation is very important, but we were able to witness that people want to be part of our activities, even when we cannot remunerate their participation in a way we think is fair. Yes, so I would put emphasis on the reciprocity of the collaboration.
Thanks, Nicola. I move to Claudia. In few keywords, what is the priority from your local perspective?
Dunque, le risorse e le strutture culturali sono interconnesse e integrate tra di loro, quindi utilizzabili nel modo migliore possibile. Sempre che ci sia un attento monitoraggio e una periodica valutazione di impatto. Esse possono sviluppare maggiore identità e senso di appartenenza, trasmissione intergenerazionale, cosa che la Regione Emilia-Romagna pone alla base dei criteri di valutazione dei progetti, dei propri bandi, visto che noi siamo soggetti erogatori dei finanziamenti tanto evocati, e tra i criteri appunto pone molta attenzione al bilancio, ai CAM20 che abbiamo inserito all'interno dei nostri bandi, e quindi a dei processi educativi della comunità, anche degli stakeholder appunto, ai fini di appunto volgersi sempre di più a una maggiore sostenibilità, anche facendo rete, e che consente appunto questo fare rete, consente alle comunità di approfondire la conoscenza su questi temi e sviluppare insieme dei progetti culturali sostenibili, riflettendosi tra di loro come neuroni specchio nelle best practices, con scalabilità appunto, perché cerchiamo di educare i nostri stakeholder. Anche noi abbiamo fatto con 𝐼COM Italia, con il settore patrimonio culturale, un convegno molto importante, e la Regione Lombardia, che riguardava l'economia circolare degli allestimenti e la progettazione inclusiva. Pertanto è sempre più evidente come il miglioramento energetico sia una componente della conservazione e della valorizzazione dei beni culturali, che mette in luce percorsi virtuosi ed interdipendenza con i fattori ambientali, a cui i musei non erano ancora abituati a pensare prima delle circostanze emergenziali, e di come il nodo ambiente, patrimonio, comunità sia inscindibile e determinante per raggiungere dei risultati. Per quanto riguarda il futuro, si potrebbe cercare di omogeneizzare le azioni a livello normativo interistituzionale, con un ruolo magari cruciale dell'Europa. Le regioni hanno, regione per regione, bandi diversi, così come accade a livello europeo, quindi la Regione Emilia-Romagna, essendo un ente politico-amministrativo, deve riflettere gli input politici nelle proprie azioni, e quindi un forte impulso dovrebbe provenire primariamente dall'Europa per rendere la normativa più cogente e promuovere azioni comuni attraverso un gruppo di lavoro interistituzionali. interistituzionale. La Regione Emilia-Romagna sta già facendo molto per portare la consapevolezza delle organizzazioni culturali, tutto ciò, e la coscienza della necessità di efficientamento energetico degli immobili che ospitano le strutture culturali e la necessità di frequenti monitoraggio e valutazioni di impatto sono tra le azioni prioritarie. Le strutture culturali sono integrate da una molteplicità di fattori come coesione sociale, sviluppo della comunità, innovazione, creatività, educazione, sviluppo del pubblico, benessere e salute, sostenibilità ambientale, influenze economiche e politiche, comunicazione, interazioni, solo per elencare alcune macro aree. Affinché una struttura culturale sia consapevole, dialoghi veramente con le sue comunità, il suo personale, come diceva Paola Dubini prima, dovrebbe riflettere tale consapevolezza primariamente all'interno della comunità ed essere flessibile in termini di modalità operative e cultura del lavoro ed essere inserito consapevolmente in un processo di cambiamento che comincia dall'incoraggiare le persone a prendere l'iniziativa, a proporre nuove idee ed essere in grado di innovarsi, proprio quanto fa in maniera prioritaria e diffusa soprattutto icon Italia, ma anche in questo forum. Grazie.
Thank you, Claudia. So we have just run out of time. So let me thank you all for your truly insightful contributions. I think it's been a rich and inspiring discussion, but of course the conversation doesn't end here, and the work also are going on with other table today. And since we began with the image of a natural ecosystem, let me close with the same metaphor. May the seeds we have planted together today continue to grow and bear the fruit and new collaboration in the months to come. Thank you all once again, and I wish you all the very best as you continue with the next roundtable. Thank you.
Grazie.
Bye.
Yeah, I thank you as well. Thank you for all the speakers. It was a very interesting panel, very dense of information. So we'll do our best as institution to also report these information into a publication or further project. Of course, we'll keep in touch and hope that this whole forum is the beginning of a broad international collaboration with many different people. So thank you again. Now we'll have 10 minutes of break, and then we'll start with digital technologies table that will take place in the Boxers Art Museum in China. Buongiorno, ben ritrovati per il secondo panel della giornata. Grazie intanto a tutti per essere già connessi e pronti. Abbiamo un panel molto interessante anche in questo tavolo. La particolarità è che tutto il lavoro sul panel digitale è stato coordinato da una collaboratrice del 𝘓𝘶 𝘓𝐸𝐼𝐴 che infatti cioè ripropone una parte di questo tavolo in presenza all'interno del museo, quindi siamo collegati direttamente con la Cina. Dunque la moderatrice che introduco e soprattutto ringrazio per essere riuscita a mettere insieme delle persone così interessanti e estremamente anche appuntite sull'argomento specifico del tavolo, che è quello delle tecnologie digitali, e quindi si parla di sostenibilità, in cui intendiamo il digitale come tecnologia capace di aumentare la sostenibilità delle istituzioni, riducendo altri consumi, per esempio gli spostamenti e tante altre cose, gli allestimenti, e dall'altro lato però valutiamo anche il fatto che il digitale di per sé produca dei consumi. Dunque ringrazio Cristina, che è una professionista dell'ambito artistico, critica d'arte, scrittrice, anche traduttrice, che ha collaborato per molto tempo con varie istituzioni cinesi nell'ambito dell'arte contemporanea, come la Keyring Gallery, come lo 𝐕𝐸𝐬𝐢𝐻 Boxes Art Museum e anche appunto il 𝘓𝘶 Lake Boxes Art Museum. Ora lascio la parola a Cristina e buona discussione a tutti, siamo naturalmente molto pronti e felici di ascoltarvi.
Thank you, Lucia. Thank you, Professor Fabio, for giving us this beautiful chance to share with each other on this very popular theme. And today, I'm very happy to have our speakers around the world, like give a short introduction to Alfredo Camarotti from Media Magis Museum, and 3D artist Nils Gallis. He's a live performance 3D artist from Italy. And Professor Zhao Jie from TAFA, based in Tianjin, China. And 𝐒𝐞𝐲𝐽 from, she was from Guangzhou, but now she's based in China. And Grace 𝘓𝐸𝐢𝐲𝐽𝐻 here. She's from Guangzhou Art Center, the director. And Masayuki Sono from Codes Architecture Office. Thank you very much. And Francesca Villani from 𝐓𝐸𝐸𝐢𝐻𝐻 Foundation. And Mr. Gu Zhenqing, a very famous independent curator here in China, very important in Chinese contemporary history. Thank you, everyone. And I'm gonna give a short introduction of our table. And the abstract of our table is that our topic is about digital technology and cultural sustainability. And what we want to stress is digital technology has become an integral component of cultural ecosystems, functioning not only as a medium for dissemination and creation, but also as an infrastructure that reshapes cultural reproduction and management and experience. This roundtable 6, entitled Digital Technologies, Tools, Language, and Infrastructure for Cultural Sustainability, brings together international curators and artists, researchers, and technology experts to examine how digital technologies enable sustainable operations within cultural institutions, while critically reflecting on their environmental and social costs. The discussion will unfold across multiple dimensions: how digital tools enhance accessibility, efficiency, data-driven curation and transparency, blockchain for art provenance, how immersive technology and dematerialized practice mitigate the ecological footprint of cultural production, and how infrastructure such as open source platforms and low carbon computing balance innovation with responsibility. And I'm very happy we have all the all the experts here. And now I giving the time to Alfredo, who is the curator from Cato Media Museum, and he'll have his time to share his presentation with everyone.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me, and welcome you all. I'm the director of the Media Majlis Museum at Northwestern University in Qatar, and is a peculiar institution. It's a museum which is a university museum, and it is embedded into a university that teaches communication and journalism. So it's a very hybrid institution in that sense, because the museum is very hybrid in the sense that it invites, we basically organize big thematic, dense exhibition on thematic, is always thematic exhibitions, always around a subject that are relevant for society. And we include artists, but also technologists and journalists and social scientists and political thinkers and media producers. So it's very hybrid in nature as well. And it's very hybrid in the way we display the exhibition, because we use a lot of digital flows of information and screens and interactive environment and immersive, but also a lot of physical objects. We intersperse, let's say, objects with digital flows. And to me, when it comes to the idea of the sustainability in museum, I'm very aware that sustainability, I mean, I run a museum, I directed a museum in the UK for 12 years. And in the last 12 years, actually, before I moved to Qatar 2 years ago, so the last decade, it became a very buzzword, let's say. So it became a catch-all term, often sort of used as a branding opportunity as well for the institution. I do think that cultural institution, museums in particular, there is actually a need to restructuring the process in terms of sustainability. So sustainability, obviously, it is ecological responsibility, environmental sustainability, but also social inclusion, for instance, and even economic resilience, if you want. So I think, personally, I think the term sustainability goes beyond the green label and includes the community and the way community live and the way the community interact with the cultural institution. And for instance, I do think in the way I direct the museum in Doha, it's very much about sustainability is stranded in various sort of direction, let's say. We use a lot of digital technology, which also includes an increased accessibility, accessibility for remote audiences, for multilingual as well audiences, and that are more adaptable than if you set up a physical exhibition. I stress physical and digital because what we do is very hybrid. So we create also online exhibitions and projects which are not the translation of what is in the gallery, but it's another strand of the program somehow. Sustainability also means using in resources in a smarter way. And we know that actually with sort of the engagement of technology, of course, you can reduce travel, you can reduce the carbon footprint, but also you can create a digital archive and as opposed as physical storage for artwork. And we are launching now, for instance, an exhibition, a collection, our collection of digital artifacts, which includes artworks, but also media productions. And we create this collection online and accessible to all, but which is kind of a separate from the physical the physical program. It's almost a platform on itself. And the third element in which digital technology can enhance sustainability is actually the transparency. The transparency in terms of open data and the transparency in terms of the traceability of the operation. And it could be from using the blockchain for provenance and accountability, for instance, to the way actually it includes a remote audience, as we were talking before. We're launching as well I would say it's like an interactive sort of a dialogue. It's an interpretation tool which is based on online, is based on a web app in which we create conversation among the audiences around the exhibition, which is not mediated by us. It's not. Is fed by the curatorial narrative and the curatorial thinking behind every exhibition, but somehow this conversation, this constellation of conversation, it takes place independently of it, and it creates this sort of a reverberation through the net. So this is just a few examples, basically, on how we include technology. Of course, I mean, the main thing here, when we talk about institution, cultural institution, it could be museum, it could be also library, it could be archive or opera houses. It's the main fact is how we move, I think, from technology to responsibility somehow. How we can design an inclusive digital horizon, let's say, for the community we serve. And I think that there is a need maybe to move from digital innovation at all costs to digital responsibility, so owning up to what we produce technologically wise, and sort of trying to figure it out, infrastructure and it could be archive, it could be exhibition, it could be digital production or digital commission that are designed to be inclusive. So they are designed to both serve the remote, the global audiences, let's say, which is one of the main aim of using digital technologies, but also the local communities. I think to find ways to create this double take on local and global through the use of technology. It's one of the way sustainability can be embedded and somehow put in practice concretely from museum. I do think actually I'm just I don't know how much time I have. I think I might wrap it here. It's I think we have the responsibility to create institutions and museums that gives back more than what they take. So it gives back in terms of knowledge, in terms of access, in terms of opportunity, in terms of ecological balances as well of what we do. And yes, digital infrastructure and digital technologies as a whole, they do have a carbon footprint, that's undeniable. But also physical institutions, they have a very significant carbon footprint if taken in consideration, for instance, I'm sure my colleague actually already mentioned that the shipping and the logistics of the artworks. So to me, the sustainability needs to be aimed at the ecological on the ecological level, on the ecological sort of a layer of the discussion, but also at the idea of the social inclusion and even the economic resilience of institution. And I do think actually that technologies and digital technologies specifically can add a good deal of know-how and practical examples to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfredo. Thank you very much for your presentation. And we're gonna continue the presentation from Niels Gallist, and he will share and he gonna share with us his experience about live performance and as a 3D artist altogether. And we're gonna transfer the time to Neil. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much for having me as well. And I have to say that there was already a lot in the beginning that I'm very excited to talk about. The points that Mr. Camarotti made are fantastic, and I'd much rather expand on those points than just say all of them as well, because there's a lot that I can see myself, that I can see mirrored in the extent that I'm in the fields that I operate as well. So I started out with animation, came back then into the digital theater system, so working with cultural institutions, opera houses, but also just state theaters and in the independent scene as well. So we use a lot in digital theater, which are like typical theater productions that have some sort of technology at its core. We always strive to break the boundaries using new technologies, see what is possible with technologies, or like misuse them almost in a way to create something new. But the topic of sustainability and especially accessibility has always been on the forefront of what technology can do or should do for the community, as you put it correctly, because it opens up so much possibilities in a theatrical context. If you have a virtual reality performance, for instance, and you can absolutely take into account that people with certain physical disabilities will not be able to participate, but now you have the chance to mitigate that somehow. Maybe there's an audio stream that they can view. Maybe there's like a 2D stream that they can participate anyways. 2 years ago, we had a performance in Nuremberg where we sold tickets for this VR performance. You went into this hall and there were like 15 VR headsets hanging from the ceiling, and you could experience this VR thriller. But if you were not capable of physically getting into this VR headset and then moving around in the 3D space, there was always the possibility of joining with a computer. So you don't have to stand, or you don't really have to move around in case you're motion sick, but you can also very much participate. So having these opportunities of digitality really opens up a lot of possibilities in terms of accessibility and sustainability. But it's more the responsibility that I want to shine a light on as well, because at a certain point we cannot influence sustainability outside of our sphere. Right? For somebody that is more on the creation side, that does the art on the device itself, I cannot control how this device, for instance, is created, or when it's outdated and it's being discarded somewhere, I cannot really control where it lands up. It might land up in a landfill somewhere, but I think that each and every one of us cannot be responsible for the entire product lifespan and chain of this device. So there is a responsibility to each and every one to just use it as responsible and as sustainable as possible, but also there needs to be a level of trust to other institutions, to other departments, that they do the right thing, the right thing as well, because otherwise I think the pressure to do everything right is way too much. That depends, that not only goes for accessibility in performances, but also sustainability when it comes to waste. Because the theater of Augsburg, I hope they're not mad if they hear this, but like in a talk 3 weeks ago, they mentioned that sure, digital productions might have the upside that you can create all of those cool set pieces, and they're like huge, massive and crazy set pieces in a theater context that would take months to build physically, and once they're done, usually they're made for a specific production, and when the runtime is over, they don't have the storage space, they get thrown away, like disregarded or cut down, or sometimes even used for another production, but it's very, very rare. So there's a lot of waste that is going to be produced in like this typical theater production. But with digital productions, sure, you can reuse assets, and creating those assets doesn't make so much waste. However, they bought like 200 Quest 2 headsets when they came out. Now they're outdated and they have to throw them away. Meta won't take them back, and Amazon won't take them back, and so all there is left to do is throw them away. Sometimes they give them to communities, but not all of them can be given away of that. And so you throw away hundreds of devices that who knows where they are going to end up. So these are really questions that have to be addressed, as well as even in this theatrical context. Also, I'm very much looking forward to the conversation that we're going to have about open access, because educating each other on certain processes and facilitating certain processes through the communication that is facilitated through technology, I think, is a key factor in sustainability, and also sharing thoughts and responsibilities to each other and other artists and institutions.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you for your sharing and for your experience, and for the priority and the hope about the digital technology, and also some worries we're going to discuss later. Thank you very much. And we're going to pass the time to Professor Zhao Jie, who is from TAFA, Tianjin Academy of Fine Arts. And now is Professor Zhao Jie's time, and he's going to share his presentation. Thank you.
Okay, and can you see my slide? Okay, thank you so much. Buongiorno a tutti. My name is Zhao Jie, and firstly, I would like to express my appreciation to the institution SAO, SRL, and distinguished curator Fabio Cavallucci and moderator Christina Zhengyi, so for your kind invitation. And the title of my research is Rebirth on the Media Tech Soil, Constructing the Media Ecology for the Cultural Sustainability via Scientific Aesthetics. So, and this research question is, what hampers exploring the interactive animation through media ecology and cultural sustainability, and hoping this research will be one of the answers. So now we can see the characteristic of the interactive spectacle, so which I call it interactions with interference, I intersection I. So in an A/B testing with over 500 participants within 60 seconds, 1 minute. So I use Unity 3D and MySQL, the database, so to create the game like questionnaire. So we can see the situation A, which is include the quantum aesthetics, just like uncertainty, randomness, superposition, entanglement, and emergency, etc. And hoping the participants' attention for, the situation A is for the 36 seconds, so much longer than the static situation B. So due to the situation A, which aroused participants' curiosity, this showed that no interactions without interference. So interference here is not just a noise. It's in digital art, it's a creative language. So next we can see the methodology I use is namely research and creation, guided by the scientific aesthetics. As we know that this year, 2025, is the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. UNESCO places special emphasis on promoting quantum literacy through art. So the quantum mechanics reshape our artist expressions. So my approach use digital dualism, balancing the chaos and order, so much like the Bohr's complementarity principle. So for example, in case studies we can see on the right, such as the Chinese artist Yang Xuguo, his digital art Into the Void, and Mark Chauvis, his animation Morale, the Throat of Life, are both inspired by the quantum aesthetics and fractal concept in their digital art. So next, we can see how we can go from the myth to meta. So rooting digital sustainability in cultural heritage. My artwork, Shiva Metagenesis, created with Blender 3D, reinterprets the story of Fuxi and Nuwa, inspired by Chinese ancient Han Dynasty printing. So it's a part of my Chinese zodiac series. So on that hand, we can see the trigram automata is a concept just like the Chinese 8 trigrams with the cellular automata. So this translates the Daoist cosmology into algorithms and creating dynamic dialogue between image. In Mandarin, we call it xiang, and number, we call it shu, through user interaction. So finally, we can see the last part is about the framework, namely Media Tech Soil, MTS, which bridges the gap between the scientific and humanistic culture. We can use a metaphor to describe media technology as a geological structure. So this layer, like a media fossil and cultural nostalgia, this layer shapes media spectacle and digital creation like encoding and algorithms, which is a novel language of cultural expressions. So while the Media Tech Soil MTS framework is a novel conceptual framework for analyzing the media development of digital art in communication studies. Okay, thanks for your listening. I'm looking forward to hearing your thought and feedback. Grazie mille. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor 𝐿𝐲𝐽, for your sharing. And we're gonna discuss later. And now we're gonna move the time to echo 𝘓𝘶. Yes, thank you. Artist 𝘓𝘶 gonna share us about her experience, multidisciplinary technology and digital art. Thank you.
Hi. So first of all, I would like to thank everybody to here, and it's a great opportunity to sharing my thought and experience, and also discuss with other people. And for me, I prepared a small presentation. Maybe you can share your screen with the PowerPoint. Okay. Basically the topic for me is building interdisciplinary artistic infrastructures and sustainability. I have now I'm an artist, and simultaneously I'm doing research and teaching. I was studied at Kassel and also as assistant professor at Kunsthochschule Kassel and Cologne Media Art School, and now I'm based in Wuhan. I remember when I was in Cologne, I started a course with artist 𝘓𝘶. We discussed about how can we really let students know the underground construction and the algorithmic from the infrastructure side. Also, it's very important for us as artists also to know to reflection and discussion, and also criticizing our technology and infrastructure construction. So at the same time, I'm doing education also as an artist work. I remember because I spent 12 years in Germany, I also do a lot of free artist work, such as doing residency in 𝐕𝐢𝐬𝐢𝐴 on Ufer. That's where our very independent theater in Berlin. And I think since the COVID time, we started to do a lot of virtual program, and also I think it's a very good opportunity to discuss or to development our virtual program. So at that time, we development our tech program or our residency program called Performing Technology, which is residency also online project, but we so the whole processing is like we created a group, a Telegram group. We sharing our information and the data resource and discussion source through the Telegram group, and we also collected all our inspiration. In the first stage and the second stage, we gathering together at Berlin, and we development are like low-car discussion. So we sharing and meeting ourselves in the real time, and at the end we use our all data to create the meta space, which is on the New Art City program or New Art City platform, and to let Publicom and other people to engage in our program. This is as an artist experience, and at the same time, as a teacher, I also doing a lot of exhibition or education exhibition with our students, with other professors, such as using the remote collaboration tours. As Miro, I think everybody will very well the Miro. So this is the first part, and the second part from my artist experience, I think is also important, not really doing or use technique as a tool, but still going through and understand what the technical will bring to us, to our real life. That's why also we built the course in KHM before, and in my personal research, I'm focused on the algorithm bias and very concentrated to think about how the discrimination in the algorithm to bring our life. And so I think 2 years ago, with other professor, we discussed about how the database and algorithm invisibly to influence or affect our daily life. So in my artwork, which called Beauty Alpha, I used a diagram to discuss how the AI platform and the social media and the plastic surgery, those three industries connecting together, which means as an artist, I want to show the people or to criticize how these three areas totally connecting together, and we should bring the transparency to the audience. We should let the students and let our audience to understand the underground structure of those AI platform. And at the end, I think it's also very important to gathering with other artists together. So I have our artist collective in Berlin. I think our method can be a good example and very interesting to discuss because we are always a very flexible artist form. We have different artists in different places. So we're gathering online meeting sometimes and creating the database and sharing our database or our archive online. And if we get some funding or if we find some artist or theater or museum want to invite us, we started to do the project together. So I think this is also our very interesting form to share or discuss with other people. I think for now it works very, very well. And I think this is not only the technically to sharing the data and and the archive, but also to discussing how artists going gathering together and how we use our imagination to create the other method or future future way to how artists to exist together. And also, I think there is other example in 𝐷𝐵𝐻. In the 𝐷𝐵𝐻, I think they have a program called the artist chain is very very automatically and luminantly. So there is no creator inside. It's just the artist to sharing their resource. One artist will invite the other artists to join the next exhibition. So it's a totally artist cycle thing. It's very important for us as artists. So this is my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Echo. Thank you for your sharing about 3 fantasy terms about technology as tool, art as language, and foresight. Thank you. And we're gonna pass the time to Cloud Architecture Office, Masayuki, Mr. Masayuki Sono. It's your time now. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Thank you for inviting. My name is Masa Sono from Cloud Architecture Office, New York, and we do various different building types, from residential to institutional, cultural, to public art, and also we work on space architecture and speculative projects. So, for instance, we have been working on architecture projects that integrate creativity and technology in kind of various layers. So this is what you see, the Mars Ice House, the project we won for NASA competition for Habitat on Mars. So space projects such as this one, and we've been developing this concept with NASA after the competition. So this is kind of an example that utilize not only the advanced technology of today, but also technology that is predicted to be available in near future. And that's the only way we can make it kind of happen or make it work, develop towards it. So these structures are planned to be autonomously constructed and using inflatable structure, membrane structure, and 3D printing using in-situ materials. We can't carry our building materials. It's too much cost. So we have to use a local material. So it's a kind of a self-sustained closed system that will be created, and they're extremely sustainable and not to kind of disturb the other planet's environment or the system. And then it's going to use minimal energy and material for construction, and with no waste and pollution. So that's the idea. And as you can see, it's very technical, but at the same time, we try to be as creative as possible to the same level as the advanced technology is required, and emphasize humanity and culture, because we believe we can't just live with the technology. It's has to be balanced with the civilization. That's how it's been developed. So that's our kind of vision. So it's also important that these technologies developed in space, for instance, can be re-imported to Earth and contribute environmentally as well as socially. So we've been working with 3D printing houses and public facilities on Earth as well, kind of using the knowledge we gain through space projects, which is under kind of extreme, difficult, challenging conditions. So by doing it on Earth, we can also digitally streamline construction energy and adapt to challenging conditions on Earth as well. Like, for instance, we are currently working with the United Nations to build 3D printed structures in Ukraine that fits into the local culture and support the communities. I can go to the next slide, please. So this is, for instance, this is looks like moon, but it's actually on Earth, as you can see in the background. So this is the lab designed for JAXA, Japanese Space Agency, and ANA, for use of telepresence avatar robots used in space. It is made of lightweight, inflatable structure, which is suspended over the crater landscape to simulate moon landscape for their test field. Because a lot of the important research on moon would happen at the crater. So because the stratification of the soil is exposed there, so you don't have to dig to excavate to see the soil. The designs, this is so supposed proposed built on Earth, but is an example to push architecture to kind of this low mass, high performance concept, which is kind of very important in space. So we can use the innovation we gained in space and apply on Earth to create more kind of environmentally very different environmental relationship compared to the conventional construction system and concepts in construction technologies. And we have been also collaborating in designing concept for the avatar robots itself, which bridges between physical and digital experience and reduce energy. So for instance, bringing people to space or moon or Mars is very high risk and costly. So the idea using telepresence avatar robots for research work, even construction on other planets is very, very efficient. It's minimize the risk and so forth. So our vision is basically to kind of create synergy, technology, either technological or cultural exchange between this space project or speculative project, and build projects on Earth as well. So, for instance, the background is this is a Mars ice house, and behind me is 3D printing a robot printing ice shell, which would kind of bring in natural light and view at the same time, shield galactic radiation or solar flare for people to survive in extreme conditions. So that's the kind of a technology and kind of human sustainability or comfortable kind of comfort we try to achieve at the same time. So with that background, we are very excited to work on this institution, digital museum architectural part design, and interestingly enough, we have found a lot of overlaps with the nature of digital space and outer space. For instance, there's no gravity, no orientation, and so architecture can float and be accessed from multiple direction orientations. It's a vast space without context or zoning or building codes, not yet at this point. Kind of structural support in digital space, which is to us it's very different and at the same time very exciting. So the museum can be purified to its core of inspiration, experience, and exchanges, and allowing access to people from across the globe. So yeah, I'm very excited. This is developing. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Masayuki. Thank you for your sharing. It's very interesting that we have heard that there is no gravity orientation in architecture, and it's a vast space without context zoning or building codes. We can imagine how beautiful, how fancy it will be. Thank you for sharing. And now we're gonna pass the time to Grace Lee, and she's the director of Roof Art Center, and she now gonna share with us her presentation. Thank you.
OK， 感谢各位老师，今天让我们有这样的一个机会去分享我过去在5年里带2个艺术机构的相关的运营实践的一些经验去。在2020年的时候呢，我们关注到城市的闲置资源资产，所以我们在城市的天台去进行了屋面艺术中心的构建。那目前呢，其实我们在sorry, can you hear clearly?
Okay, no problem.
OK。基于5年的时间经验之后呢，其实我们是将运营经验进行总结之后，在2025年进一步推荐了可持续生态运营的实践。所以在这个过程当中，其实从2020年至今，我们都通过策展型商业与分布式的可持续设计策略，去推动艺术场馆的系统性创新，提出以关系建筑为核心的一个整合路径，去链接湾区区域内的艺术机构、文化节点与社区资源，去构建有机的文化生态网络。那在这个过程当中，我作为一个核心的运营负责人，去主要推动的其实是我们如何以服务设计的方法去运营可持续的生态网络。那首先我想给大家分享的是，今年我们在 SWCAC 在深圳海上世界文化艺术中心去拓展的一个新的场域。这个场域它突破了传统的美术馆的边界，通过一种新的模式去打造系统性的运营生态，并且让大家在构建文化社群的基础条件下去进一步推动可持续的发展。所以在这个过程中，目前我们可以看到的视频内容是SWCAC 深圳海上世界文化艺术中心这个场馆在过去的7年里面它累计超过了700万的观众年度在超过300多场活动运营体系下的一种生态构建和生态模式。那我们在实践过程中，其实会将这种运营生态定义为可持续的战略运营。在这种可持续战略运营里面，我们会聚焦在构建有生命力的文化社群为目标，去驱动可持续的进程与发展。而数字技术其实正好是推动文化生态的一个核心工具，所以我今天主要分享的一个内容，其实是我们在近2个月 以来去创造的。在 SWCAC 体系下的一个会员生态空间，这个会员生态空间其实在2个月内，我们以文化社群为核心战略，去超越了传统会员的服务模式，通过服务设计的战略和方法，以第三空间的理论为核心，将会员体系从功能性的权益提供升华为了链接个体社区以系统文化共同体构建的一个平台，实现了从观众到共创者的一种深度转化，也为文化可持续性去奠定了坚定的基石。那首先从几个维度去进行了探讨，并且进行了进一步的论证性的实践。那第一部分呢，其实是文化社群，我们会将每一位观众、每一位来到美术馆场馆的一个观众去进行身份的切换，让它变成共同体，让它变成可持续的基石。那这也论证了，其实文化的可持续它并非仅仅依靠于门票收入。在这个7年接待了700万观众和年均超300万公共活动的这样的一个构成中，它构成了庞大的一个社群基础。所以我们可持续的核心是建立用户与机构之间的情感连接和归属感，将一次性的参与性的用户去转化为重复性的粉丝，再培养有归属感的社群成员。他们不仅是整个场馆运营体系中稳定收入的来源，更加是我们所谓的文化社群中文化内容的共创者和传播者，为整体的生态会带来源源不断的活力和创新的可能性。那第二个部分呢，其实是在专业领域，我们以服务设计的方法去建构社群培育的框架，去真正的关注会员生态系统它的方式和方法。那在传统的商业体或者是商业模式之下的会员，其实它只是一个简单的折扣计划，但是我们希望在美术馆生态体系当中，我们去革新传统美术馆是高能耗、高消耗的这样的一种非可持续的模式，而去创造一种精心设计的服务生态系统，让我们的复购的群体可以在普通会员、特惠会员和家庭会员等多种等级当中去进行选择，去满足不同用户的需求。那除了相应的门票权益，我们会提供全年活动的滚动性的这样的一个权益，从工作坊、学术讲座、节日派对等，去增加身份体验的专属性，包括说让这个群体对于文化艺术的这种养育感变得更强。所以让会员的权益从交易型升级为体验型和身份型，是我们构成会员生态系统的一个核心。那其次呢，在营造整体内容的过程当中，空间也会扮演着一个相当重要的一个角色，因为空间是可持续运营的一个物理的载体。在这个物理载体上面，它打造了家庭、职场外的一个平等的第三空间，它让我们的艺术变得更加触手可及，让我们的文化变成一个可以交流、交谈的一种方式和方法。所以，创新打造会员空间，将会员空间的定位区别于我们所说的家庭作为的第一空间和职场作为的第二空间的开放性和中性场域，通过营造平等包容的对话氛围，打破传统的公教活动单向输出的一种讲座模式，转向了以工作坊、圆桌讨论为主的参与式的知识共建，也是核心的将服务设计中的参与式的方法论进行了应用，使艺术中心成为市民进行创造性的社交与精神滋养的一个日常选择。所以会员空间作为物理空间来讲，它成为了一种新的触点，去串联了文化机构、家庭、社区、用户的多项互动，从单向输出的模式变成了真正的参与的共创式的模式。那在这个过程当中，再进一步的去提升价值体系的一种维度创新。这个维度创新，我们就会突破本身的物理空间，将个体、社区、系统3个层次去进行多维度的赋能。那从个体层呢，其实是让个体的群体可以真正的在毛细血管式的渗透里面去拥有创造性思维的一个肌肉训练。这个会员空间它不是一个服务型的空间，而是一个数字时代的精神疗愈绿洲它可以通过我们所提供的精神内容内核去提升个体的幸福感与创造力。那其次是在社区层的价值上面，我们去构建跨社区层次对话的机制推动与蛇口地区文化、本地记忆再生产和地方知识的可持续传承，增强社区的凝聚力。 再者是其实是最终在这个以区域为核心发展到城市、发展到整个地方的一种递进。系统层次的一种价值创造，去沉淀会员文化消费行为的一个数据，去形成宝贵的城市文化基因库通过传统的这种记忆接口去强化现代化的对于文化社群的输出。因此在过去的每个月里面，其实我们都会超过10场左右的这个会员活动服务的一个权益在这种持续滚动的过程当中，我们通过物理空间去营造精神内核在通过一个新的这种生态方式去营造艺术一整年的这样的一种营造性的一个逻辑。那当然在这个过程中，其实我们很核心的还是依赖于数字技术对于我们会员体系的一个判断。运营团队是去创造可持续运营的一个核心的构建部门。那我们所说的数字技术其实是提供给运营团队核心的技术和帮助的这样的一种强化性的关系。所以在数字化的整合管理当中，我们是赋能社区运营的智慧大脑通过这种运用数字智能体去进行内容的运营，我们利用用户的数据行为分析去构建用户画像，通过分析会员的参观频率、活动参与的偏好对于设计、艺术、音乐等去养成会员画像的标准的机制参考，而去进一步的剖析消费习惯，自动化的对其的个性内容在小程序平台、在相关的媒体平台进行个性化的内容推荐。那再者呢，其实是在内容传播层面我们也是进行了矩阵式的艺术内容传播，通过构建中心化的创作和分布式的传播的矩阵模型，去拓展我们所说的智慧大脑，去让更多的观众成为参与者，进入到我们的生态体系当中，成为我们可持续生态的共创者。因此，这个时候的可持续生态运营，它不仅仅依赖于运营团队，而是它将链接了当地社区中的每一个对文化艺术保有热爱的群体。那最终呢，其实是我们会用数字化的系统去对会员的数据进行创新管理，去整合客户关系，包括整合每一场展览的票务、小程序等，去打通数据的孤岛，让所有的数据的传播的核心都是以WCAC 这样的一个品牌体系去存在，并且让这个符号性的概念能够不断的推动未来可持续的培育。以上是我的发言，谢谢。
Thank you. Thank you, Grace Lee. Thank you for your sharing, and thank you for her sharing on SWCC, on this valuable practice with the support of technology, digital technology. They did wonderful, many wonderful workshops and events. And we're gonna pass the time to Mr. Gu Zhenqing. And Mr. Gu, it's your time now.
Hello, everyone. It's Gu Zhenqing. I'm a curator. I'm actually one of first generation of curators in China. We since our job in early days of 1990s. I used to be a director for 4 museums, and also an editor for a magazine, and a director for art foundations, and a professor of university art faculty. And then I still first my job is curator, but I made a big change. Why? Because we are faced the challenge from digital and technology and the internet technology and 𝐷𝐸𝐺C technology. So I think this is a phenomenon. There are an era of a pandemic, COVID-19, and it's an era of metaverse, it's an era of AI technology. Because this is, I think, it's like a singularity. This singularity, it means the contemporary art ecology could be changed the post contemporary acknowledge. Used to be, we work for a lot for this contemporary acknowledge. We try to contribute for this centralized system. But finally, I think this system is too stable, it's not easy to change. And now we have to face the challenge for the new technologies, because the digital changes and the AI transformations is not U-turn change. So we have to face our curating system changes. For example, in recently 5 years, I changed a lot. My trip, my curating, and my thinking. I go to many different countries. 5 years before, I only destination is go to Venezia Biennale, Documenta, and MoMA, and Ted Modern. This is my final destination, but it's changed. Now I go to Havana Biennale, I go to Cairo, I go to Australia, I go to Central Asia and Middle East. I try to meet installation institution and private artists there. I bring artists from Central Asia, Mongolia to show in Southeast Asia and in China. And also I bring artists to show in Eastern Europe. And I try to promote more culture exchange between these global southern countries. Why? Because I think this is a new ecology. New ecology is happen now because this is decentralized, sustainability, and self-organized hyperlinks new system. It's coming soon. I saw the exhibition in Mexico City. They just show a master from Philippines and emerging artists from Brazil. They are not in Korea, something happened in New York and in London. They are looking after what is happening in global southern countries. So in recently 5 years, I did a lot for digital art exhibitions. Also, I try to promote the ecological system in China. I try to encourage the galleries and the museum and to produce more events connecting to digital, crypto, metaverse, and ARGC art. Because the audience also change their minds. They are not insist in some aesthetic, 在一个 healing art, decoration art, and art as a kind of functional tools. They are more interested in what kind artist, what kind art could inspire wisdom, could be change perception, could knowledge productions, open your visions. This is, I think, big change. So whatever artists want to do, we try to bring them to more platforms. So in recently, precisely, it's after pandemic, I have new habit to work in online also, like this symposium, we talk online. So I can organize my exhibition in online, and then we can realize them in physical museum, but also in online platform. So in recently 5 years, I did 7 exhibitions in different museums in China. There are Hao Museum in Wenzhou, there are Hanshan Museum in Suzhou, there are 𝐕𝐤𝐢𝐝 Museum in Zhengzhou, or there are also Jupiter Art Museum in Shenzhen, and the Boxing Art Museum in Sunde, and in a famous gallery, Tang Contemporary Art in Beijing, Summer 8. And this a series of digital art exhibition, just like some experience database to encourage new artists to start their constructions of ecological system in new art. I think all artists in digital art area, they connecting to programmer, engineer, and scientist. For example, I want to nominate artist 𝐒𝐞𝐲𝐧𝐴. She is a master graduate student from CAFA, but she also a famous designer from Tencent, WeChat, the big company, and she produced a work, use these oil paintings. It's so-called 1,000 eyes. He just gathered the main figure from crypto areas. They contribute a lot for this Bitcoin and Ethereum blockchains and others. And he tried to produce this project in online, on chain, to build a community. It's like a DAO community in online platform. So he's very successful, become a crypto queen in this area, because whether she win her fortune from this crypto area, but also she established her reputations in this platform, and also she have a company, cooperation with me to educate the old areas collector, try to collect new digital art work. For example, Ludwisiak, who contributed a lot for the M+ Museum, he tried to collect digital artwork, crypto artwork, since my advisors' jobs. So now he already collected 200 pieces of digital art. In this PPT, I show my exhibition in Beijing, in Tang Gallery. It's a silicon-based new curator, because this exhibition also 30 artists including, and go back, first one. In these exhibitions, I show crypto work and metaverse work and ARGC work. And in this, for example, this 𝐒𝐞𝐲𝐴, he has this famous milestone artwork in digital art history in China. He just declared his work use the Ulam spiral geometry because this is a famous geometry model, and she tried to put all the eyes of crypto areas, the main figures of crypto areas in this 1,000 eyes project, and then it's very welcome. And also, it's bring $3 million prize for her, and then she can try to promote more digital projects. Yeah. This is a young artist come from 𝐒𝐴𝐴𝐿 company. He originally come from Wuhan and was educated in Berkeley as a master's degree, and then he go to iPhone company to be an engineer and a designer. But he is interested in some metaphor of internet culture. So in his first crypto artwork, this is like 𝐷11. 𝐷11 is like a new symbol of Chinese internet life, internet culture. You can see this is 4 monsters in these images. One is like Alibaba, one is like Pinduoduo, and one is like Jingdong. The last one is like Tencent. They share the marketing. At that time, TikTok not coming, so they can share this this market and share this 𝐷11 shopping festival. And this is like a consuming culture. So artists try to criticize these things because you can see the flow, the underground, the floor is like a hamlet, yellow hamlet. It means 美团骑手. So many works work for this digital platform. Otherwise, this is also a fair system. Yeah, this local and poor riders, they contribute a lot for this consuming internet system and the economy, but their income not so big, not so enough. So this is a work from Rock. Another work from this Huang He-san. He is also a designer graduate from Tsinghua University. He tried to present a metaphor of a Chinese county system. County, it's like a very small level of the, it's also a basic system of Chinese economy. But the constructions and the city plans always chaos. So he tried to arrange this kind of digital buildings and digital real estate to sell in metaverse. Even I also bought one digital apartment from this project. And also I'm just joining this community, like online owner community, and we can discussing, we can communicate each other because we all own this digital real estate apartment. So last work is Ting-Song. This is 𝐴𝐴𝐿 film. He just feed this data like surrealism, Magritte's work to his 𝐴𝐴𝐿 models. So this model can produce this movie. It's like a Siddhartha. Siddhartha is like a computer Siddhartha. It's not like a Buddha Siddhartha. So this film also get some awards from Italian film festival, and also this artist, she is very successful in different fields, like film, like crypto, like 𝐅𝐺C, and like fictional science, fictional art. So I think the new generation of artists in China, they will play a role in the global southern ecologies, and also play the new role for this decentralized sustainability and self-organized ecology. I call this post-contemporary art ecology. Thanks for listening to my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you for your very encouraging, ambitious presentation. Thank you for sharing all the artists' name here and really, bring us some new insight. Now we're gonna move the time to our question and answer time. Actually, before our roundtable time, I already prepared about 3 questions toward all our speakers and some audience. But after all your presentations, I have some new idea. But I still want to share with you the first one and the third one. Second one is about environment protection. But after Alfredo and Masayuki shared their project, and I think maybe you have ambition on environment. But I will attach importance first in a practical way about, I will stress attach the importance to the practical way and give the question more to like artists like Can, 𝐒𝐞𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐸 𝐒𝐞𝐲𝐧𝐶, and 𝐙𝐢𝐺, Professor 𝐙𝐢𝐺, and Nell. Can you listen a little bit, give more attention? In your practical project, how exactly does digital technology address the paradox of cultural sustainability? Can you draw on some specific cases such as blockchain-based art, provenance, data-driven curation, or low-carbon computing, and elaborate on both the substantive transformation brought about by technological application and the underlying challenges? Just give some specific project. So all our speakers are welcome to answer this if they have interest. And so now it's your time. Who's gonna speak first? Maybe Professor Zhao.
Okay, thank you for your questions. For your first questions, in the artwork, how to use technology for the cultural sustainability. So my principle is that technology must serve humanistic culture. So not just creating fleeting media spectacle. We have to face the challenges. We need to be cautious of the artificial intelligence, high energy in consumption. And the horizontalization of the art, the 𝐼GC. We know that we have also faced the crisis of losing our cultural memory. So just like the old format, just like Flash, we know Flash has disappeared. So we must be alert artificial intelligence potential to alter our history. 𝐼GC maybe change our history, change our memory. So my pathway is integrate the humanity and technology together. And for example, in my case, is combine the Daoism philosophy and quantum computing and quantum concept. And I also create, as you know, that the trigram with the cellular automata. we say that. And this is a low carbon art and format, just like procedural art. So I promote open source tool and for cross-generational media research to perceive our cultural memory, I think.
Thank you, Professor Zhao. Thank you for sharing. Do we have other, like ideas to feed back to Professor Zhao?
Yeah.
If I may, I don't know if I have to raise the hand or just start speaking. So if I just start speaking, if that's not okay, please tell me. But I really want to add to the idea of Professor Zhao losing cultural. Anyways, I grew up with the saying that the internet never forgets, but it seemed to forget terabytes and exabytes of data from Vine, for instance. You cannot find those videos anymore. Flash games are gone forever. And this technology is not even 20 years old, right? So two days ago, I was at a conference of art history that looked at paintings from an artist that died 1720. That's like 300 years ago. They're still there, but yet we cannot find artworks that are older than 20 years on the internet. So I don't think the question is sustainability and technology and how this merges with each other. But I think the cultural aspect is way more interesting to discuss about with this paradox, because for culture to be alive and relevant, stories, art, traditions, and all of this need to be shared with other people, right? Obviously, they have like a core in the audience where it originates from. Like Austria, for instance, does have other cultural backgrounds than China or Italy or different American countries. But when they are shared globally, they can be misinterpreted, stripped from the original context, or like maybe commercially exploited. And this could destroy authenticity and also the meaning of the community that created them. However, I might, in my opinion, I don't know if that's a problem in general. I always believe that there is going to be a part of people that keep the original tradition alive, same as I'm Gen Z in a lot of regards, and I know that a lot of my peers that have the same age still keep traditional Austrian traditions alive and do not care about the globalist economy of sharing culture and art. Whereas I, for instance, am all for it, and I'm very much influenced from American Western culture, less so maybe from Asian cultures. But I believe that this globalization that is enabled by digitalization and decentralization is actually a good thing, right? Being able to educate each other and giving more experiences and more influences, keeping traditions alive that are not necessarily yours, but I don't think it's a crime to be inspired by other cultures.
Yes.
I would chip in on this one, because I think it's important to stress that with the rise of the digital economy as well, we somehow find ourselves in a situation where there are it's the equivalent of the conversation, is the equivalent to the spoken culture in a way. I mean, we have traditions and cultural forms like dance or poetry, or recite poetry, or cooking even, which has never been sort of embedded into physical elements in terms of the transmission, but it has survived and has been transferred from generation to generation through both practice and oral history. Actually, I was reading yesterday, funnily enough, that Pac-Man, the video game, which I remember very well, actually is 45 years old, which I think you would say, okay, for a video game is a respectable sort of age. And I think it's why Pac-Man is 45 years old, and maybe, I don't know, we can't find the two version ago of a contemporary video game. I think it's because there is something, when there is something that speaks to a culture or a community of people, that one it get transferred, it get transmitted anyway, regardless of of the physical medium as well. I think it's, you know, Pacman probably, I don't know, it's a speculation, okay? It hits a nerve into the community player, which has been transmitted somehow along the way, and you have, you know, artists picking up the Pacman form and creating different artworks, but still referring to that original form. I think that's the beauty of digital technology and the sustainability as well, because it's the equivalent of spoken culture in a way. And something will disappear, of course, and something will slip through the finger, but something will rest and will go on and will evolve. And there is actually also one point in terms of your presentation of Xiaoyi, actually, precisely. You spoke about digital technology, and you advanced the metaphor of geology, of the archaeological stratification. And I think is an interesting thought, also because it reminds me, probably is another thing, but back in the 50s, I think Marshall McLuhan, the media is the message, etc., was talking about how an art form, obviously how a medium actually, when it becomes sort of accepted and knowledge and share, becomes an environment for another medium. So it has this idea of the stratification embedded in his ideas, and I think it's something that you picked up in the geological metaphor, and it might be precisely that we are building on strata, and sometimes some element of it just surface again and again and again because it speaks to people, it speaks to human.
Yes, absolutely. I so agree to you, you know. As you know, talk about the different generations and the media development. And I want to talk about, you know, there is a novel conceptual framework, media tech soil, MTS. Maybe we can, from the vertical, from different layer, and horizontal different timeline. And maybe, and this base, you know, this based from the interdisciplinary is collaborations, you know. We have two cultures, you know, the scientific and the humanistic, the two cultures. We have to how to bridge the gap. So, and as you know, the model is a start, you know, is a media tech soil is a cross-national collaboration, and to make sure we have diverse, and also we have equitable perspective from all over the world. So, and you know, the method involve, you know, the qualitative and the quantitative, the data and our ideas. So together, and for example, I also use the grounded theory, GT, and for interview. In my PhD research, I interview nearly 15 participants, yes, and 15 interviewees. So, and you know, and based on this, I not only for the qualitative, I have to get the data and to verify the data with historical timeline. So maybe the most important is MTS, media tech soil, maybe is a novel conceptual framework to analyze our media spectacle, and maybe from the different layer and the different timeline, and also is based on the theory in practice. So this cycle of the theory and to practice, to assess maybe with a creative and innovative model for our media studies and for the communication study, I think.
Thank you, Professor Zhao. Thank you, Mel, and thank you, Alfredo, for the shining conversation. Thank you very much. Now we are going to move to the another question. It's concerned about mechanisms for interdisciplinary collaboration, and it's about what kind of interdisciplinary collaborative paradigm are necessary to integrate environmental justice and the social equity into the foundational logic of technological design. And based on your experience in transnational collaborations, please share the most innovative models of cooperation among art institutions, technology teams, and academic research entities. And this conversation is welcome, like Alfredo, Mr. Gu Zhenqing, or Grace Lee, or Masayuki, and you can just discuss as free as you can. Now, Alfredo is get ready. Are you ready for this?
Maybe I can say something because I have some case for curated in previous 3 years because I organized some academicians of Chinese science academic and artists to participate in my group exhibitions in Beijing because I asked these scientists and these artists to organize one group and they can discussing and they can produce artwork together. But I think this is a very interesting situation because in the basic logic, is same for invention of art, of science, and the creation of art, because they have to do something eternal updating. They have to face new challenges. They have to not copy the other people did. So when artists want to do something, they always follow the rule. But what is artist's job? Their imagination always breaks the rule. So they have many interesting conflict between discussion and the creation. Finally, they have some negotiations, mediations, and then I think artists always to be executive job to produce a work, but this work should be different, very different to his previous work. So in my previous exhibition curated, I so proud of that because I encourage them, I inspire them to produce a new work. And artists, they are happy to produce some new imaginations, and scientists, they are happy to produce artwork. So in these interdisciplinary challenges, I think there will be common sense for the new art zone and the vision, because now in this crypto and ART's area, there are so many people, they not graduate from the Academy of Fine Arts. They are engineers, they are designers, they are performers, they are maybe programmers, but they are interesting to produce a work by ARGC way and by digital generative way, because it's more easy to drive the algorithm and to drive the this big LLM models, because this is a new era for produce new works. So I think more and more artists from interdisciplinary area. This is something not U-term developing futures. So we have to be tolerant. We have to open our minds to accept these new artist possibilities. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you for sharing. And I think Alfredo and Grace Lee, and we'll have something to speak.
I want to
Echo. She raised her hand.
Yeah, because maybe add more like responsible recommend related to Mr. Gu, because as an artist, I'm also think because I have a collective called Digital Feminism. We tried a lot of method to doing the transdisciplinary collaboration, such as in our group, we have artists, performancer, sound artist, engineer, and or like 3D artists. All of them are from this different disciplinary. And also, I think the most important thing we, as artists, of course, we would like to try different things. But the most important thing for us is we need the support from the different platform. We need the support from the institution. Because such as an example, we had a lot of cooperation with different museums, such as Bonn Kunsthalle and also Halle. They are very willing to give us the chance to do a lot of experimental and to give us support from the financial side. So we have the chance, we have the time, we have the money to do our experiment. So it's for us as artists very important. Yeah.
I wanted to ask a question to Echo. During your presentation, you mentioned this overlap between digital aesthetics and media and beauty and the wellness industry, I guess, in general. And I was wondering if you can expand a bit more on it, because it's an interesting sort of a triangulation, I think. And at the Media Majlis Museum, we were actually thinking to address the idea of wellness and beauty precise through the media and communication and marketing industry in a way, and to analyze critically how this, you know, fashion and beauty and wellness in general has been really transformed through digital technologies.
Yes, thank you for asking. For this research project, I started from my graduation project. I focused on the technology, face tracking technology. I find out if I want to create an Asian or African people avatar, that will be difficult than a Caucasian face. So this is the beginning. I started to do the face research and AI research. A lot of AI platform, they also have the problem. They are difficult to generate the Asian face and also difficult to recognize the black skin. So this I started to doing the research, and since I also focus on the Chinese application and technology, there are a lot of Chinese filter and photo company. They are using their algorithm. They are using the data. They are unfair. They have a lot of bias. But this filter like the doing a lot of social filter, they offer their production to some social media, such as Instagram or Chinese social media. They all have the augmented reality function. They all have the future filter function, and the future filter function, they all use this bias or prejudice algorithm. And then there are other plastic surgery industry. They are also using this augmented reality production, such as in China, there are 3 or 2 applications. Their download user are more than millions women's. They want to use their augmented reality function to, first of all, they want to modify their selfie online, and then they also want to change their face in real life to look like a filter look. So that's why I like connecting these 3 different platforms together, how they connection and how the gathering or entangled together, how in the algorithm level they are already prejudiced and unfair for all users. And then a lot of this capital company and technology company, they are using the algorithm. So this is the whole circle is unfair, and the whole circle is not is untransparency. So this is all my research are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. No, because I mean, it made me thinking that how digital technology, they shape identities, and that's one of the area in terms of the sustainability of the institution that we should really look at it and try to figure it out actually how its value for the communities we serve, and that obviously the question of identity and biases are key, are very core actually. And at the moment, there some of them are visible, a lot of them are invisible, and there is an unseen area there that we should really actually unpack as an institution. Anyway, just a comment. Thank you. Thanks a lot for sharing with us.
Thanks, Alfredo. Thanks, Echo. Thanks, Mr. Gu. And about the interdisciplinary cooperation, I believe Grace Lee and Masayuki still have something to share, right?
Yes, I want to say that for sustainability, we all focus on methodology. So I want to focus on methodology to talk about this problem. That methodology is of great importance, which is why we focus on approaches like distributed sustainability. Under the guidance of such a methodology, we can be more convenient in a business context. So participatory design, like the co-creation method, are the important method for we to do. If we aim to change on the traditional art museum model, the most important factors in my view are the persistence and determination. Do have like the great action ability to see this through the fulfillment your own sense of tenable responsibility. I think this is the most important thing for we to do. And maybe it's experimental process, but we need to be action, action, and action. So I believe true sustainability, the true sustainable operation means integrating the artistic mission into one's life and having enough perseverance to keep going. Therefore, I hope the distributed method, the distributed sustainability, and the distributed sustainable approach can be our experimental method to support the world operation. And we will use this methodology to do the relation architecture network, and our venues will be better under this methodology. Yes.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you for your sharing. Action, action, action. Okay. Yeah, great work. About Masayuki, do you have something to share now?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is kind of this digital versus environmental or social responsibility. I think it's the thing is that digital technology, at least in our field, totally changed the whole process as well as the outcome, physical outcome of it as well. So, but looking, because when I started, I was doing watercolor rendering to show the client, and now I turned into 3D models, renderings to real-time renderings to AI, now AI rendering, right? So it's like a totally different planet almost, for me. So, but the thing is, to us, it's still kind of within the realm tool, and the thing is that the tool can't decide. It's a user that decides, which is us. So always felt that's where the key is. especially when it comes to the responsibility part. And also there's I think there are the two kind of this kind of physical kind of issues, as well as more kind of cultural creative issues as well. Especially, I don't know, looking at the history, just in my career, like I explained, the tool changed so much, but looking at the outcome, it changed so much in not. I think it's both ways, the good and the bad. Obviously, the good is the quality is bottom up is incredible. If we can come up with these kind of incredible images or animations, and but now it looks all the same to me. There's no character or kind of uniqueness or inspirational kind of characters to it, which is to me is a very big issue. So that's a dilemma. Creatively, so I always felt the imagination is the strongest tool we have in terms of creativity. But the more information, more digital tools, or the capability to expand, there's no space for imagination anymore. And to me, that's the biggest issue in talking about digital and creativity. And I think that goes to the physical responsibility or social responsibility part as well, which is very scary. So what would be the solution? To me, has been decades of mystery or mission to find. How can we keep up, and also still be responsible or creative in a true sense. And yeah, yet to find but the answer. But anyway, so that's what I kind of was thinking within this question and conversations.
Thank you, Master Yuki. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for the sharing. Actually, there's one more question left, but I still want to leave it here. So if you have any feedback, or our audience, and you can just give us the feedback. While immersive technologies and dematerialized practices appear to reduce physical resource consumption, the hidden costs, such as server energy consumption and hardware obsolescence, are often overlooked. How do you negotiate the tension between delivering immersive digital experience and fulfilling environmental responsibilities in your creative or research practice? We have, any audience want to? Ursula, do you have anything to talk about the environmental awareness about the digital society? Thank you.
It functions, yeah?
Yeah.
I thought the technology is a little bit weak, because so it's not so easy to understand. But the whole time I had one idea came in my mind, that you did also mention digital sustainability, because digital sustainability means it is sustainable as long as you have the energy. So it is for the first time that we have something which is not, is only on when we use it. So in the 80s, there was in the Le Monde Diplomatique, a French, very famous periodical, every month is published. There was a curved a diagram where was the life from what is really sustainable. So maybe if you grave something in a stone, how it goes through on marble, wood, and then paper and so on. And the last was then motion picture, and the last was digital. And you know, digital is a quantum process. So it goes only as long as we have the energy to uphold it. And I think this is, you know, that we can put our data on an international cloud, but this consumes also a lot of energy. So the sustainability depends from how we can produce over time the energy. Okay.
I feel like this is not only to comment further on what we just heard, and I love the example of how sustainable is like artwork that is carved into stone and wood and sandpaper, and I agree that digital art is sustainable as long as we do have the energy for it. I would juxtapose this with the question of how long does it need to be sustainable? Is every piece of installation, is every artwork meant to be seen forever, indefinitely? Or can it be allowed that a performance is created and maybe an improvisation theater is performed once and then never again? I think there should be room for death and decay, even in artworks and in digitality.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Oh, thanks for our audience feedback, and thank you for the Italian and Japanese expert and from our CDs field. And I want to feedback for the Christina talked about, and our main themes in this is the digital sustainability, and the audience hopes that about. When we do 3D animations, we want to take wow and cool like this. Makes sense. So, and how to balance the cool experience and with the being co-system and friendly. So we can see I have a core strategy, namely digital frugality. So that's meaning I believe our artists, 3D artists, or are different digital artists, our artistic mastery is more important to having high-end equipment, It's not only money or very expensive things, no. Our digital literacy is very important for our art. So we should maximize our potential to the device we already have. That's very important. And we must be aware the disordered mechanical reproduction, just Benjamin said. the machine reproduction. So in our time, and especially artificial intelligence, generative content, AIGC, and some of it, I think is meaningless and consumption of resources, we know that. So I advocate for the critical view of technology. I saw the obsolete equipment, maybe the lost things, it's not just a waste, and maybe have a documentary value for our media history, and for the I have to say that the media tech soil, we have different layer, different timeline from the chronology and stratigraphic different way, and for the multi-dimensional for our research, I think. That's my opinion for your feedback. Thank you for Japanese and Italian expert, and for also dear Christina.
Thank you, Professor Zhao Jie. It's very clear, and I like your presentation very much. I believe Ursula has one more sentence to stress. Okay.
Very short. I appreciate a lot that there was mentioned cultural sustainability, and because here I'm in China, I find it very interesting how cultural traditions are still in contemporary art living. I can feel this. And I think this cultural sustainability in contemporary art, also digital art, I think we should not refer only on the timeline, which is technologically changing. Because in art, it was always like this, and China is an example for this, that it is a space where some things pop up after time, so that we should not put art on a too strong timeline. Okay?
Thank you, Ursula. Thank you for your explanation. And we have a question from our audience online. And the question is, how do you describe blockchain city? But actually, our time is short. But Mr. Gu gave a 1 minute explanation.
Yeah, I think blockchain city just connecting to metaverse. There are so many different metaverse in the game zone, like Sandbox. They produce some community like DAO community in different GameFi and DeFi community in this online. So when we try to inter metaverse connection. This is we call like hub links, because the hub links is a difficult, I think, digital technique. So we will still think about what is digital sustainability, because if we can continue this knowledge development and we can avoid this nuclear weapon always threatened by Mr. Putin, and then we try to develop this blockchain, because blockchain system is more safe than Web 1 world, because you know this database device also never safe. Even you hiding in the mountains, it's easy to destroy by the nuclear weapon. But blockchain system is more stable, because they are not only depend on the power, electric power system, also they have their own life. So if one device survive, the whole system survive, whole data survive. So I think this blockchain city means also the future of mankind.
Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all our speakers. Thank you, Professor Fabio, Lucila, and all our colleagues. Thank you, Alfredo Caramotti, 𝐿𝐤𝐢𝐝𝐿, Professor 𝐙𝐢𝐺, 𝐂𝐞𝐲𝐧𝐨𝐵, Maria, and Grace Li, 𝘠𝐵𝐺, Masayuki Sono, and Mr. Gu Zhenqing. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Grazie mille.
Ciao.
Grazie mille.
For joining. It was very interesting. Bye now. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Masayuki. Bye.
赵杰是哪里出生啊？你怎么英文这么好啊？
阿里嘎多。
We will.
没有，我from 青岛 in Shandong province, but I'm a PhD in Malaysia.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
we'll
Thank you,
stop
Professor
here the live. We'll have a lunch break, and then we'll start again later at 3 p.m. set, so in an hour. Aspetta, i traduzioni qua, i ragazzi, mandameli prima, va che così. Hello, everyone. We are connected now from Santa Sofia, so thank you all for joining. We are now starting the last table of the day, which is going to be the economic ecosystem table. It's something we are all looking forward because it's actually a very crucial Hello, everyone. We are connected now from Santa Sofia, so thank you all for joining. Okay, sorry, we had just a little audio problem. So I'm just going to present the two moderators that we have the honor to have with us conducting the table, and that helped a lot also in, you know, shaping the thematic, and will bring up as much as they can during the conversation. And the first is Julia Lammer, that is a huge professional in the field of cultural economics. She's a strategist, and she is Associate Director of Arts and Arts Ideas Realized, so AIR company, which is a collective of cultural advisors, and she is also a co-founder of 𝐅𝐵𝐿𝐻𝐵 studio. And yeah, the other, well, she already collaborates also in a lot of interesting projects about cultural, economic, and also sustainability. So that's why we're very honored and happy to have her in the panel. And the other moderator is Tom Seeberg, which is part of our team. And so it's our director of advancement and initiatives. So he's one of the, you know, I'm a little maybe by part saying it, but it's one of the best people that I personally know in the field of arts, economic, and also innovation in technologies. So I'm very happy that this panel is going to start now with so many professionals also that joined us. And we really look forward to hear your speeches and your discourses.
Thank you, Lucilla. All right, so I'm going to dive in for a brief introduction. First of all, thank you so much for joining us at this roundtable of economic ecosystems on the second day of the International Forum on the Sustainability of Cultural Institutions. Thank you for the introduction, Lucilla. We are moderating, Tom and I are moderating this approximately 2-hour discussion, and we have 5 amazing speakers joining us from across the globe, from China to the West Coast. So we're really grateful for your flexibility with timings. So thank you for an early rise and a late night. So yeah, cultural institutions are often caught in a paradox, expected to generate social value while depending on fragile short-term economic resources. Rethinking their sustainability requires moving beyond linear funding models towards regenerative and symbiotic economies that benefit not only the institutions themselves, but workers, communities, and the environment. As with the initiative of the European Capital of Culture, which I'm sure we will hear from Pascal, it has been proven over and over again that cultural institutions are key to placemaking, tourism, and quality of life, generating social, economic, and well-being values. Reports from the American Alliance of Museums highlight that museums are widely considered highly trustworthy sources of information, often ranking second only to family and friends in terms of public trust. And so, you know, cultural institutions have numerous times been used also as instruments of soft power. And all these examples just highlight the economic importance and influence of cultural institutions. And there's many, many more of those, which we'll discuss later on. Yet, the public funding of cultural institutions is waning across the board, with private philanthropy often asked to fill the gap, making cultural institutions vulnerable to interests of individuals. Ethical fundraising is tested with increased financial pressures, and while spheres of influence keep growing. So this roundtable will look at cultural institutions as laboratories for alternative economies with financial, social, and ecological sustainability as its core. We will hear from a variety of international perspectives, looking at data-driven analysis, artistic and entrepreneurial perspectives, climate strategy within the cultural sector, cultural policy and behavioral change, to design solutions and possibilities, as well as hear from experts in the cultural economy. Together, let's discuss what's required, what's possible, and what's practical. Let's imagine how cultural institutions can become active players in shaping a fairer and more resilient future. How can institutions support and ensure that culture remains a catalyst for systemic change? So we're really honored to have such a great panel with us, and I'm going to give, let's start with a kind of brief introduction to our speakers. First and foremost, we have 𝘓𝐶 Nando, is an assistant professor of economics at Renmin University of China. His research spans development economics, labor economics, and economic history, with specific interest in topics like human capital formation, inequality, and structural transformation, particularly in the Chinese context. Pascal Kayser is a French cultural producer and strategist known for his work in large-scale cultural programming and creative economy initiatives. He was the general coordinator of Nuit Blanche in Paris and later became director of Mont 2015, the European Capital of Culture in Belgium, where he developed innovative projects blending digital creativity, urban transformation, and citizen participation. Pascal has also been involved in shaping European cultural policy and advising cities on how culture can drive social and economic regeneration. His work bridges the fields of arts, technology, and urban development, positioning culture as a catalyst for innovation and collective identity. Johanna Hoffmann is an urbanist working in the space between design, planning, fiction, and futures. She specializes in using speculative futures tools to enhance collaborative capacities in urban planning and policy development. A founder of the Research and Action Institute Design for Adaptation, she uses strategic planning and speculative practice to help communities, cities, and organizations survey the impacts of potential futures and spur proactive adaptation. Michael Palatz works as an assistant professor at the University of Culture at the Jagiellonian University. I hope I said this correctly. He researches management in the Anthropocene, such as organizing a sufficiently good shared world in the era of climate and ecological catastrophe. He's interested in degrowth, post-humanism, and climate education. He's trained hundreds of people working at the university on issues related to green transformation. He's also co-led the creation of the university's climate and environmental strategy until 2030. And he's a co-editor of the book 5 Minutes Till the End of the World, The Climate Ecological Crisis in the Voice of Multiple Sciences. And then we have Lee joining us as well in a minute. So we will, once they're joined, we will also, who's an engineer and entrepreneur based in Vancouver, but it's extremely early there. So we'll wait for them to join. So how about, Nando, if you would start with kind of an opening statement, and then we'll go across our speakers.
Yeah, thank you for introduction. I can continue to do a brief introduction about myself and about what we are doing right now. So my name is 𝘓𝐶𝘯𝘤𝘓𝐸, and you can also call me Nando. I'm now based in Shenzhen, China. So I'm the co-founder of Impact Hub Shenzhen, as well as a boutique impact investment firm called 𝘓𝐶 Impact Venture. So 𝘓 stands for the city Shenzhen. So both entities are targeting the boutique and macro impact investment in mainland China as well as in other countries of the world. So our target is to help the impact-driven startups to grow their business as well as create impact. So very glad to attend this conversation today and probably to learn from all of you and to share our experience and some practices in impact investment targeting some culture-based startups here in mainland China. Thank you.
Thank you. Pascal, maybe would you like to follow on?
Yes, of course. So, hello everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you stand. Do you hear me very well?
Pascal, maybe would you like to? I think there is a slight delay. Is the phone? Yeah, I think.
Yes, of course. So, hello everyone.
1 second.
Good afternoon, good evening.
𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐢𝐴𝐵, perhaps, I don't know if you hear this, but there's a slight delay in
Do you hear me?
voice.
Hear that as well. We're trying to solve.
I think there is a slight delay. Is the phone? Yeah, I think.
Yes, of course. So,
Does any one of you have the streaming open maybe in another
perhaps.
mobile phone or something? All right, now it should be solved.
Thank you. Okay, Pascal, if you wouldn't mind starting again.
Does any one of you have the streaming open maybe in another
try again.
mobile phone or something? All right, now it should be solved. Pascal, maybe do you have the streaming open on your platform?
If you wouldn't mind starting
If
again.
that's the case, maybe that could be what loops. Open maybe in another
Try again.
mobile phone or something. Do you want to try again, Pascal?
Yes, do you hear me? It's better.
It feels like it's better. Yeah, let's try.
Yeah. Yes, so I'm happy to share, and I was saying good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on which part of the globe you are. Yes, so as for me, as it was said during the introduction, I'm working on European Capitals of Culture project. So I've been working 15 years on a project from the design phase in Belgium for European Capital of Culture in Belgium in 2015. And now I'm managing the next European Capital of Culture for France, which will be a small, medium-sized city called Bourges, which is in the very center, geographical center of France. And when we designed the project for the competition, because this is an open competition for those who are not so familiar with the label of European Capital of Culture, this label was started 40 years ago by the European Commission, and every year 2 member states can deliver through the European Commission this title, and there is of course a competition in each country because this title, this label gives a lot of leverage for the cities, of course, from an artistic and cultural standpoint, but not only, also for social development, economical development, and so on. So, what was for me the main thought in the design of the project, and this design happened between 21 and 23 when we were facing the competition with other French cities to get the title, was to capture what I call the momentum of the time, which means what are the main challenges at stake in that type of city, but more generally speaking in Europe. And of course, the topic of ecological sustainability linked to such a major event, because European Capital of Culture has attraction for 2 or 3 million visitors. And the question was, how can we can we design such a project taking into account the Paris Agreement and all the mobility issues? Because of course, those visitors come from all over the continent and even all over the world. And that was really our focus in the design of this project. And it was the first time that the European Capital of Culture was proposing this taking into account of the mobility of the spectators. So that's what I would like to talk in a few minutes when it will be my turn, and we'll be very happy to share with you this. And just one small correction, I'm Belgian, I'm not French. I'm French-speaking Belgian, but that's not an issue, but I just wanted to rectify this.
My apologies. I did read from your bio, so my my apologies, Belgian.
I survive, no problem.
Johanna, maybe it'd be wonderful if you can kind of give your opening statement.
Yeah, happy to. I have a longer 5 to 8 minute thing, so if that's not the right time for it in this moment, just let me know. A lot of the work that I do is using speculative design and storytelling and planning tools to support clients and collaborators in translating future uncertainty into present day choice. And so some of those collaborators, in recent years, some of those clients have been different museums and institutions, some of whom are based in the San Francisco Bay Area, on the West Coast of the United States, and some elsewhere. So when it comes to the focus of this panel, economic models that could support the changing role of museums and cultural institutions in future contexts, a lot of what I've been working on with these collaborators and what I claim in this panel, would love to hear others' thoughts if it sparks something for them, is that this is a narrative question as much as a financial one. The stories that we tell about the economy, they don't just describe reality as exists, they help us to construct it, they help us to reinforce it. So whether this is in city halls, boardrooms, museums, public budgetary decision-making spaces, those stories decide what counts as valuable, who's included in those counts, and what feels possible. So when it comes to both this panel and the ongoing work that I've been doing, specifically with cultural institutions and also associated collaborators and partners, a lot of it focuses on that. Specific strategies that connect to these underlying narratives about the economic models that determine a lot of what we value and therefore the decisions that we make about how we should be moving forward.
Thanks so much, amazing. And Michael.
Yes, thank you, Julia. Thank you for having me. It's so interesting to listen to you all, and I'm looking forward to the whole discussion. So greetings from Krakow, Poland, European Capital of Culture, year 2000, like 25 years ago. Which did a lot for the city, actually, for culture in the city. But also gentrified it. We have to remember about different, effects of what we do on the economic basis. And I'm a researcher, teacher, university teacher, and an activist. Here in the program, I am affiliated as European Climate Pact Ambassador, which is somebody who, from the bottom-up position, is to support European Green Deal and promote it among European citizens locally, but I do kind of insider job in European Climate Pact, trying to convince other ambassadors that Green Deal is not enough, because essentially it's just another strategy for economic growth, which is not different from neoliberal capitalism that is leading to catastrophe, that is happening around the world already, and is ahead of many other regions. So during my talk, I will be arguing that we should treat economic growth as we know it, slow down the economy, and that cultural institutions can both support this process of staying within planetary boundaries and above, social foundations, so satisfying the needs of the as many people as possible. But on the other hand, they can benefit from this transition, because we don't have to phase out every sector of the economy. We just have to phase out those sectors that are malicious and harmful for environment and for society. And culture can be a sector that is to grow actually in the new economic system. So this is what I will focus on during my 5 to 8 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Well, really, first of all, I think, yeah, really appreciate the kind of brief introduction. And I'm thinking maybe the best way to do now is to just dive into your highly anticipated 5 to 8 minute presentations, and then we open up for discussion and conversation.
Great. And also I would just say, so we'll, before we get into that, I just want to sort of repeat the questions for the audience. So we asked all of the speakers sort of 3 leading questions about how to reconcile, as Julia said, sort of this paradox of social value, while at the same time being very fragile sort of ecologies themselves, as cultural institutions often are. And the questions that we asked all of the presenters, of course, we're happy that they accept, sort of riff on them in any which way they'd like, was sort of, are cultural institutions given a false choice when they're asked themselves to be ecologically sustainable? What does sustainability mean in the context of economy? What's possible? What are some of these imaginaries and existing models that cultural institutions are practicing now or working towards that reimagine current economic models? And what's practical, given the resources of most cultural institutions? How can they integrate practices such as regenerative finance or cooperative structures that translate values? And of course, these were just sort of the starting point, but I want the audience and any of the other listeners in Santa Sofia, and as well the speakers, to sort of keep these questions in mind, since that's sort of the focus of our panel. And we'll start with Nando in Shenzhen, China. If you'd like to start with your presentation, very excited to hear it.
Yeah, thank you. So as I just introduced, we are a boutique impact investment firm as well as an impact incubator. So this topic, culture, is not our key targeting topic, but within our practice in the previous years, we have invested in some of the social enterprises which targeting helping the group in China, especially in rural areas, with the techniques of the so-called China intangible cultural heritage techniques and skills. So the situation in China right now is like this: the China intangible cultural heritage are separated in all kinds of rural areas, even in some bottom pyramid populations in China, which are low income and low resource people in China. So we invest in one of the social enterprise in China. They are acting as an internet platform to just collect all these kind of missing or not go-to-market products in rural areas, but with the so-called China intangible cultural heritage techniques. And with this platform helps these people in rural areas and bottom pyramid populations, especially women groups, helping them to get in touch with the big companies and also customers to get orders, to get deals with the big companies, to help them to sell their products with the intangible cultural heritage skills and techniques. So after 3 years of development, this platform now has helped over 10,000 people in China to grow their small business with the intangible cultural heritage skills and techniques. So I think this is an example which we are practicing and doing right now, talking about the new economic or business model. So probably I just put this example in first and to give some hint to other speakers and audiences. 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。
Great. That's fantastic. Can you give an example of some of the an idea of some of these intangible cultural heritage business models that exist on the platform?
Yeah, let me
throughout
check.
China?
Just wait a minute. Let me check the presentation what I have right now, and I can share with you. Just wait a minute because I only have the Chinese
We'd also
version.
love to hear your whole presentation, so as well.
Yeah. Oh, just give me 1 minute, or you can just let others go first, and let me check my presentation here.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Pascal, would you like to go ahead? And we'll come back to Nando.
Yes, sure. I just want maybe to share a document. Do you see it?
Yes.
Perfect. So I'm going to run through it and just focus on some slides because this is a longer presentation. But just to give you an idea of the design we are working on for this first European Capital of Culture, for which the carbon footprint is really an important feature. Just also to let you know that there is a competition, as I said before, to get this title led by the European Commission, but the low carbon parameter criterion is not one of the criterion, because the criterion of this competition were chosen in the years 2014, 2015, at a time where the Paris Agreement was just finalized, and it's very difficult for the European Commission to change it because it's a long-term program, and if they want to change it, they have to go through the European Parliament, the European Commission, and so on. So for us, as a bidding city, it was quite difficult to come with this package and this orientation, but we did it because we were convinced that it was important to do that. Just to give you an idea, Bourges is in the very geographical center of France and is completely out of the high-speed train network in France. You know, this high-speed train network is very strong, but not in that region, which means this is really a rural area with a very poor connection with the public transportation and low carbon transportation in France, the high-speed train. So in a European Capital of Culture, you have about 75% of visitors coming nationally and about 25% internationally, mostly from neighboring countries, which means they could come by train. So I switch all the issues of the climate issues you know well. So if you look at such a major event, international event, like a European Capital, if you look at that the visitor transportation and mobility is between 60 and 70% of the carbon footprint, which means if we want to use this project, and it's a huge media exposure, European Capital of Culture, and it's an artistic project, so it means you can have artists bringing narratives on this issue of climate change. So it's very, very important in the systemic change we have to bring. So it's really on mobility that we have to work. We can work on other issues, food, drinks, scenographies of exhibitions and so on, but it will be only 25–30%, basically. And then, of course, there is the Paris Agreement and also the situation we have now on a yearly basis of the carbon footprint of an average French or European citizen. And you know, I go quickly on this objective, this 2050 objective of 2 tons of CO2 equivalent per capita, which we target as an objective for 2028, which is the year of the European Capital of Culture. And this means, of course, compared to the situation a few years ago, to divide almost by 5 the carbon footprint, because we are just in France now about at 10. And then becomes the question, how can we work on this? And we twisted the challenge, saying, okay, the average time for a visitor in a European Capital of Culture, if we look at the data of the previous European Capital of Culture, is about 3.5 days, which means our goal to make each visitor in a situation to fulfill his or her carbon footprint objective would be that in 3.5 days, we can propose an experience to the visitor coming from his or her home to Bourges and spending time there, going in the rurality around Bourges, and then go back home within a pro rata of their annual budget carbon. And that's what we call the average visitor carbon budget. And this carbon budget, if we take this objective of the Paris Agreement of 2 tons, you have just to divide by 100, because 3.5 days, it is about 100 part of the year. So it means you have an average visitor carbon budget of 22 kilograms. And then we worked, how can we make a proposal, an experience for each visitor with added values, allowing them to enter in 3.5 days in this 22 kilogram average. So I'm just not going to go into the details, but the calculation shows it's possible, of course, if people come by train mostly, and not, with their car and diesel engine. And now about the strategy, just to finish, it's a strategy to give first a pedagogy about the carbon footprint and the situation, to try to find what Joanna said, an alignment of mindset between the visitor and the project, which is not always easy. For instance, some visitors coming from rurality in France, they are kind of climato-sceptic. So you have really to develop a communication and attractivity so that they come in alignment with those values. And then we completely shifted the idea of the mobility of the spectator. So it means the travel to Bourges becomes an experience, becomes an artistic experience. So it means train stations, they are not just functional train stations, but the train station to the trip to Bourges become an experience, because we ask major artists of our time to create pieces of art in those train stations about climate change and transition, so that it is an added value for visitors. We are also developing many, so those are some examples. We will work with artists like GR, for instance, on the wagons, with some visuals on wagons. And also we are developing a low carbon buses to go in the rurality, because many of our exhibitions will be in rurality, and it's deep rurality in the middle of France, far from high-speed train network and airports. And for that we use many buses that are retrofitted with a biomethane fuel. And this is of course very important, so that people can come to Bourges and then go in the countryside where we will have many exhibitions. And also we will have agreements with large-scale organizations in Paris, because Paris will be of course a step to the journey to Bourges, but also in Brussels, Amsterdam, and other cities for free entrances or guided tours in very important museums in 28, so that people have really many added values if they decide to come by train. And also we will have the possibility to for the people traveling to download special contents, so to avoid streaming, of course, so that they can download podcast, music, films, and so on, and they have really added value on their trip. And those contents will be about European landscapes about the experience of the travel and the city they are going through. So that's about it. And what we show, but this is of course another presentation much longer, and I hope I'm within the 8 minutes. It is that it is possible, even for visitors that are, let's say, long distance, coming from neighboring countries, you can make it through the 22 kilograms. And so we are just working on all this plan, also bringing artists to be committed to this, because we have one member of our team, 𝘓𝐿𝐿𝐴, who is a glaciologist and one of the most important in the world. She studied the melting of the ice on the Antarctic, and she's a scientific researcher. And of course, the goal is to be systemic and to bring with artistic narratives all society stakeholders to show that it is possible, and that, you know, just having behavioral changes that we can match, of course, those challenges. Okay, so I will finish it. I will finish here, sorry, but then there is a complete other part. What about sponsoring? How do you deal in the European Capital of Culture if you work with such a project? Because, of course, this is a huge challenge, but that's another part of the project and of our challenges. I'm not going to talk about immediately, maybe in the next minutes when we will share on it. So thank you.
Great, Pascal. Thank you so much for that very interesting and sort of, I think you really helped me sort of to reframe the entire concept of what it means to be ecologically sustainable in an economic way, simply by using sort of an economic metric that establishes a carbon sort of kilogram footprint for every single person. And it seems like such an amazing way to start, sort of to frame the question for any cultural institution. So I thought that was quite sort of, you know, because I think so often it's difficult to start that conversation because as a cultural institution, you don't know. So maybe I just have a question. How did you sort of come across that as your baseline, you know, I'm going to work on everybody's individual carbon footprint?
I work with some eco advisors. You know, in Europe there are many because of the green plan. This has been developing a lot, and first we were trying to calculate what could be the carbon footprint of such an event, totalizing 2 or 3 million visitors, but then it was very difficult because there is no model, there is no benchmarking. It was very complicated, and then we at one point we twisted it, and it was the eco advisor I was working with. His name is Herman Logan. He's a French German guy, and he said, but in fact our goal, we should turn the table upside down, because the goal should be to allow visitor during the time he will stay in Bourges to be in pro rata within their annual budget, their annual carbon footprint budget of 2050, and that's 2 tons. And that's okay from previous European capitals of culture, we found that the average time is 3.5 days, and that's how we came, you know, with this idea, and finally it allows anyone who wants to commit to their annual budget of 2050 to come and stay in Bourges within, you know, this budget for the days they will stay there. But it's probably the best pedagogy we can use about this Paris Agreement and European Commission Green Plan targets. So at one point, we turned the table upside down, and rather than trying to figure out what could be the carbon budget of the event, we tried to design the event so that anyone wishing to follow the challenges of the Paris Agreement could make it.
And I know we've talked a little bit about your awesome project before, and so I think you even give everyone a carbon budget sort of account, right?
Mm-hmm.
The plan is to give everyone almost a carbon budget ID or card.
A carbon passport, yeah.
Yeah, a carbon passport, which I think is such a cool concept. But it's not the thing that I find so interesting about your combination here is you're not punishing people because they get art by going on a train. They get better experiences if they sort of are able to have a lower carbon footprint.
Yeah, and that's the goal. I think as a cultural institution, to give added value to those who will take that path, and that's where I think we have to be creative, and also we have to bring artists to take action on this. And of course, you have some artists who are fighters, warriors about this, but you have others who go with their jets to the Cannes Film Festival, So, and that's why I think you have really to pick people who are committed to this vision, to this importance of art in this society and systemic challenge, and I consider also my work as a Commissioner General of this European Capital of Culture to attract artists and to bring them to participate, to this challenge, but maybe it's also a fight at this stage because of the general situation and political situation in France and Europe. Those values, and we see it in the last 2 years, is not easy to defend. Whereas China has been improving a lot, and that's why. Yeah, it's you have to have a fighting spirit on this. I think as a leader of a cultural project, and this role to bring artists to participate is probably to this challenge. I think is nowadays is really important, and maybe it was not the case 5 or 10 years ago.
Absolutely. So many of the people that we reached out to for this panel, not so many, but several of them said, sustainability, are we still doing that? And it sort of tells you that there's been a mindset shift, even though the sort of existential crisis moment of it has not passed. Nando, are you ready? Would you like to continue your presentation?
Yeah, let me share my screen. But sorry, I only have the Chinese version.
It's okay.
So, yeah, can you see my screen right now?
Yes.
Yeah, so here are some showcases regarding what we're doing right now and what I just introduced about. So these kind of showcases are just targeting the cultural heritage in China and helping them to sell their ideas and techniques and making their ideas and techniques into products and to go to market to help them to grow their to better their economic performance. So based on these kind of projects, our theory of change is that economic impact is the greatest impact, especially targeting these people in rural areas and low resource areas. So helping them selling their products and techniques is most important thing to us and to the social enterprise, the platform I just introduced. So this is a showcase. They combine their ideas and techniques with a sneaker company to co-design and co-create some of the products and the the shoes you can see right now. So these are quite popular in the market. So to the sneaker company, they make great money by selling this kind of new designs, combining with the cultural heritage skills and techniques. And to the local people who do the manufacturing, who do the design, who do the whole process, they also make great money. So this is what we are trying to do right now within this year and next year, is to hold these kind of classes to let them to be empowered about how to do business, not only do the manufacturing, do the handcraft, do the design, but how to do business. So that is the general idea about what the case I just introduced. And here are some products you can see, not only the shoes, but all kind of products combining with the China intangible cultural heritage and with the modern products. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you. And how does this, so are you connecting them to the larger companies, or are you the connector in that way, you know, or is that the initiative that you're connecting them, or how, you know, what's the interface here?
Well, that's that's a whole complete system. So for the people, local people who do the manufacturing, who do the handcraft, they have their skills and techniques probably from their ancestors, I can see. But the problem is that they don't know the modern market, what the modern customers and what the modern companies would like to buy, and they don't know how to do business with them. So that's the biggest problem. So we invested in this internet platform. They use the internet way to do the communication and the whole manufacturing management, and also the platform deal with the big companies and the market to help them to get the orders, as well as help them to renew their design, combining with modern design and their ancient techniques. So that is the platform do. It's kind of a empowerment platform.
Yeah, phenomenal. And you were saying kind of the next step is for them to then start their own businesses within that, rather than those collaborations.
Yes.
Okay.
Open up new shops within the
Yeah.
platform. It's like kind of have you ever heard about the e-commerce platform called Etsy, ETSY? Yes. We are trying to do the Chinese version of Etsy within the platform.
Fantastic.
Yep.
And I think it's really smart also to call it, you know, like intangible cultural heritage, to really bring that back, which, you know, in many ways, for example, Etsy has become often, but, you know, it's not branded in that way. So really interesting.
Especially in China, because the population in China is so big, and all kind of these kind of skills and techniques are just all over the country. Yeah, but people don't know. The market don't know.
And how do you find, or how do people find you? You know, like how people with that kind of, with those kind of skills, how do they find the platform, or how do you find those people?
In the first year, I can see is that the whole team just go to the field one by one to do the interviews and the collections. But after the first year, we have some reputations, and the more and more people come to the platform because of the introduction. For example, me, I have the skill, and I earn some money with the platform, and I can introduce my friends or my colleagues or other relatives to join the platform.
And do you feel some, because you said often, you know, some techniques are kind of ancestral or taken, you know, given over from generations to generations. Do you feel some techniques that were, you know, almost not, you know, becoming extinct, or people weren't really that interested, that is actually a way to get the younger generations to learn those skills, to learn those techniques through an economic pathway towards
Yeah, that is one of the biggest platform, especially for the Gen Z generation in China. But what we try to inspire to the younger generation is that doing this kind of handcraft and design and the skills with techniques also can earn their own life, or even better, or even earn more money. So that is what we want to prove right now.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so that is what I just introduced. The economic impact is the greatest impact.
Thank you so much, Nando.
Yeah, thank you.
Johanna, shall we move on to you?
Happy to. Fantastic to hear so many of these amazing ways of approaching the subject from both different parts of the world and kind of different orientations. I have more of a systemic approach as much as also a material and tactical approach. And going back to the provocation that I mentioned earlier, that this is a narrative issue as much as a financial one, it links to the fact that a pretty narrow economic narrative, one that's prized short-term financial returns above many other factors, has concentrated power in a handful of dominant firms, often narrowed our horizon of possibility of what both cultural institutions can be, what economic contexts can organize for us. Economic researcher Denise Hearn's book, The Myth of Capitalism, which she co-wrote with Jonathan Tepper a few years ago, maps how that consolidation has limited economic diversity and choice in a lot of ways. And the point that I'm hoping to make, and that they make in this book so beautifully, is that it isn't just an issue of market structure, that how we can move forward in alternative ways is very much an issue of imagination. So when that dominant, pretty narrow narrative has defined so much of what economic systems have been like for the last few generations, the last couple of centuries, we stop seeing other viable stories. And cultural institutions very much sit inside those narratives. Many museums, as we've been mentioning in this talk, right, they're more expensive to maintain, definitely more exclusive to attend. And that trend very much doesn't arise in a vacuum. It reflects a lot of that same economic storytelling that shapes, a broader economic context of the information age that we're in at present, where surveillance capitalism is very much extracting data as a kind of value, accelerates those extraction logics as we're moving just deeper into how generative AI is being used in so many different parts of societies and many different parts of the world. So when our metrics for success are narrow, our institutions, our economic systems, the way we use different technologies and for what ends, they become increasingly narrow as well. And that isn't new. Political scientist and historian, for example, Benedict Anderson, back in the 1980s, argued that cultural institutions, like museums, they help us form our imagined communities. And that's really the argument, that any community that's bigger than a number that we can actually meet face to face are imagined. So what we collect, how we curate who is welcomed through the door, those choices help tell people who the we that we're talking about are, what we value. And museums have been part of that infrastructure that makes our imagined communities for a long time, which means that they can also help to remake them. So exploring how economic models can support the changing role of museums and cultural institutions demands assessing and reimagining those bigger economic stories. They're entwined. Many institutions still measure success with a pretty narrow set of financial indicators, right? It can be profit margins, visitor counts, fundraising mechanisms, and those matter. But the values that communities rely on every day, degrees of trust, ecological health, climate resilience, mental and physical well-being, modes of social cohesion, those matter as well. And they very often sit outside those kinds of performance indicators. And when they don't show up in assessments of what counts as success, they often don't show up in decisions about how to move forward. So a practical way to widen these kind of stories is through multimodal capital models of accounting. Organizations are out there, but Dark Matter Labs is one that's based primarily in the UK, that are advancing approaches that treat financial, ecological, social, built, cultural capitals as co-equal forms of value. So the goal isn't to put a price on everything, but really to try and track the wider range of what we value and link that range to decision cycles and financing mechanisms. So that can look like different things in practice. It can mean structuring projects so that co-benefits are counted and investable. If a museum does a renovation, for example, that reduces energy, cools adjacent neighborhoods, creates apprenticeships for local communities, strengthens different partnerships, it shouldn't be evaluated only on how many tickets are sold to a particular exhibit. So those other gains, in this case, if you're doing the renovation, better air quality, reduced heat stress, increased social trust, skills development, those have real value. And when you design for them, when you measure them, when you link them to funding mechanisms, you can unlock coalitions and capital that doesn't show up under what can be very narrow ways of assessing how a project or a trajectory is doing. So broader ownership and governance models are very much a part of this too. There are many different examples. I'm thinking of like the Mondragon network in the Basque region that show how shared ownership can align financial outcomes with different levels of worker and community well-being. There are public and collective land frameworks that are very much linked to parts of what's been happening in the Netherlands for generations that demonstrate how stewardship models can balance individual use with long-term public value. So none of these are perfect templates. They're really working examples that can expand our understanding of what economic systems can and should exist and what they should offer and how they can link to different institutions, cultural and otherwise, of how they can offer benefits and the ways that we're talking about need to change. So specifically when it comes to museums, an alternative orientation that I've been working with some different collaborators and clients on is linking these alternative economic models to serve as kind of civic R&D labs for exploring alternative trajectories, not just of material change in the physical world, but also of these stories that underpin a lot of our existing systems. Museums, they're among the most trusted public spaces that we have in a lot of parts of the globe. People go to them to learn, be together, make sense of what's going on, and we can connect that level of trust to modes of collective imagination and then translation of that imagination into modes of action. So just to throw out some examples that I've been working again with different collaborators on, exhibits on art that links to issues of climate change, for example. It doesn't have to end when people leave that particular exhibit. Visitors can enter reflection spaces where they share what the show surfaced for them. Are there hopes, worries, any ideas? Facilitators can help translate those reflections into more detailed prompts for visions of how they might want to shape future change accordingly. And those visions could link to shorter term strategies for exploration, experimentation, like brainstorming what public decision-making about, say, people are excited about universal basic income, really exploring what that could be like and eventually, potentially in new exhibits, providing museum goers with lived experiences of what that could feel like in real time via civic prototypes. So the point isn't to turn museums into, new kind of city halls, it's to create spaces where people can practice the future together in trusted places and carry those practices into public life accordingly. So exhibits cannot just be commentary for what's going on, but really engines for co-design and co-creation, places where economic stories can be rehearsed, reevaluated, iterated, improved with the myriad communities that they affect. So just some examples that I've been working on, ways of thinking about this. I think this links a lot to Pascal, what you were saying of there are ways to expand a lot of this work to different areas. This is a systemic issue as much as it's also a very tactical and physical one. So I think linking these aspects of imagination across the systemic levels that imaginative piece really informs, and then showing how that can show up in very material product level interventions. I think, Nando, what you're showing with the work that's going on with the communities that you're working with is such a good example of it. This is an alternative idea of what matters. And we can translate that into a very material product that could be sold. Those material levels don't necessarily also have to be products solely. And I think museums have a really big role, an exciting one, a valuable one, for how we can explore what those alternatives might be.
Beautiful, Johanna. I mean, amazing. I think this is you're really going to right at the core of this it is a narrative, it's a narrative that we're repeating ourselves of museums, being stuck in this position, yet it is, as you say, it's the place for imagination, it's a place of public trust, and it's exactly where new models of being, new economic systems could be imagined, can be imagined, and also put into practice. So thank you so much, and let's continue this discussion after we hear from Michael.
Okay, thank you. I couldn't agree more on the importance of narratives and of the importance of speculative fiction as well. because we need, I mean, this is a crisis of imagination that we are facing. It's easier to imagine, you know, the end of the world than the end of the capitalism, for example. So I couldn't also agree more on the importance of intangible cultural heritage mentioned here by Nando, and also I think we all know that indigenous peoples protected 80% of global biodiversity thanks to the values that they preserved. I mean, from value to material world, there is a chain of translation that is really material. And since cultural sector deals with values, maybe it's time to turn also to intangible cultural heritage that is good for the climate, good for the society, adaptive, mitigational. It helps to mitigate and to adapt to the crisis of contemporaneity. And also Pascal presented wonderful ideas on expanding the idea of climate action from accounting, let's say, to the influence in sense of incentives for the visitors of European capitals of culture during their travels, which is very inspiring. So I will be speaking from the perspective of culture management. I mean, this is how we call it in my bubble. It can be arts management, it can be cultural management, as an important link in responding to the polycrisis that we are facing. And next slide, please. If we can. Otherwise, I can share my screen as well. Oh yeah, thank you. So just one slide for the diagnosis of the situation. We know that we are facing a moment right now in which we have to choose which way globally we will go, and there will be no coming back from where we go. So if we go to the safe future, or if we go to the unsafe future with hothouse Earth and monstrous inequalities, humanitarian crisis and wars, we know that it resembles also, how do you call it, trolley dilemma, which is in the you can see on the slide. And in this metaphor, I would say, economic system is the trolley. The people that make the decision how the economic system will change are the people who are rich and powerful. I try to talk about it as simply in as simple terms as possible. One way which will lead to hothouse unsafe Earth is to save the decision makers, so the people that have power and are wealthy, and the other way is to follow business as usual, where majority suffers or dies. More or less, we have situation. I mean, the point of this slide is to make us aware that there is no question whether the system change is going to happen. It will happen. So now we decide. If we do nothing and we follow the path of business as usual, we face chaotic system change, autocratic collapse or eco-fascism on the other hand. And if we decide to do something, we will drive a cultural-based system change, which can be based or should be based, according to research, on economic democracy, in which we decide what we produce and who it serves. Degrowth advocates for a lot of that. But to go with the path of culture-based system change, interests of the powerful will suffer. The situation is really difficult, also because cultural institutions depend highly on the people who have power and wealth. And to get out of this predicament or to help it somehow, they would need to propose radical actions, more radical actions than nowadays. Next slide, please. So, in my view, since we are thinking about sustainability, capitalism is unsustainable because it's eating its own tail. So it's like Ouroboros, the mythical serpent on the left. And the role of culture, widely understood culture, is to make the serpent stop eating itself. And we have a nice metaphor of Asclepius' serpent, which could serve for a new system, symbolizing rebirth, renewal, healing, or sustainability. I mean, this is exactly what capitalism is doing right now with the planet and with the people which are part of the planet. It's cutting the branch on which it is sitting or eating its own tail. Next slide, please. Yes, and to answer, we turn globally to many different programs in Europe, for example, but also in China, to green growth. I would advocate, based on research, that not green growth, not sustainable development, but degrowth approach would be the most effective to address the problems that we are facing. And degrowth could be understood as planned, democratical shrinking of economy in terms of some industries which are harmful. For example, industrial meat production, flights, and of course, fossil fuel industry. But some of the industries are generally good for the society and for environment, or can change to be good very easily. This includes education, care, health, and arts and culture, and also sustainable mobility or green energy, let's say, but not at every cost. Because right now, in Europe, for example, we see rising use of renewable energy, but this just adds up to what is actually used in traditional energy sources. So it doesn't replace, it just adds up. Next slide, please. And to help us think about the role of cultural management, which I understood as in 5 ways, which are here in the small bubbles. I placed it in the larger bubble of culture and the largest space of nature, which is of course problematic because I'm dualizing here, but for the needs of the model, I think it's useful. So we can understand cultural management as working in culture, but also as a sector regulation from the top down. And these two are not connected to value systems or nature as a whole in an explicit way. But we have also bottom-up cultural initiatives, cultural managers, and culture shaping in cultural management, which are on the border of the sector and of the wider sphere of culture. Next slide, please. So to address this issue that culture is a previous slide, please. Previous one. Yes, previous one, not the next one, but previous one. And previous one. And previous one. Thank you. We could move the 5 bubbles, 5 senses of cultural management from the bubble of solely cultural management as a sector to the crossing of culture and nature. And this would make cultural institutions sustainable. So they would be responsible for their actions and could last, would be durable in time. Next slide, please. But they wouldn't be impactful. So they would still be in a kind of bubble. I mean, they would not be politically engaged. And next bubble, next slide, please. So building on the model of donut economics by Kate Raworth, we can imagine that the safe and just space for humanity lays below the ecological ceiling and above the social foundation. And the social foundation is based on social sustainable development goals, and the ecological ceiling is based on the model of planetary boundaries. We have 9 of them, and the news, breaking news from this month is that 7 of them are already breached, and 2 of them close to, 1 of them close to being breached. The only planetary boundary that we are good with is ozone layer depletion, so we should somehow also in terms of cultural management make it possible to satisfy the human needs which are inside the donut, but so there is some level of extraction and exploitation of environment that is necessary, because in the end somebody eats somebody else. But if we extract and exploit too much, we go above ecological ceiling, crossing planetary boundaries, which makes it impossible to satisfy social needs that are inside the donut. So we need to stay in the safe space, which is green donut here. And the next slide, please. And if we place those 5 understandings of cultural management inside the model of donut economics, we could see that we can build safe cultural management, which still will not be impactful, will not help the transition. And the next slide, please. The last slide, this is. So to help cultural institutions being impactful, we need a lot of bottom-up and radical work, which I call value mining, which is actually somehow resembles, the material mining that is to be phased out, to help reach the social foundation and not to breach the ecological ceiling. So it is work with values in working in culture, in sector regulation, in culture shaping, and cultural managers' ethos, I would say, and also in organizing bottom-up culture. And there are 2 aspects of that. One is building on, I would say, inclusion of non-humans in every decision that cultural institutions make. And the other one is inclusion of the need for socio-economic, political, systemic change, which can be achieved in 3 ways. One way is to build on the margins, so let's build our institutions. The other way is to build from the inside, so symbiotic way, reformist way, let's change the existing institutions. But there is also a 3rd way, which is ruptural, which I cannot imagine. That's why I think that speculative, and it, of course, it shouldn't be based on violence, but it should be ruptural in the sense that we have no time, things to do are urgent, and it's the last minute. So that would be all. Thank you.
Great. Michelle, I just have a couple of questions. It's so fascinating to kind of break all of these elements of culture into the same sort of buckets of ecology. But you mentioned several times about the idea of cultural institutions not having an impact or a political impact. Is that something that you think is necessary? Or maybe I misunderstood. Why should cultural institutions not have a political impact?
Oh, they should.
They should. Okay.
In my view, they should, and they need to. We have to make them politically engaged, because inaction in political terms at the moment means supporting business as usual. It's not being neutral or objective, or sector specific. Not doing political action at the moment is supporting, in Europe, the far right, for example. If you're not against the far right, you're in general supporting the march towards far right. If you're not doing climate action, you're supporting business as usual, which is against climate action and protection of the biodiversity. I mean, there is no option to be unpolitical, so cultural institutions have to become explicitly political and orientated.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And I know that you mentioned also I almost got the sense that you almost wanted cultural institutions to sort of act as sector regulators, or almost like a little mini UN, a UN that works, let's say, about their individual sort of topologies of culture that they represent. Is that kind of an accurate reading of what you were saying?
I mean, when I speak about sector regulators, I mean the ministries of culture, for example, and the stuff that regulates the actions of cultural institutions on the lower level. But yeah, I do agree that the role of cultural institutions is huge, and we should understand them not only as landmark museums or theaters, or the very important, known to everybody, MoMA or whatever, but also local cultural centers, libraries, local theaters. I mean, this is the infrastructure of change. Every small town, at least in Poland, has a library, apart from a church and a school. So when you want to educate an adult, and we need to educate adults, first of all, at the moment, to make them act for climate and for society, you can reach them almost only by either religious institutions or cultural institutions. So this is the role of regulators or educators or regulators of behavior and promoters of values.
I think it sort of dovetails a little bit into what Johanna and Pascal and Nando were saying. Is it starts with telling different stories.
Yeah,
I think it starts with telling, and then maybe as we start to tell different stories, we can also redefine the narratives. And those narratives are sort of so often what give us the power to represent culture, but at the same time trap us within existing models. So I think, Julia, do you want to start? I think since we haven't found Lee yet, if he comes back, or if he shows up, we'll let him come in, but we can move on to the sort of roundtable discussion and whatever other questions people have.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like, Johanna, did you want to say something? I saw you commenting on Tom's.
I think just to kind of jump off of, Tom, what you just said, I don't think it starts with stories. I think they're just a part of the conversation fundamentally, and they don't always get flagged. Systems, material interventions, physical objects, narratives, they're all tied together. And if we can engage with them on an ongoing basis, iterate. Like, you can't just start with a story and then implement it, right? All of these things are in a mode of co-production. So I think I couldn't agree with you more, Mikhail, about the role of libraries, other cultural institutions that exist in so many different places at different scales. If we can be in a conversation about how, for sure, adults need to be educated, stories need to change, and those systems that those stories operationalize need to shift. This is an ongoing conversation that can't happen in just one meeting, right? So I think, Pascal, what you're talking about as well, and I think Nando too, like, how do we fund these over the long periods of time in which they require to occur? That's a big question that no one has the perfect answer to. So we have to continue to iterate what this can actually look like as conditions are changing very rapidly. So again, it's not, in my opinion, I would love to hear if this strikes anybody else in a different way, not that we begin with the story, but we have to be in the conversation with the story on an ongoing basis.
Absolutely. And I think in all of your talks, this idea of value, right, and experience. I mean, from Nando's, like cultural heritage, how cultural heritage is valued, intangible cultural heritage is valued, and how that is seen within within a capitalist economy, one might say, or within the economy, but then also the value of what it means to visit a European capital of culture, right? And how you experience that, and what is the value within that. And then I think, Johanna, within that, what you've said resonated so much around how can cultural institutions become places where we question what we value, or we recognize the stories and the narratives that we're telling ourselves, or that we're being told. Given that these places, as Michael said, are places, and you said too, is places of trust, places of libraries, are places of trust, places of education. And I think perhaps shall we look at, on the one hand, how does that work in practical terms? I think, Johanna, you mentioned around, like, at the end of an exhibition, giving a reflection space, but also kind of ideas, if you've come across, or if some of you in your projects, you've worked with that, how can we implement this idea of this concept of, like, let's bring the cultural institution at the heart of, systemic change, at the heart of questioning predominant narratives? How? And has anyone seen a good example, or if you've worked on a good example? I think it'd be great to kind of work within that, because Michael, you've drafted this really in a really, like, cohesive, urgent way of, like, how can we become, or can cultural institutions become, this place of change, or this place of questioning? And so maybe we look into, or have we seen examples? How could that look like? Whoever would like to take that, or riff out that question. Yeah, please go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, so I mean, cultural institutions are embedded in a system that is broken, and they are dependent on this system. So the first thing that they need to do is to advocate in every way for a systemic change, because otherwise they will be, forced to try to act only from the bottom up. And this is not good enough at the moment. But we have a lot of examples of bottom-up action, which is really inspiring and showing that there exist models for change, and that the cultural institutions can be different, but also that society and economy can be different. For example, the war of Russia on Ukraine started some years ago, and a lot of people migrated from Ukraine to Warsaw and other towns and cities in Poland. And Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw is lucky, because it has a lot of workers who are strictly engaged in climate action and equity action and social justice actions. And they just started to occupy, it wasn't an occupation, but they transformed many rooms into places where migrants and refugees could take shelter and eat something and stay for a longer time. And also they invited people who were explicitly connected to the sector of culture, of arts, and managed working positions for them. It wasn't like a full-time and all the stuff from the very beginning, but it enabled them to integrate somehow easily into new society in a very difficult time. So this is one example, and the other examples are, of course, based on normal climate transition. So we try to be as sustainable as a building, as an area, and in terms of practices of our workers as possible. Because if we don't do that, we don't walk the talk. So we don't give an example. How can we teach somebody if we are not sustainable ourselves? How can we help the transition if we are doing something opposite to what is needed? So this is the first step, and this is, everybody knows what we need to do that. We need to use less energy, so we need isolation for winter and summer, and the stuff. Calculate your carbon footprint, transition to renewables, change the parking places outside your institutions into a park or into a forest, preferably edible forest, because of the economic needs and food sovereignty needs. But the other two, apart from being sustainable institution in terms of material activity and operations. The other two is that we need to focus on the subject in what we do. Everybody has to engage. Otherwise, there is no chance to do anything. If you organize an exhibition, it has to at least has an aspect of climate or biodiversity or social justice. It cannot be just glued out. So I know that this may mean somehow oppressive, but we are living in the face of a crisis. So this is not normal times. We need to, react. And the third and last aspect is the political action. So cultural institutions need to involve in cooperation with local governments, with local shops and initiatives, with local people, and become hubs. Give them space, give them voice. They have media, they have trust, as we mentioned here so many times. If you're invite people to work together, to also transmit knowledge, but to create knowledge, co-create knowledge and stuff. So, I have many examples of that, but this is exactly how it goes.
Thank you. And Johanna, you mentioned especially also around metrics, right? That very narrow idea of what is being measured and how success metrics look like, and that we should look at a much wider and more contextual areas of metrics and what it actually means beyond visitor numbers and tickets sold. And I think I wonder if you could talk a bit more about how you do that in your work and what that looks like.
One is just flagging it, right? Having it be a part of the conversation. It sounds really simple, but I think when it comes to these larger, much more complex changes, keeping it simple is also essential. And then connecting it, as I think Mikhail and others on this wonderful panel have articulated, that those simple ways of just counting can then translate into larger trajectories of change. So I think attuning to scale, what kinds of changes are we able to make in a particular project, a particular exhibition, a particular collaboration, and then always attuning as much as we can, because it's hard to do, what those smaller interventions are linking up to. Because funding is not always available, and you have to be nimble and adaptive. And I think having these huge and necessary and ambitious goals is critical. And we also have to be in the world that we live in now. So I think moving in between the future trajectories of change that we really need to create now, and then also just being realistic about what we can do with each project as it comes is huge. So, when I'm working with different partners, some of whom, again, are cultural institutions like libraries or museums, it's really being real of like, there's not a lot of funding. So what can we do that's pretty lo-fi? Is it just having a reflection session and then flagging our local, urban planning or local governance decision-making organization saying, hey, this is what we came up with. Are there ways for us to collaborate? So really activating partnerships across institutions. That takes time, that takes energy. And then people have to be paid to do that work. So there's, a cost embedded in that. So really flagging that as being a piece that needs to be accounted for, both ahead of time and then while that work is happening. And then, if we're talking about these larger trajectories of change, again, attuning to in that conversation, if that's the lo-fi thing that can actually be afforded in a given project, what are those underlying narratives animating that conversation? If we are talking about changing some of these factors in a longer term way, how can we both keep those as part of the conversation, whether we're talking about them as flagging, quantification, whatever, just saying that the narrative aspect is present and worth paying attention to. And then again, keeping that conversation going. I think it's a critical and yet very boring part sometimes. And I say boring just because it has to happen over and over again. You can't necessarily just say, hey, our economic models need to change because this is an issue, and have that, after saying it once, have those changes occur. We have to keep on finding creative ways to bring it up, have people feel like it's important, and have them feel a sense of agency in how they can engage in what are very large, abstract, complex systems. So I think, again, cultural institutions investing in projects where people can feel agency is critical, because if we're just giving, large, we need to change a lot of stuff now, and we do. but not giving people avenues with which to feel like how they engage in the moment has any sort of meaning or any sort of capacity to have real change is very disempowering and depressing over time. So having that kind of ongoing, this is hard, this is big, this is complex, we don't know how it's going to go, and giving people spaces and openings, again, whether it's in reflection sessions, whether it's in a cultural institution because it has a longer term presence, oftentimes just being a partner holder and saying, these are the different projects that we've been doing, here's a new one, let's see how this is part of this bigger puzzle. So a lot of it is communication. And then, you know, when there's actually funding and will, and I think what Pascal is doing in France, and I know other people who are working on that amazing project of bringing artists into a high-speed transit, like that's a huge project, amazing amounts of capital have been invested. And I'm imagining that that was a very long-term planning project that feeds into this wider investment strategy. So again, being articulate about how these different scales are connected is something that is a communication project that institutions, I think, are beautifully positioned to be able to invest in and then help people learn how they're connected to this bigger story accordingly.
Amazing, thank you. And I think, Pascal, exactly as you mentioned, Pascal, what you've done with this project is it's so phenomenal that it's actually, as Tom mentioned, you're not taking anything away. It doesn't feel like, you know, people are somehow, because they're within their Paris Agreement allotment, so to say, they are actually experiencing more and then they were with, you know, then I don't not traveling by train, but traveling by car, for example. So I think it is this, you are really giving people an avenue on how to be part of this in a positive, enriching way.
Yeah, I think there are two things. You have to bring added value, and but before that, you have to find an alignment with the mindset of the people. And in some areas, on the subjects we are talking about, which are quite metropolitan subjects, you know, especially in France. If you go in small, medium-sized cities or in the rurality, the general consideration and mindset of the people is not very friendly for those values. So if you want to bring people on those avenues, there is some work to do so that there is an alignment of the minds, which is not so evident if you are out of a main metropolis, let's say. And for us, this is one important part, and I think that's where artists can be important, because major artists can really bring some people to come to this type of alignment, you know, because it is an artistic narrative, because they know those artists from, you know, other works they've been doing, and I think it's an important path. And and then there is another important project for us I just want to mention, because it's crossing many things. Michael was talking about Johanna, maybe less Nando, which I found this presentation very interesting, and I want to talk to him in the next days about the use, the development of intangible assets and practices in rurality. It's quite excellent, this platform. But yeah, for me, it's something very important. It's the question of rights of nature, which we are also developing in Bourges 2028 with someone I consider as one of the major thinkers and artists of our time. His name is Camille de Toledo. He's a French writer, philosopher, but he lives in Berlin, in Germany. And he launched in 2019 this movement in the region of Bourges, not in Bourges, in another city called Tours, about 1 hour from Bourges, but in the same region. And it's the parliament of the Loire River. And the idea of this project is to give the Loire River a legal existence and the capacity to be represented in court. And what is quite interesting, this movement was very strong around the Loire Valley, but it was originally coming from so-called emergent countries, which means countries from the South Hemisphere, where there were ecological catastrophes, and the local authorities have to give a legal existence and a legal representation to a river because of the ecological catastrophe. And then the question is, who is going to represent the natural body in court and so on. And what is very interesting with all this movement that is quite strong now in Europe, and we have a project that is a pan-European project with many European rivers. For instance, we have Oder River at the border between Germany and Poland involved. We have Loire, we have Dnepr in Ukraine, and we have, of course, Danube. But there are many movements, and the goal of those movements is to change law and to write in the European Constitution and in national constitutions the legal existence for natural bodies. And this is a complete shift in the mindset, because in the donut Michael was presenting, you have nature around, but what is the cost of nature? What is the cost of extraction of natural things? Right now, it's nothing. It's free. You know, you can extract oil, you can extract rocks, you can extract all the things, and you don't pay for it. You know, the enterprises don't pay for it. And there is also a huge movement on boards of private companies to change, to have a shift about this, and how can even companies working on profit, but have on their board of directors someone representing nature and the interest of nature, and how can in their governance even private companies working on profit rebalance and pay back nature and so on. So this is quite interesting. And to come back to the question of you were raising, I think at this stage it's very important that cultural institutions have this political role, and that artists come with projects that aim to change law, change constitution, because they are, for me, the ones who are, giving the alert, on some major issues of our time, which was maybe not the case 10 or 20 years ago. So for me, I think cultural institutions have really how should I say, to support such artistic movements. And by the way, some of those artistic movements are using lawyers, attorneys, to work on their subjects.
One of the things, Pascal, that I found it so interesting when you were talking about how difficult it is to translate some of these, as Michelle says, existential concerns to different communities. And I really believe, or I wonder if you think this is true, we have to create a new vocabulary almost for interfacing with rural, small cities, small towns across the world, because they don't necessarily use the same language, but the concerns themselves are universal. I think this kind of ties into what both Michelle and Johanna and Xiao were kind of saying, is that, there's a way to make things existential and personally meaningful, but there's a kind of breakdown there where we maybe aren't using the right words or not using the right metrics to be able to communicate with them. And I'm just curious if you think that, is it a vocabulary problem? Do we need to go cultural revolution like Mao and send all the teachers and artists back into the countryside to work the fields? How do we reach these people? Because fundamentally, without them, this can't happen.
I have some particular ideas on that. Definitely interested in what everyone else has to say. I think that idea of us and them is also pretty powerful and sometimes not helpful framing. I think when it's about connecting and collaborating with different places, and it obviously depends on, you know, what an installation might be or what a project is, really investing in collaborating with people takes a lot of time. And it also like helps to identify what shared language is from the beginning of a project. So when it comes to Pascal, that amazing effort that you're articulating in terms of rights of the rivers in different parts of France, like those projects are happening in different parts of the world as well, as you mentioned, in the United States and beyond. And so finding like a common link, if it's about whether it's rights to a river or just a different question of how to position human place within this ecosystem of the planet that we live in, right? Like the whole man versus nature dichotomy is an underlying myth that's created a lot of problems over time. So I think it's like identifying what are the things that we're trying to address with a given project. Is it, you know, this ecological devastation that we're living in? Is it the housing crisis? Like finding an access point is huge. And then connecting that access point to the different people who are already working on that stuff. And that's happening in so many different areas of the world. So I think this like urban-rural divide is not always the most helpful framing, rather looking at like what is the common thing that we're trying to address with a given project. Again, it could be housing, it could be access to education, it could be socioeconomic inequality, it could be water quality issues. And then using that to connect with different organizations, people, many of whom are working in more rural areas. Like it's happening a lot of great work in so many areas of the world, and then using those collaborations, facilitating those connections. And Nando, I think what you're doing and what you showed us with these collaborations is a huge example of that. We're talking about cultural celebration, cultural protection, and there's an economic component to that as well. But that's the common meeting point. And then we can create those connections, find the language that works accordingly.
Absolutely. I think I remember when 𝐕𝐸𝐬𝐢 is sort of I think one of the first is when Evo Morales sort of enshrined the nature of Bolivia as an equal nation within the UN essentially, and I remember that was quite an amazing sort of moment. And then he sent a big bill to America, of course, for the ecological devastation and extraction that it caused. Xiao, I had a question for you or Nando, I had a question for you as well. For me, you know, I don't know as much about China as I would like to know, and of course it's a massive place. But I'm curious, you know, when we talk about economic systems in general, I'm just curious about, are there different kinds in China than we see in the West? Like how cultural institutions, how culture in general can fund itself. One of the things I saw you mention is just that it's especially like it's expected to be maybe economically sustainable from the very beginning.
So, you know, the whole situation in China is a little bit complicated because China is so big. So I think the culture institutions in the major cities in China can sustain themselves. But in remote areas, it would be a little bit difficult. But regarding museums and especially museums, almost I think 80% or 90% of the museums are managed and owned by the state government. So they are funded by the government. So that won't be a big issue at current stage. But what we are trying to do right now is trying to find a solution way out to let market pay. For example, the platform I just introduced previously, we are going to run into a collaboration with a real estate company. Because you know the China economy is not as high-speed booming up as the 10 years ago or 20 years ago. So the China economy is now in the transforming in the stage. So the real estate is the same, because the China economy is used to be the growth is driven by the real estate industry. But right now, nowadays, the China real estate industry, they also need to transform into another development model. So more and more house buyers in China, especially for the younger generation, they are not only targeting to buy a house or buy an apartment, but they are targeting about to buy a kind of livelihood or living styles. So the real estate company also need to upgrade their whole infrastructure. So the platform we just introduced before, we are now running into a collaboration with this a new real estate company to co-develop a so-called we can call, or we can define it as a community museum, just to put into all the handmade products with the cultural heritage techniques. Because real estate industry is geography-based industry. So location is the most important thing. But in China is so big, so every location, every area has their own culture style and their own techniques regarding the intangible cultural heritage. So we just combine the community about the real estate buyers, the house buyers, as well as the local community people to co-develop this kind of local-based museum, and let the people who live in the community pay the ticket as well as buy the crafts in the shop, in the museum. So that is what we are trying to do right now, but it's still testing the model.
Pascal, do go ahead.
It's so interesting to me that because I hear the same conversations in the US. So many of the larger institutions are trying to figure out ways to make themselves not necessarily profit driven, but economically sustainable without relying on state governments or even the traditional funding models. I was just thinking about the Metropolitan Opera. It's sort of, you would think that if there's one place that is not going to lack for billionaires wanting to give money to them, and yet they themselves have had like a $200-300 million shortfall the last 3 years, and to the level of now where they had to make an agreement with Saudi Arabia. And one of the questions we didn't, and maybe this is kind of the question we can kind of end with potentially, of course, and maybe anything that Julie, of course, wants to add, is what are things that cultural institutions can do when they are faced with these pressures? When they see that traditional foundation models and donation models are sort of tech billionaires don't give money to the Metropolitan Opera. They give money to their own foundations, or they're funding, political. They're funding taking over countries, and then on the other side, state governments are having to justify cultural projects in ways, maybe that's been true before, but we've seen that funding across the board has been sort of lessened. Either it's because of strained budgets or even just moving, for military and so on. So I guess my question for everybody is, what can cultural institutions do to help themselves in this kind of challenging time, as the final question? Maybe Michelle, you want to start, and then I'm curious to hear everybody's answer.
Yeah, great question, because it touches the material basics of continuing, so of being sustainable also. And I would like to highlight just one dimension here, dimension of possible scenarios of the future. I mean, almost in every scenario, we have a crisis that it wasn't addressed properly. And as you remember from pandemics or from war situations or, you know, military crisis situations, culture always dies first. Out of not having enough, you know, money to sustain themselves, because we need to fund, you know, military. We need to fund everything else apart from culture. Culture is really luxury in the times of crisis. This is how it is understood right now. So if we have a scenario of business as usual, it will lead to a collapse in which culture will die as a sector, as a cultural sector, as cultural institutions. It will die first. If we have sort of European-like ecocracy, in which you know, people from remote areas, let's say from rural areas, are excluded, and the costs of the transitions are being passed to them actually, and not to the elites, let's say. In this system, also in another system, which we can call elitist green bubble, which is sort of what is going on in Switzerland or in Norway, which are very sustainable within their borders, but in general they are very harmful for both societies around the world and environment, as petrostate, Norway, for example. So in those two scenarios, we have cultural institutions that will survive and can be able to sustain themselves, but only as propaganda tubes, or, you know, as the tools of the system to sustain the system, actually. And only in one scenario of economic democracy, in which, you know, we focus on the things that are actually good for nature and society, cultural institutions are elevated and are crucial for the system, and you know, are well financed because they are valued as high as care, as health, as education. Because this is what I would accent as my final thought here, that not many scenarios of the futures give the hope to cultural institutions to sustain themselves economically.
Nando?
Yeah, but due to we are from the investment angle to see the whole industry, so our idea is to test some new methodology to do the fundraising as well as the investment. So regarding the new methodology, we are targeting, so the first of all is the group of a new group of investors, especially in China and in mainland China and in Hong Kong. The younger generation, the high net worth younger generation, the new money generation in China and in Hong Kong is our target. They have their own value-driven and their own vision to do this kind of so-called impact investment, especially in culture sector. The other innovation part is that we try to do some not the traditional fundraising and investment way, but regarding blockchain technology as well as RWA, using these kind of new tools to do the fundraising as well as the investment, and maybe in the future the post-investment management based on blockchain and RWA. These are quite new ideas in mainland Hong Kong as well as in China, but due to what we are doing is innovation and venture capital investment and impact investment. So that is our target and probably the new way to test the model. And hopefully we can do a pilot project in the end of this year or in the beginning of next year.
Very interesting. And Pascal?
Yes, it's a tough question. Yeah, I think we have to find new alliances because as Michael was explaining in Europe, because that's my battlefield. I think we have to find new alliances because the past model of financing of culture, especially in a country like France, which was probably the country with the most important public effort on culture and public service of culture, is going to go down, to be reduced. That's obvious. So I think we have really to think about new alliances, new models that are not anymore based on mainstream public funding of culture, which means go through other types of stakeholders and also other types of involvement of culture in the development of the territory, which means culture involved just as Nando is doing on entrepreneurship, on startuping and what is called cultural and creative industries, but market oriented and driven, even if they have a strong social anchor, but nevertheless that are more on the merchant side of culture and try to find a connection, an alliance between let's say more public-oriented way to do culture and this more market-driven cultural and creative industries. I think there is also a huge domain that has not been used in this new type of alliance, and that's probably what we do with the 𝐷𝐻 2028 European Capital of Culture. It is the connection with tourism, for instance, and slow tourism and all the values linked to tourism. There are cuts in public funding of culture in France in the last 2 years. It has become bankable for politicians to cut culture, even left-wing politicians. And most of the time, the way cultural stakeholders try to defend the financing of culture is about development of personality, development of common social project with culture and so on. Whereas culture, especially in a country like France, with I don't know 5,000 festivals during summertime and so on, is a huge economical and tourism drive. So, but this type of connection up to now, those type of alliances have not yet been considered and put forward. So, I think there is really again to just twist and turn the table upside down. on this way, we can configure financing of culture, but it's a tough question, and I should say quite difficult in a country like France, because people have been used since the 60s, and this huge cultural policy led by General de Gaulle with the first Ministry of Culture, André Malraux. So that's 60 years of heavy public funding of culture. So you can imagine for stakeholders in France, it's very difficult to switch to new types of alliance, new types of mindset, but that's really necessary. And I feel that many of cultural actors in France don't have this capacity because of the backlog history of 60 years of public funding.
I think you're right. I think building the cultural capacity is probably something that we didn't discuss in this panel more, but I think it's probably integral to the very idea of sort of re-educating cultural institutions, because they are going to have to learn. Julia, since we're out of time, do you want to close out for us?
Yeah, absolutely. And well, first of all, thank you everyone for joining us for this panel. Thank you for our panelists. And I think a really productive 2-hour session. We discussed kind of the cultural institution as a space for reimagination, thinking about how can we not only reiterate the values, but really reimagine the stories, narratives, recognizing that we're living in a certain narrative, while then moving on to potential practices and practical avenues of how that can be possible. I think Nando's project is of intangible cultural heritage was really informative on how one can build something like that in an economic while working in an economically profitable way, which is obviously still within the capitalistic system, but this is how we're in right now. And I think that bringing that in with different actors such as real estate, as you were mentioning, with community organization and community museums in those regions of these cultural practices, to the European Capital of Culture, how that experience within the Paris Agreement allotment of carbon footprint can look like and can be enjoyable and enriching. Johanna's fantastic exploration around thinking about metrics, thinking about what we value as success, and and I think closing out really with Mikhail saying, yes, we have culture is very often the first thing that gets cut, yet at the same time I think we really need to remind ourselves that it's also the first thing that gets attacked when you're living in a democracy that is in crisis sometimes, or being challenged. So I think this is also really thinking about what important spaces, again, as we were saying, what trusted spaces cultural institutions are, and how we can make them spaces for imagination, for prosperity, and for alternative value systems. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Julia, for closing the panel. And thank you, everyone, Tom and all the other speakers, for bringing insightful data also and best practices to follow. So we're trying with every panel to put together all the results in order to create, also a publication that can report everything that has been said. In these days, that's a lot of, they're very dense conversations. So thank you very much again. And we will have 10 minutes break, and then we'll have Timothy Morton's keynote speech. So see you in 10 minutes. Timothy, do you hear me? Oh, hi, wonderful. So nice to meet you, first of all. I'm Lucilla, you just saw me and on the stage. It's really an honor to have you here, so thank you very much for accepting. Yeah. Could you please switch on your camera and on? We will not see you on stream for now, we're just testing. It's disabilitato da noi. Okay, 1 second. Okay, you can try now. Oh, wonderful. I see you. Hi. All right. So we can wait until 17:15, and then I will introduce you. I'll go to the stage so you'll see me there, and then we'll start. Thank you again. All right, we are back after the little break, and now I am really honored to welcome the philosopher Timothy Martin, who accepted to be our keynote today. He is a leading voice in ecological thought and contemporary culture, so we really wanted to involve him to try to help us deconstructing the idea of sustainability as a word. During our research on this forum, we interrogated ourselves many times on what are the words that are right to use in this field. And at the end, we decided to keep sustainability as a main word for the title, but to invite someone that can really deconstruct it in an interesting way for all of us to understand actually what are the real words that matter in this field. So Timothy is a philosopher and writer. He's author of 25 books translated in 20 languages, including Hyperobject, one of his leading thoughts. And he is currently the redisgn Chair of English at Rice University. So the title of his keynote speech today is Unendurable Sustainability versus Life. So thank you very much, Timothy, and we'll look forward for your keynote speech.
Thank you very much indeed. And hi, everybody. And thank you very much for hosting me. It's a wonderful honor to be among so many prestigious people here talking about this issue of sustainability. I just wanted to check to make sure that I am audible. So if somebody could comment or just thumbs up.
Yes, you're hearable. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay. So you were saying that I was going to deconstruct, and actually that's a very precise word to use, because and I want to talk about what maybe that doesn't mean. Yeah. What it doesn't mean is destroy or take apart. Actually, we have words for that. We have words like destroy or take apart, right? Analyze, break down, separate into the components and all that kind of thing. That's not what deconstruct actually means. Yeah. What deconstruct means more precisely is to point out the constructedness of something, to explore how something is a construct in some way. And it's not immediately given, and if it is immediately given, or it feels that way, right? Like, so there's a word for this, there's a fancy word for this, pre-theoretical, right? Like you don't have to think about it before you know, or before you think you know what it is. Yeah. I'll give you an example. So artificial intelligence, right? Like we automatically think, oh yes, I know what intelligence is. We think we know what it looks like, right? And that's a pre-theoretical, it just pops in your head. It's a pre-theoretical concept. It's immediate. It just seems to come up. And the job of someone like me who pretends to be a philosopher is to analyze this notion of intelligence, and are we really sure what we mean by the notion of intelligence? So when I talk about sustainability, what I'm wanting to do very much is explore this concept rather than try to even attack it or destroy it. So that's the basic frame, that this is a conversation where we're exploring something, and where also this is also not me kind of condescending to you and talking down and explaining something for you. In many ways, thinking at all is a kind of team sport, right? And thinking is very physical, actually, and I can't do what I do unless it's with other people. And so this is not any kind of mansplaining. Although, of course, we all know that philosophy can turn into, and we do have this idea of philosophy as mansplaining, the word philosophy actually is two emotions, right? It's love and it's wisdom. Yeah, wisdom, if you have a choice between, wisdom is a set of instructions or a series of maxims or axioms or something like that. And then maybe wisdom is like a feel or a feeling or a quality or a texture. Then I think you have to choose that one, right? Like wisdom is the feel of wise, right? It's not one particular kind of statement versus another one. So love is obviously a feeling, roughly. Wisdom is a feeling. There's nothing in this word that actually says that I'm going to be telling ideas to you, which is very handy, because as I'm not very good at having them. Sometimes they pop in my head, but I don't actually spend a lot of my life generating them. I sort of explore around them is what I feel like I do for my job. And that's not meant to be self-deprecating at all. It's just the way it is, right? And so I'm calling this lecture Unendurable, simply to get us to start to think about what does sustain mean, the word sustain, right? It's useful sometimes to go to the dictionary, right? So I went to the Oxford English Dictionary. I used to work for the OED. And, you know, sustain kind of comes from the Latin for together or with, right? And to hold together. You know, sustainability is the quality of something holding together, right? Which begs the question is, what is this holding? And what is the together, right? What is holding together? And when we start to think about it, it begins to become a little complicated, yeah. One of the ways in which it becomes complicated is it's kind of ideological, to use a word like that. Is that ideology just means how you live your idea, right? How you live the ideas. And when people usually say sustainability, what they mean, I think, is sustainable growth. Usually the word sustainability implies the word growth after it. In other words, a corporation wants its growth to be capable of being sustained, because the object of a corporation is to make more money more quickly. If it doesn't make more money more quickly, it ceases to function as a corporation. It has to go bust, and so somebody takes it over, whatever that is, right? It collapses. So sustainable in this sense, meaning increasing, being what you are in a constant accelerating way, yeah. Now, this brings up the whole question of what does existing really mean, right? Like, we tend to think that existing means remaining constant, right? Remaining what you are, yeah. And so it seems intuitive that sustainability might suggest to us remaining what you are, only more so, yeah. The problem is that really this idea of what we could call prolongation, prolonging, right? Existing is just prolonging yourself, yeah. Constant presence, some people say, right? Is just like, it's a thing that we tell ourselves about existing, but it's not a thing that we really know how to argue. But we've been telling ourselves this for thousands of years. And in particular, we've been telling ourselves this, not just with words coming out of our mouth, but with buildings and behavior and architecture and agriculture, in particular agriculture. The idea that to be is to sustain, or to prolong, in the sense of to prolong, is really an output of what some call agricultural civilization. That is to say, settled societies that started to develop around 10,000 BCE in a reaction to the sort of mild global warming, right, which is called the Holocene, right? The Earth warmed up a little bit. The Earth warmed up a little bit. So all the food kind of changed location, right? The animals went somewhere else and the plants grew somewhere else. And so humans decided, many places in the world, right? This is like pretty much everywhere except for Indonesia. So we're talking about Asia and Africa and Latin America and North America. On Europe, right? Mesopotamia, you know, we're not singling out one place in particular, but we are talking about the idea of surviving that, right? Living on, prolonging, right, our existence based on settling down and storing, right? Storing our harvest in a granary, right? In a container. And this granary container becoming a kind of model for the thing that we call a house, which is like a granary for people, right? A container. And then becoming a model for the thing we call city, right? Which is like a granary of houses, right? So this whole idea of storage or containment as what sustaining means, right? So sort of baked into the idea of sustaining is that. And I wonder whether we are at a point now on our planet where the difference between sustaining like that and preserving, you see, we're beginning to see that if we carry on with certain practices that in the end devolve upon maintaining the sort of status quo that relies upon now fossil fuels to generate the energy to sustain the population that lives in these big cities, right? I'm not singling out in particular capitalism or feudalism or Soviet communism or whatever, or whatever it is. All these ways of being have as their basis this kind of extremely agriculture-driven, algorithmical, farmer-driven sort of habit, right, of sustaining stuff. And we're beginning to see that maybe prolonging that might precisely destroy a lot of stuff, right? Like that, ironically, the drive towards keeping things going, keeping things being the same, might result in extreme violence to the biosphere. It might have already resulted in extreme violence to the biosphere. We might be living, it might have already happened, you see. And so now we have to figure out if it's already happened, do we still want to carry on with this mode or should we change the mode? And the interesting thing is maybe we don't really even have to change the mode very much. Maybe the idea that the change has to be huge and crazy and massive is actually coming from inside this mode itself, right? And then one of the things that's kind of blocking us from changing is this fear that we have to make this massive change. Maybe it's just a little slight change. So for example, I live in the USA. The Mississippi is this massive river, right, that ends up in the Mississippi Delta at the Gulf, right? I live on the edge of that in a town of Houston, yeah. If farmers north of me were to devote just 10% of their farm to growing wild plants, then a whole lot of problems to do with biodiversity and flooding and so on would be solved downstream of that for thousands and thousands of miles. The change in, would only have to be a little bit. You'd only have to lose a little bit of what you were sustaining, right, in order to preserve life downstream of that farming practice, yeah. So it might not require a lot, The trouble with a farmer-centered approach to life is that it tends to be implicitly conservative, right? Not necessarily politically conservative, but it's like this. We did it last year and it worked that way last year. So we should do it again this year because what if it doesn't work if we do something else, right? And this is like a recipe approach, right? The recipe for making the bread worked last time. So we're going to do it again, right? And so baked into this algorithmical, that is to say, recipe-based approach to running the world is an implicit conservatism that doesn't have a religious or cultural justification for it apart from itself. What's interesting from anthropology is that the societies that succeeded tended to be driven by this farmer version of the world. They weren't necessarily to do with monarchy in particular. They were to do with this rather abstract idea of just kind of, as they say, keeping on, right? So that's something to think about, that the very idea of existing as a kind of flatlining continuation, prolongation, yeah, is a function of this kind of keeping on, which is baked into social space. This is not just an idea in our head, right? So that, for example, I can say, you know, Timothy Morton is made out of atoms. This is a very popular one, right? This is scientistic atomic materialism, right? Tim Morton is made of atoms. Atoms go on for longer than this thing here. Therefore, the atoms are more real. This thing is a kind of illusion, or is a kind of product of, or epiphenomenal to, based upon these atoms. And the atoms are more real because the atoms can become part of something else because they go on for longer, right? The idea that something is more real because it goes on for longer has never actually been proved, and is never actually part of science, or indeed part of religion. But it is, but there's a lot of religion and a lot of ideology and a lot of what I would call scientism, which is like a sort of a religion of science, which is based on this idea of just kind of continuation is a marker of existing. So the more continuation that you have, the more you exist, right? And so to come back to this idea of sustainable growth, which is sort of part one of this lecture, you know, do we really want to use this metric, which is now baked into automatically, is the problem. This is baked into automatically how corporations function, is this notion of existing. So the guy who runs this corporation, she may not believe personally that this is what reality really is. Maybe she's read a lot of quantum theory, which is suggesting that things are kind of flickering in and out of existence. They are not continuing like this, but they are sort of vibrating, moving. They are in different places at the same time, all this stuff, right? Or they're interested in the philosophical version, which is the object-oriented ontology, which is I'm interested in, which is the idea that existing isn't continuing. Existing is this kind of flickering like this, yeah. She may believe that, but it doesn't matter because the corporation acts as functionally as this belief that continuation and prolongation is the marker of existing, right? And so that's one way to think about what sustaining could mean. And, you know, in general, I'm involved in a very high level discussion about this at my school right now regarding a 10-year appeal case. Just because something worked in the past doesn't mean it's good, right? The fact that it might work in the future is not a guarantee of its morality, right? Some people might say, well, this thing that they were doing worked in the past and it didn't cause any harm, so it's okay. But actually, that's not the basis of a moral argument. And in fact, many people use that kind of statement as a justification for immoral actions, right? Well, we did it, we've always done it this way, so why would we change, right? That change and creativity and innovation might actually feel like inefficiency or regression or collapse even, right? So while we're thinking about sustainability, we might want to think about not the opposite of sustainability, but maybe the enriched or deconstructed idea of sustainability. Maybe it's the same thing, enriched or deconstructed, because sometimes progress actually appears to be like regress on the ground, right, at the granular level. So here's an example from philosophy. So Friedrich Nietzsche, right, this Austrian philosopher of the late 19th century, Nietzsche was in Vienna and Nietzsche was watching a horse being beaten. And Nietzsche was very upset by the look of this horse being beaten. It was one of the worst things that Nietzsche had ever seen. And Nietzsche totally broke down. You know, some people sort of tell the story of Nietzsche's life by narrating that this is the moment at which he finally went crazy. And he runs up to the horse and he's hugging the horse, right? And he's weeping. And, you know, this is sort of beyond sympathy or empathy. This is not just sort of identifying with the horse and feeling like pity for the horse. This is actually sort of almost becoming the horse and feeling the same pain and feel the outrage of being beaten in public. And everyone's looking at Nietzsche like he's gone crazy, right? That's just stupid, childish behavior. But now I'm pretty sure that everyone in this room would react like this if you saw an animal like a horse being viciously beaten in public. Everyone, right? In 1890, whatever that was, that looked like regression, going backwards, being childish, right? But what it was, in fact, progress, right? So again, you know, because sustainable often implies growth in our world, I would like us to think about whether actually really sustaining something might involve things that look like regressing or going backwards or failing or malfunctioning. You know, I like to think a lot about morality these days, and I like to think about it in terms of efficiency. You see, in some ways, some key moral concepts are very inefficient, right? They're very unsustainable from a certain point of view, right? So think about the last time you were in a fight. I mean, I've never actually hit anybody, but I've been in lots of fights, right? Verbal, intellectual arguments, right? And you're in the middle of one of them, and somewhere in your head, you're going, wait a minute, this is stupid, right? Not necessarily this is wrong, but this is stupid. Why am I doing this? Why is this even happening? And as a side note, actually, how come your brain can even do that, right? How come your brain in a mechanical universe, if this is a mechanical universe and your brain is a growth of the biosphere, which is a growth of the universe, how come your brain can even hesitate? Why doesn't it just carry on, right? Or just stop? So you kind of hesitate, right? And that moment is the moment at which you could begin to exhibit the thing called mercy, right? At the atomic level, as it were, the emotional, or to use a big word, the phenomenological atomic level, mercy consists of this hesitating in the midst of revenge, right? Like, why is this even happening? Yeah, it's a very curious thing. In fact, it strikes me as weirder and weirder that we can even remember things. In other words, things that aren't here, that aren't happening now, we can recall, and our brain is kind of hesitating when it's doing that, right? Like, for example, we all have that sneaking worry, you know, did I leave the lights on? You know, if you have a gas stove, you know, did I leave the gas on? You know, in a more abstract way, we all have déjà vu, the ultimately inefficient feeling, right? Which we think of as the anomaly, you know, like, have we had this conversation before? This is something, we think of that as like some malfunction of our brain, but in a funny way, this kind of, did this just happen before, is kind of key to being conscious at all, right? Because always your sentience, your awareness, your consciousness is always a little bit after the thing that it's about, right? And in neuroscience, it's about 200-300 milliseconds later, right? So I'm touching my head, but the feeling of me touching my head is about 200-300 milliseconds after me actually doing it, right? And then my sense of my body, right, this thing here, this kind of what they call head, shoulders, knees, and toes, kind of nursery rhyme, basic, nice, normal sense of the thing we call proprioception is just an inverted image of the awareness of my environment, kind of flipped inside out. And that's a little bit late again, right? So thinking, wait, did we just do this? Is always kind of built into being sentient and being aware, and actually into feeling like I'm here, not necessarily like I'm a person, but like the way a worm needs to distinguish its body from the tunnel that it's digging. If it couldn't do that, it would get stuck in the tunnel. And there's a Swedish neuroscientist called 𝐕𝐢𝐬𝐢𝐴 𝘓𝐺 who's working on this. It's very wonderful stuff that 𝘓𝐿 is writing. I'm very interested in this fact that, you know, in a funny way, being aware is a kind of inefficiency, right? Because it's always a little bit delayed. Yeah. So if we're interested in sustaining things, if we are interested, that is, as life forms, right, sustaining, I suppose what we want to sustain are the conditions for life, right, which would include culture, right, which would include institutions and so on and so on. some of that has to be talking to the strangely time-lagged inefficiency of being aware at all, right? It doesn't have to do with growing or prolonging. It has to do with hesitating and sort of slightly breaking, you know, kind of the feeling that something is malfunctioning is the default kind of consciousness, right? So that's the second part of this. And then I think the third part of this would be, and this would be my final part, the whole notion of when we talk about sustaining, we talk about things that are holding together, right? So what is the holding and what is the together, right? Holding together in general is really just another word for logic, right? When you say words like logic or biology or ontology or topology, right? All those words, they mean how something hangs together, right? Like biology is how life hangs together. Yeah, topologies are how shapes hang together. Phenomenology, how phenomena hang together, right? Neurology, how the brain hangs together, right? You know, the hanging together, just like the coats in your closet or the pots and pans in your kitchen, they have a logic of how they hang together, right? So there's the logic of this room, which they've got these walls and there's a ceiling and there's a door behind me, right? There's a logic of the room that you're in with the plants and the projector and the screen and the light and so on and so on. And these things hang together, yeah, in a certain way, right? And logic is really like how you allow things to hang together, right? And in a certain sense, what is logical is what we are not yet capable of sustaining. I'm going to try to explain this, right? There's two ways of thinking about logic, right? The first is the very common way of thinking about logic as logistics, right? And, you know, so think about your drawer for your laundry, right? I have a logic of folding my laundry, aka I have a logistics, aka I have a recipe for folding my laundry. That is to say, I have an algorithm, I have a sorting algorithm, right? You know, my son, my wife, myself, my son, my wife, myself, general stuff, like towels, Trina's stuff, Simon's stuff, and I sort it into three separate piles. And then I look at the three piles and I sort it into socks and shirts and underwear and so on and so on. And gradually the sorting keeps going and I have everything sorted. Yeah. So I have a logistics for that. And this logistics is very much what we think of as formal logic, right? Formal logic with syllogisms, you know, and rules for those syllogisms. There's a recipe for creating meaning that hangs together nicely, right? There is a logistics to it. Yeah, you have to have three parts. You can't have four or more parts. These parts have to have all kinds of things like a distributed middle, they call it. You have to make statements about all or none. You can't say everything is like some of this and some of that. That doesn't result in a logical statement. So there are these rules, and they're exactly the same as the rules about how to boil an egg, right? You have to have boiling water, you have to have an egg, you have to have a pot, you have to so on and so on, right? The same idea. That's the logistics. And quite often we think of logic as logistics, right? But we also, when we say something is logical, what we mean is something else, which is also to do with logic. And this is not to do with the past. You see, recipes and algorithms and logistics are to do with the past and how we kind of follow along something that's been pre-established, right? Like we're all familiar with grammar and the way grammar can get in the way of saying some things, but we have to use grammar because it's a pre-established, pre-formatted set of baked-in, quasi-good enough meanings that work, kind of, sort of work, right? So we have subject and object, you know, but these are really just kind of pre-formatted, off-the-shelf, ready-made meanings that can actually confuse logical meaning. So there's a difference between grammar and logic even. But even that kind of logic is still really to do with the the past, with a pre-formatted program for how meaning is generated, right? But even that kind of logic is not fixed. Yeah, if you're not happy with the way the logic is working, it's the same with if you're not happy with the way your laundry fits in your drawer, you can change the logic. There's nothing particular about Aristotle's metaphysics that means you have to use it all the time. So for example, you could invent a logic that allows for things to be contradicting each other. This is perfectly possible to do. And my friend Graham Priest is interested in this, creating logics where you can allow some things to be contradictory. This might be very important if we're living in a world where things are kind of flickering on and off all the time, and where things can be in one place and in another place at the same time. In other words, if we do live in a world where quantum theory is true, we might want to use a logic that doesn't result in, or doesn't come from an implied metaphysics, that is to say, a belief. And this belief in particular has to do with this idea of prolongation of being something that kind of is carrying on no matter what, right? Anyway, that's logic as logistics, yeah. But there's another way in which we use the word logic. So when you say, oh, that's really logical, that's logical, what you mean is this other way, which is oriented towards the future, right? What you mean is like, even though I don't understand it fully, even though I might not even like it, right? I am ready to appreciate it, right? I'm ready to endure it, right? This is very different from the way in which some reactionaries will say on YouTube, facts don't care about your feelings, right? That expresses a feeling, actually, and the feeling it expresses is contempt. Yeah, this statement does care about your feelings insofar as it thinks your feelings are stupid and invalid. And what it is implicitly doing is shoring up or sustaining even a usually quite toxic old idea that isn't, is quite violent to many people. That's usually what that statement means. So when I say, despite your feelings, it doesn't mean that the logic doesn't care about your feelings. In fact, like I've just implied, there is a feeling of this kind of logic, and this feeling is a feeling of appreciating for no reason, right? You have no reason, you have no self-interested reason to appreciate what's being said, but you just know that it's right. Yeah, I'm very interested in that one. One of the great philosophers calls that beauty, that feeling of, I just know it's right, even though this idea might be bad for me, it's right, it's true. This feeling of true, no matter what, is what Immanuel Kant calls beauty. Yeah, everything has a feel to it. I think everything has a texture to it. Yeah, and so this kind of logic, right, where, well, that's logical, yeah, which implies that I can appreciate something that isn't yet to my benefit, right, that it isn't sustaining me, right, but which actually might sustain me better in the long run, right? But I can appreciate it even though it doesn't look like it's something that I could or should appreciate, right? I think that's very interesting. I think that it's very interesting that a mind can do this, but it's even more interesting in a way that a sentient being, a life form, a physical being, a person who lives in society can in fact do this, right? They can hesitate, right? They can hesitate and they can imagine that this new way of thinking about something, this new way for things to hang together is good, even though they don't know why. Yeah. And one strange, amazing reason why this is so interesting is because this is exactly one of the main evolution drivers on the biosphere. Yeah, there's three main evolution drivers. One of them is random mutation. Yeah, namely, genetic mutation is always random with respect to current need. In other words, if Steve Jobs had designed these ears, they would now be pinpricks because that's more efficient. right? This was just a whole bunch of random mutation that didn't get in the way of my ancestors reproducing, right? If it didn't get in the way, then they can keep it. So this thing here is a big old mess. It's a big old accident, right? And biology is always trying to understand why and what is the function, but that is always with a kind of hindsight. You can never know looking forwards. For example, a swim bladder in a fish, there's no way you can see in that swim bladder the potential for a lung to evolve, but that's exactly what happened. Lungs evolved out of swim bladders, right? And we can say the same for placenta, which is actually an after effect, an expression of a viral bit of something meat, some kind of meat that some reptile ate that popped out and got stuck in the reptile's DNA. So that's random and accidental, right? And then we have symbiosis, which is random encounters between life forms, you know, which are in the moment they're random. Yeah. Imagine you're a single-celled organism and you're floating through the ocean, you know, 3 billion years ago, and then suddenly, and you think to yourself, if you can think, you know, you got a friend, you're like, oh, did I just swallow something poisonous? Yeah, you don't know. But then 200 million years in the future, there's these amoebae, and they're having this conference, and they're saying, you know, that wasn't something poisonous. That was actually another life form. And it got stuck inside, and it's symbiotically connected to the single-celled organism. And then from that evolved these energy cells, which we now call mitochondria, because we are now animals. Hooray, right? But in that moment, it's random. But here's the one that we're talking about here when it comes to logic. Sexual selection. Yeah, if you're not a cloning life form, in other words, if you're not some kind of bacteria, then the way you reproduce, there's plants and animals and trees and birds and just everything, is sexual reproduction, right? And it works through sexual display. And it's been proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that sexual display is always also accidental, right? It is also to do with appreciating something for no reason. We were just saying that the form of logic is the essence of it, is that we appreciate it for no reason. It's not that it works, it's that we don't know if it works, but we think it could work, but we don't understand why, right? When a female peacock is admiring the male peacock's tail, it is simply admiring it for no reason. And in fact, in the end, a trait that exists because of this display might be quite dangerous for the life form involved and require a lot of maintenance. But nevertheless, that's how it worked. And if a female peacock can appreciate it, then a male peacock can appreciate it. And in fact, also we can appreciate it. You know, there's nothing, evolution is very cheap. It's not going to contain the peacock beauty inside the female peacock mind, right? So when Darwin thought about a peacock's tail, he said it made him want to throw up. And the reason why, I think, is because he intuited the implicit meaning of that, which is that there is nothing about the beauty of the peacock's tail that is even keyed to the desire of the female peacock, which is in itself never to do with the desire to exist. It is just a kind of, wow, that's really cool, right? And Darwin can have the same feeling, and you can have the same feeling, and I can have the same feeling. We're having the same kind of feeling as the female peacock. What an incredible, strange, but it's absolutely incontestably true, what I'm saying. So it's biology true, yeah. There is no proof anymore that, you know, display is to do with proving that you have good genes or that you're good at digesting poison or that whatever. Yeah. So that's interesting, right? That something about life expresses as sheer beauty, that aka an inefficient seeming, incomprehensible, but nevertheless, I appreciate it, structure. And then this is exactly what logic is, right? And so when we talk about sustaining, we talk about how things hang together, the ultimate way in which they hang together might be pointing to the future, right? Rather than pointing to the past. What we might be wanting to sustain is the possibility of the future right? Rather than anything that's in the past. And when you think about it that way, it's pretty logical, right? But now that we're at this point of potential mass extinction, it's pretty obvious that what we want to preserve is the future. We don't need to preserve the past, as it were. We want to preserve the possibility of things being different from the past. And we do live in a universe in which things can be different from the past in a very basic way, right? You can create a quantum random number. This random number cannot be predicted by any software algorithm, ever. Ever. Like, even if you ran the software for trillions of years longer than the universe would exist for, theoretically, it would not be able to predict this number. Therefore, the future can be different from the past. It really can, right? And we need more people, I think, really knowing that in their bones. And I hope I've given you a sort of feeling for that in your bones, and a different sense of what sustaining might mean, which is sort of more oriented to the future than to oriented towards continuing something from the past into the future, which is more like Wile E. Coyote sort of running off the cliff, maybe, and figuring out too late, whoops, I ran off a cliff, right? Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Timothy. Thank you. Everyone here was very focused, and even after a whole day of panels, but because the speech was so insightful, and no, really, thank you very much. We were all taking notes here. And I think this gives the meaning, your talk gives the meaning to the whole research that was behind trying to understand what we are trying to sustain in the cultural arts field. So, well, thank you again. It was really an honor for us to have you here. Now we are, I guess, greeting you and taking a little break again of 10-15 minutes. And then we are going on with the last appointment for today, which is the launch of our platform of institution. So thank you very much, Timothy. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Tom che ci siamo, no? Che
Sì,
entri.
sì, sì. Ma c'è già, mi hanno detto loro, mi hanno detto che c'è
ok.
già. Bene. Forse i traduttori. Allora, un momento. Come si fa a togliere l'audio da... Scusate, io devo togliere l'audio, Devo togliere l'audio dal computer. O no?
Togliere quello, in teoria.
Ma qui l'avevo già tolto. Però così va bene? Sì. Allora, dai che stiamo arrivando alla fine. Siamo online? Ci siamo? Possiamo mandare la piattaforma? C'è anche Tom? Tom 𝐒𝐵𝐻?
Hi, Fabio.
Hi, Tom. So, we start now. Beh, allora lasciatemi solo dire due parole su come è nata questa cosa e anche, diciamo, per quale ragione si sta introducendo questo elemento, questo aspetto, se vogliamo anche un po' diverso rispetto al percorso che stiamo sviluppando in questo momento con il forum della sostenibilità. Lasciatemi intanto presentare una parte diversa di Institution, quella di cui abbiamo parlato e che sapete sta organizzando il forum a sede qui a Santa Sofia, è Institution SRL, cioè una start-up che è nata, è molto giovane, è nata lo scorso anno. Ma in realtà Institution è nata qualche anno prima. Io vorrei che ci raggiungesse anche Wu Ming, che ha anche una funzione importante all'interno di Institution SRL, ma è la presidente dell'associazione di promozione sociale Institution Lab, che è l'origine di Institution, cioè la prima organizzazione nata. Anzi, chiedo anche ad Alessia di raggiungerci, perché qui stiamo, come dire, aprendo una cellula diversa, un ambito diverso rispetto a quello della SRL, quindi Alessia in realtà fa parte di Institution Lab. Ma sono particolari che, come dire, forse non contano molto, però è interessante capire. A un certo punto abbiamo pensato che per creare un nuovo modello di istituzione potesse essere utile creare anche delle organizzazioni anche di carattere diverso. Una no profit come Institution Lab può raccogliere certi fondi, parliamo di sostenibilità anche economica, insomma, mentre una start-up può raccoglierne altri. Poi non vi sto a dire quanto è complicato gestire le due cose, anzi le tre, perché nel frattempo, grazie a Tom, è nata anche una start-up a New York, negli Stati Uniti, e sta per nascere a giorni, diciamo, anche un'azienda, non so se la chiameremo, se è una start-up, non mi intendo di nomi cinesi di questo tipo, ma anche in Cina. Quindi, come dire, la costellazione di Institution è abbastanza variegata e complessa e quindi, dicevo prima, anche sul piano legale, insomma, le cose sono sempre difficili da gestire. Ma, insomma, questi sono aspetti che ora non interessano. Quindi la piattaforma, o meglio, le piattaforme che ora vedrete sono state create non da Institution SRL, ma da Institution Lab, e quindi è un po' un'intromissione. Io credo che non siamo così lontani dall'idea di sostenibilità, perché se anche la tecnologia, abbiamo visto oggi, insomma, è anche estremamente talvolta, come dire, consuma energie, però pensate, solo in questi giorni, lasciamo stare i dati cinesi, 3.500.000 utenti che si sarebbero, forse è un errore, collegati ieri mattina ad ascoltare l'architetto cinese, ma sicuramente alcune migliaia, per esempio, di persone in questi giorni, basta andare a vedere su Bilibili o come si chiama, YouTube, eccetera, si sono collegate. Beh, pensate se tutte queste persone fossero venute a Santa Sofia, certo magari avrebbe fatto piacere alla sindaca e all'assessore, e magari ai bar e ai ristoranti, però capite che la dimensione di impronta carbonica che avremmo consumato sarebbe stata molto maggiore. Allora le tecnologie ci consentono in realtà anche di fare cultura e di farla in una modalità che io ritengo assolutamente più sostenibile. Anzi, poi sappiamo che alla fine di queste 3 giornate, insieme ad 𝐷 proveremo a calcolare la spesa in termini di impronta carbonica di questo forum e a impegnarci, poi vedremo quale sarà il risultato, insomma, di impegnarci in un futuro ripristino attraverso la piantumazione di una serie di piante. Ma adesso non la faccio troppo lunga. Ecco, Institution, come abbiamo detto più volte, come ormai credo che chi ci segue sappia, è il tentativo di creare una nuova istituzione artistica, un nuovo modello di istituzione artistica, un modello che cerca di avvicinare le persone all'arte, o meglio l'arte alle persone, o meglio la cultura alle persone, perché a volte è la cultura che non è abbastanza vicina, che non vuole essere abbastanza vicina alle persone. E in tutto questo, diciamo, questa serie di sperimentazioni, ovviamente ci sta anche la tecnologia. Ecco perché abbiamo da alcuni anni cominciato a lavorare appunto con Institution Lab alla produzione di alcune piattaforme che appunto hanno la funzionalità di avvicinare l'arte alle persone, le arti alle persone. Perché le arti? Perché è plurale, perché riteniamo che in fondo l'arte visiva sia una delle tante emanazioni della creatività umana, la musica, il cinema, ma voglio dire anche la conferenza, il pensiero, è comunque una forma di espressione che io personalmente ritengo molto vicina all'arte. Quindi la piattaforma di cui parliamo è una piattaforma in cui si trovano varie forme, varie modalità, vari linguaggi di carattere appunto espressivo. C'è un aspetto che ora non vedrete, perché in questa prima presentazione, che è ancora una presentazione di beta, diciamo, è il primo esempio che sta uscendo, insomma, di questo, è un prototipo, diciamo così, non è ancora stata sviluppata fino in fondo la modalità a percorso, ovvero noi riteniamo che sviluppare dei percorsi culturali significhi seguire dei temi. I social network, per esempio, presentano ci sono, voglio dire, non è che vanno disprezzati, perché a volte i social network, quelli più interessanti, presentano, o almeno a seconda poi di chi li segue, ovviamente, come dire, si adeguano agli interessi delle persone. Se uno è interessato ad aspetti culturali, facilmente gli arrivano informazioni di carattere culturale anche molto elevato, di filosofia, di scienza. Qual è il problema? Che di solito sono spezzettate, sono frantumate, sono dei frammenti, cioè ci arrivano dei brevi frammenti che difficilmente poi riusciamo a collegare, ci occupano il tempo, ci danno delle informazioni, ma non fanno altro che ulteriormente frammentare il nostro cervello, che è già, come dire, frammentato dalla quantità enorme di informazioni che comunque ci arriva. Ecco, il nostro tentativo è invece di creare dei percorsi che, seguendo dei temi, ovviamente per chi è interessato a temi specifici, finiscono per dare la possibilità alle persone di seguire un fil rouge e, se vogliamo, in qualche modo anche poi di intervenire. In questa fase ancora gli interventi non sono da pensare come proposte vere e proprie, come immissione di contenuti veri e propri, ma perlomeno di chat, di commenti, e nel tempo vorremmo anche vedere se è possibile come lasciare in parte al pubblico lo sviluppo di questi percorsi creativi. Ecco, ora non vediamo un percorso creativo veramente strutturato, perché in realtà ci siamo concentrati negli ultimi mesi nella creazione della piattaforma, che è già stata un'impresa enorme sul piano tecnologico. Io lascerei la parola, anzi lascio a Hui Ming, scusa, che è la presidente di Institution Lab, una parola per dire qualcosa, perlomeno un saluto. Non era preparata e quindi lo dirà in cinese.
Ok, è pronto? Traduttore italiano? Okay. Allora, grazie per tutti che hanno reso questo forum possibile, grazie per essere qui con noi. E come l'argomento del forum sostenibilità, quindi io credo questo mettere tutti insieme, mettere tanti elementi, tante persone di diversi territori insieme, anche una rappresentazione molto coerente a questa cosa, come fosse nostro team, no? Siamo venuti da tutto il mondo, come avete visto che sono una straniera qui a Santa Sofia. Comunque adesso lascio parola agli altri e grazie di nuovo. E siete stati molto bravi, anche, nonostante tutta questa difficoltà, comunque cercheremo di portare avanti e portare le cose migliori a voi.
Bene, allora invece lascerei la parola a Lucilla per presentare le piattaforme, mentre magari io comincio a mostrarle.
Beh, allora il progetto è cominciato 2 anni fa, quindi insomma c'è stato un percorso molto lungo di ragionamento da parte di tutti noi, insieme agli architetti, agli sviluppatori che ci hanno seguito, per ragionare su come uno spazio per dei temi artistici, ma cioè che si aprisse, che si strutturasse adesso per un'evoluzione, quindi inclusivo rispetto a un'innovazione tecnologica e artistica che possa avvenire, potesse essere strutturato. Il progetto architettonico appartiene allo studio 𝐒𝐞𝐻𝐿 Architecture Office, che è uno studio di New York, di cui avete conosciuto questa mattina Masayuki Sono, che è uno dei 2 partner, e questa piattaforma si sviluppa tra l'altro per nostra decisione proprio concettuale e per dare una fruizione più ampia, su 2 livelli diversi. C'è una piattaforma 3D e una piattaforma bidimensionale. E queste 2 si sovrappongono, cioè sono speculari l'una all'altra, hanno gli stessi contenuti, hanno le stesse modalità di fruizione. Questo nasce dal fatto, dalla volontà di voler esplorare diverse modalità sia di spazializzare l'arte, perché sappiamo che all'interno di uno spazio la sensazione di un'opera è differente, ci sono alcune opere che non possono essere solamente bidimensionali, come per esempio le sculture banalmente. E soprattutto c'è anche tutto un filone artistico strettamente tecnologico che risente della mancanza di piattaforme vere e proprie strutturate per mettere in mostra questo tipo di arte. E poi dall'altro lato abbiamo anche voluto ragionare su sia voler creare questa modalità immersiva, sia poter creare un sistema che fosse accessibile a tutti, dal momento che ancora gli headset, quindi i visori, sono chiaramente riservati a una nicchia di persone, di clienti. E di conseguenza la piattaforma 2D risulta come si accede, come fosse un sito web normale, e però vedrete che adesso nell'esplorazione è strutturata, progetto invece del designer Marcel Kaczmarek, è strutturata proprio per guidarci all'interno di un'esplorazione molto costruita. Si parte dalla metafora generale della galassia e questo l'abbiamo pensato proprio per destrutturare una qualsiasi spazialità inizialmente, e ogni singola stella, diciamo, di questa galassia è un padiglione che racchiude un'opera. I padiglioni sono appunto il progetto architettonico dello studio. Ci sono diversi tipi di padiglioni, abbiamo appena visto uno studiato specificatamente per leggere gli articoli, questo è un padiglione che invece è strutturato per le conferenze pubbliche, ce ne sono alcuni per i video, ce ne sono alcuni per le performances, ce ne sono alcuni totalmente immersivi, strutturati per fare dei concerti nella piattaforma, nel metaverso, cosa che sappiamo essere un settore tra l'altro che già ha un pubblico e un audience. All'interno, questo è Fabio, certo. All'interno ci siamo anche divertiti nello sviluppare e sperimentare, perché chiaramente è un progetto altamente sperimentale e innovativo, sia con anche gli sviluppatori, tra cui 𝐿𝐸𝐿 ci siamo divertiti a ragionare anche insieme su come le cose possano evolversi, perché quando si fa un progetto naturalmente non si sa dove si va a finire e non si sa il risultato finale necessariamente che si andrà ad ottenere. Questo è un altro padiglione invece strutturato per la visione dei video, per esempio. Ci sono delle modulazioni che sono già state inserite per l'adattamento dell'ambiente alle necessità di ogni singolo spettatore, per esempio la luce, l'ora del giorno, che quindi permette di non avere necessariamente uno scenario buio, ma poterlo avere anche diurno. E queste cose sono, diciamo, in nuce, una parte che volevamo sviluppare in modo molto più costruito successivamente rispetto all'idea di accessibilità anche degli spazi e dei metaversi. E anche questo effettivamente è un tema di sostenibilità. Diceva prima Fabio che una sostenibilità della tecnologia è il fatto di permetterci di essere nella stessa stanza di Timothy Morton senza fare in modo che lui prenda un aereo che emetterebbe circa 2 tonnellate di CO2 e quindi essere invece comodamente connessi. Lui vedeva la nostra stanza, noi vedevamo la sua. Ma un altro grandissimo vantaggio, come dicevano questa mattina nel panel sulle tecnologie digitali, nella conversazione che c'è stata, è proprio relativo all'inclusività che le tecnologie hanno e la possibilità di agevolare anche dei discorsi, delle comunicazioni. Infatti un altro progetto che vorremmo portare avanti col tempo è quello di implementare e strutturare in maniera più dinamica la possibilità di connessione e di creazione di comunità all'interno delle piattaforme. Quindi già ci sono delle embrioni di questa cosa, tra cui la chat, tra cui la possibilità di fare commenti, i classici mi piace. Però c'è già il progetto per lo sviluppo successivo di tutta una parte di playlist, di possibilità di salvare i contenuti, che sembra in nuce una cosa basilare e alla quale noi siamo abituati, ma in realtà applicata a un sistema artistico, come anche se la immaginassimo in un sistema museale, è una cosa che cambierebbe effettivamente completamente l'esperienza che noi abbiamo dell'arte, sia pensato nel 3D, ma sia pensato nel 2D. Infatti in questo settore i competitor sono pochissimi e quindi siamo sicuri, dopo tutti questi anni di ricerca, che effettivamente si tratta di un prodotto e di uno spazio progettato a nuovo. L'immersività di alcuni di questi padiglioni, vista la vedrete poi perché è in presenza dal visore, garantisce un'immersione e una vicinanza rispetto alle opere molto sostanziale e quindi pensiamo naturalmente di essere in qualsiasi parte del mondo e poterci avvicinare e immergere completamente all'interno delle installazioni artistiche, per esempio per la videoarte, per la performance art. Sono delle questioni fondamentali perché sono chiaramente tipologie di arte che necessitano di una spazialità. Chiaramente il gioco architettonico è stato quello, dai nostri bravissimi architetti, di riuscire a coniugare la necessità di avere uno spazio che risultasse neutro rispetto all'opera e non si imponesse su di esso e allo stesso modo essere molto caratteristico di un ambiente nuovo. Ecco, ora vi mostriamo invece la parte bidimensionale che corrisponde, vedrete, allo stesso sistema di percorsi. Adesso Fabio vi ha mostrato alcuni dei padiglioni che sono appunto nel nostro modello beta, diciamo, e senza, come diceva lui, senza un thread, un filo specifico curatoriale. Però da qui capite meglio come c'è una spazialità differente, che in realtà è speculare a quella poi in 3 dimensioni, in cui si possono leggere articoli, si possono vedere immagini, si potranno vedere dei film, quindi anche una piattaforma fondamentalmente di streaming. Chiaramente il livello artistico, come anticipava anche Fabio, è quello di un prodotto curatoriale che comunque si propone di avvicinare nuovi pubblici attraverso una nuova modalità di fruizione dell'arte stessa. Spesso ci siamo ritrovati a chiederci con Fabio, con Tom, con tutto il team, perché ci siano dei settori dell'arte che hanno un grandissimo pubblico, come il cinema per esempio, e di conseguenza anche tantissimi fondi, e perché invece una piattaforma artistica non possa avere una stessa audience. Chiaramente le risposte dietro a questa cosa sono molteplici, però sicuramente avere una piattaforma che agevola la fruizione di questi contenuti e soprattutto la spiegazione di questi contenuti, avvicinandoli al singolo utente, agevola tantissimo questa cosa. Infatti su questa nota passerei la parola a Tom che ci segue in questo momento in chiamata, per raccontare invece la parte relativa alla ricerca sulla intelligenza artificiale che stiamo portando avanti, tra l'altro di cui si sta nello specifico...
Muchas personas dicen que sus recuerdos de infancia...
Si sta nello specifico occupando lui, che è un altro strumento appunto su cui noi stiamo facendo una ricerca complessa per agevolare l'interazione di varie tipologie di utenti e di target, per ampliare anche la possibilità di diffusione dell'arte. Quindi Tom, raccontaci tu.
Tom?
Thank you, 𝘓𝐶𝐯. That was a fantastic presentation of the site. This has been a labor of love now for more than a year, close to 2 years. And I just want to speak briefly about Fabio's vision. I know he mentioned it, as did 𝘓𝐶𝐯, but I think at the core of this concept is a new sort of conceptual philosophy about the meaning and necessity of art in public culture. And the mapping system, along with Fabio's kind of genius vision of merging all forms of media together with art, as he mentioned, is essentially a way that we bring ourselves closer to communities. So, but then we are also faced with a sort of conundrum. So much of art is a visceral and physical experience. There is nothing like going inside a museum or a public sculpture space and feeling the experience of the art, whether it's a sculpture, whether it's a painting. No digital representation, unless the work is digital in its origin, can really represent the experience. And as 𝘓𝐶𝐯 mentioned, the experience is not just of the art itself. It's contextualized within the culture, within the community, within the social group, and then even more importantly, in some ways, or equally importantly, it's contextualized within the moment in time, whether the political, economic, and cultural topologies that we exist in at this very moment. But what is the end result of this? Most of the time, people go into museums, whether they're physical or digital, and they are not prepared. They are not given the tools to be able to truthfully understand or completely understand, or even be given a kind of introduction into the meaning behind or the thought process behind the artist and curatorial work. So we've thought about this for quite a while, and what we've tried to do over the last 2 years is reason into some kind of idea where what can we do, for one, to give people some taste of the reality of experience through a digital realm, but also help people to truly connect to the artist's intention, to the curatorial intention, and to the culture and time and political economy that we are living in now. And so with that sort of vision and goal in mind, about 2 years ago, Fabio and I started reasoning about an AI system that would be developed in-house by institution in collaboration with thousands of cultural institutions around the world to create a sort of cultural companion that would follow you around in the digital and the physical space and provide that necessary and important context. It's a Herculean task because on one hand, we can't compete with the massive behemoths of OpenAI or or ChatGPT or Anthropic. And even more importantly, we have no control or understanding of the data that they use to train their models. So the problem can really be broken down into two separate spheres. One, we have to create a system in place that is seamless, transparent, and meaningful to the user, that as they explore and travel through the institution platform and the institution physical spaces, and provides real value, whether it's helping understand the artist's intention or sending them on a journey of discovery through other forms of art that connect to the topic that is informing the work itself. On a structural basis, the challenge is, how do we create a curatorial model that provides enough data that is truly representative that we can use to train these AI models? Can we rely on existing ones? We found ourselves very quickly answering the second question is no. I think Fabio and I did quite a bit of research and a lot of user testing, and we found that most AI models really don't understand very much beyond the bare basics of art. So if you ask it about the Mona Lisa, you can get a pretty good answer. But if you ask it about one of the works that we have on the institution site, or even some contemporary artists from the 1950s and 60s, the AI models that exist today are woefully undertrained, I guess would be the best way to describe it. And that forced us to start creating our own model. And that's sort of been the project that we've started since the beginning of this year. Our goal is to integrate our culturally trained AI companion, or cultural companion as we call it, into the website. We also plan on integrating it into the physical experiences through things like using your watch, the Meta glasses, Ray-Ban glasses, the Google glasses that are being tried, or even something as simple as AirPods that can speak to you as you travel through the experience. While the AI model is there as a cultural companion, at its core is a desire to make the art experience more meaningful to the user, but also to the artists as well. So I think the one thing to sort of keep track of here is the reason why we're building this ecosystem of applications for institution is not just to feature contemporary art and new modalities, but really it's a methodology for co-creation and co-experience. So our hope is that as we build out institution, important questions can be answered. And we're always keeping that core thought in mind. How can we help the world? How can we help culture? How can we be a positive force, not just for visitors, but also for the artists, for other cultural institutions, for curators? Practically, our goal is by the end of this year to integrate the AI model into the website. And we are partnering with several institutions in the EU, museums, perhaps certain capitals of culture, that hasn't been sorted out yet, in order to build a truly sort of inclusive AI experience for art.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom. And I would say that now I would ask Alessia to say something because, no, we have, okay, we have a small good news because, you know, as we said today, the main problem for an art institution, for a cultural institution, is to fundraise, where to find the money. And we just started a few days ago, Alessia worked on it, a campaign in Kickstarter, a campaign of fundraising in Kickstarter. And the good news is that we didn't have time to work on it. We didn't have time to promote it. We didn't have time at all. But suddenly, yesterday morning, somebody started to make the first donation, 1,000 euros. So, I mean, it is a good sign. We have 30 days now to complete the first step. And I would like to ask Alessia to say something about it. At least tell what to do if some of them, or people that are online now, would like to help and to make donations.
Va bene. Buonasera a tutti, vabbè, parlo in italiano, va bene?
O in napoletano.
No, niente, abbiamo lanciato qualche giorno fa la campagna di crowdfunding su Kickstarter e abbiamo un obiettivo al momento di 50.000 euro e speriamo di raggiungerlo con il contributo di tutti, ovviamente un contributo libero ma comunque significativo, perché ogni contributo conta, anzi più siamo, anche con una piccola donazione possiamo raggiungere grandi risultati, credo. E quindi invito tutti a cercare il nostro progetto Institution su Kickstarter e magari dopo giriamo il link e niente, di aiutarci. Se credete in questa visione, dopo aver sentito le parole di Lucilla, di Fabio, di Tom, vi invito veramente a sostenerci e grazie.
Bene. Bene, allora grazie a tutti. Mentre credo l'aperitivo, spero non sia finito e possa continuare, uno alla volta, perché in questo momento abbiamo soltanto un headset, vi invito, per chi vuole naturalmente, a provare l'immersione totale. Ciao, bye Tom, thank you.